Welcome to the fantasy audiobook, Gaowu, Awakening the SSS-Level Dark Divine Body at the Beginning. Chapter 31. Looking with everyone's gaze, his brows suddenly frowned. Chen Mo was seen on the screen, still looking blankly at the sky shrouded in darkness, but his body did not move at all. It was as if he was attracted. However, in the eyes of Ji Yulinghan, Shen Tai, and Shang Tianj, this scene was a different scene. Is it possible that this kid was frightened by this ferocious beast, the Black Mist? Ji Yulinghan frowned. Besides, this is only the middle of the second grade, right? I remember that the evil spirit of the simulated beast was only about half, right? Can it be frightened by this? Shen Tai raised his eyebrows. Hey, Lao Lin, it seems that you are not very good at recommending this person. Shang Tianj shook his head. The realm is too weak. Still first, you must know that a qualified warrior must adapt to the atmosphere on the battlefield and kill enemies on the battlefield. What if a genius enters the battlefield and exerts only 1/10 of his power? Then this so-called genius is not as good as an ordinary warrior. No, he's not afraid. Xing Tiany's pupils shrank slightly and he said seriously, he is comprehending. He is enlightening. This guy realized something completely new when he saw this darkness wrapped in the evil spirit of the beast. Enlightenment, terrible talent. Suddenly, Ji Yulinghan and the others looked at Xing Tianyi, their eyes seeming to say, are you sure? Have you forgotten? My talent itself is extremely sensitive to understanding this kind of thing. Xing Tianyi spread his hands. At this moment, he was already 70 to 80% certain that Chen Mo was the one recommended by Lin Zhanfang. However, just these words may not be enough. Lin Zhanfang smiled softly. This guy is not weak. Ji Yulinghan crossed his arms and frowned slightly, just understanding it doesn't prove anything. Only actual combat capabilities can demonstrate its comprehensive combat power. Then, when everyone looked at Chen Mo again, they stopped slightly. I saw a terrifying darkness suddenly shrouding Chen Mo's body. In an instant, the surface of his body was covered with layers of terrifying and sharp black armor. On top of this black armor, there are lightning flashes again. He is dual-talented. The pupils of the deans of the 4 major colleges suddenly shrank. You must know that dual-talented warriors are extremely rare. It is impossible for one to appear in the entire Daxia Federation for an entire year. At this point, the deans of the 4 major colleges had a vague idea of what kind of genius Lin Zhanfang was referring to. However, at this moment, a scene happened on the screen that completely surprised them. Looking at the dark smoke in front of him, Chen Mo exhaled a breath of turbidity. Then, 2 pairs of giant dark thunder hands suddenly grew out from behind him. Each giant hand was as thick as an anaconda, extremely huge, with terrifying muscles tangled together, and full of explosive power. The 4 giant hands have finally been condensed. I didn't expect that in this process, I would be able to have a breakthrough in my sense of hidden thunder. What a nice place. As the sounds of successful customs clearance sounded, Chen Mo shrugged and smiled softly. It seems that you have to work hard, otherwise, others will catch up. And, we have to go to the second round. Chen Mo thought, and the challenge of defending the city began immediately. The dark smoke in front of him surged rapidly, and suddenly 10 armored pigs appeared. The huge power is like a mountain suppressing it, and the huge body is like a steel chariot, making people shudder. Iron armored pig, a ferocious beast at the 2nd grade perfection level. It is indeed the Holy Martial Arts University. It is here to select real geniuses. It's okay, it makes me slightly happy. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth were slightly raised, and his 4 python-like arms suddenly spread out. Suddenly, 4 huge dark thunder guns that were 5 meters long suddenly appeared, with darkness and thunder surging above them. As a 2nd grade middle-level warrior, he actually has pressure. Ji Yulinghan and others were shocked. He's become stronger again. Lin Zhanfang and Huo Shu looked at each other. The power they displayed now was even stronger than when they fought against Zhao Ming. This kid is truly a monster. Standing in front of the city gate, a flash of light flashed across Chen Mo's face. Roar! In a moment, 10 armored pigs rushed in, and the huge impact made the earth tremble. However, dark thunder gun kill. At this moment, the 4 giant dark hands behind Chen Mo suddenly threw out 4 giant dark thunder spears. Tisk, 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 tisk. 4 dark giant guns suddenly burst out, and the huge force completely tore the air apart, falling on the body of the armored pig. Like a devastating blow, an armored pig suddenly turned into a blood mist that filled the sky, and then, with overwhelming momentum, it dealt devastating blows to the armored pig behind it one after another. Boom! A moment later, there were only 10 balls of blood mist left in front of Chen Mo. And when the giant hidden thunder spear penetrated the ground, it created hundreds of cracks, which was terrifying and shocking. There's something. This idea emerged in the hearts of the 4 people at the same time. From now on, they have completely changed their views on Chen Mo. This guy is definitely not as simple as the vase recommended by Lin Zhanfang, but a truly powerful genius. Looking at the expressions of the 4 deans, Lin Zhanfang smiled softly. To tell you the truth, in order to recruit Chen Mo, I gave him the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon for a total of 4 years. That's why I think Chen Mo can definitely win first place. Buzz. In an instant, the 4 deans turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Zhanfang in disbelief. Old Lin, are you crazy? There are only about 20 sophomores who are capable of competing for immortal weapons. Ji Yu Linghan couldn't believe it. They went through a lot of hard work to get the 20 spots. Now you have an extra freshman, Shen Tai said in surprise. You know, no matter how outstanding Chen Mo is, this cannot break the rules. Shang Tianj said. Moreover, the strength Chen Mo has shown now is not as strong as Sheng Wuji, Ji Yu Jin, Lan Qi and others. None of them are qualified to compete for the immortal weapon, but Chen Mo is qualified. So what do you mean? The competition for the immortal weapon will be in a month. How much strength can Chen Mo improve in this month? When Shang Tianj was about to continue speaking, Xing Tianyi smiled softly. Old fellows, please stop talking. Old Lin came back and had a drink with me. He gave Chen Mo this qualification because he got the principal's permission. You know, Lin Zhanfang had a drink with Xing Tianyi a few days ago and told him that he had given the new student a qualification to compete for the immortal weapon. He originally thought it was a top genius like Sheng Wuji, but only now did he know that it was Chen Mo. In shock, Xing Tianyi's heart suddenly became tense. You know, Chen Mo seems to have even the principal's acquiescence in participating in the fairy weapon. Such a top genius is probably not close to the monster level. Waiting for the end of this exam, no matter what he says, Xing Tianyi can fight for Chen Mo. Of course, apart from this reason, Xing Tianyi had a strange feeling. You must know that the talent awakened by Xing Tianyi, called SS-Level Kishin Comprehension, can practice martial arts extremely quickly. However, he actually noticed a strange feeling from Chen Mo. That is the original power that is equivalent to his talent, but it is stronger than his original power. An astonishing possibility exploded in Xing Tianyi's mind. This guy, could he be a triple talent, right? The others yelled at the word, principal, and everyone was speechless for a moment. You must know that the principal of Xuanyuan Martial Arts University is the strongest person in the entire school. No one dares to refute him. His strength has reached the level of 9th grade martial king perfection early. If it was his decision, no one could refute it. Since it was the principal who said it, we can't say anything. Ji Yu Linghan sighed. However, with the strength that Chen Mo has shown now, he is indeed not qualified to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. Unless he can get first place in this entrance exam. Ji Yu Linghan's voice was extremely decisive, and at the same time, Shen Tai and Shang Tianj nodded. You must know that the competition for immortal weapons is extremely cruel, and the 20 most elite people will be selected during the entire sophomore year. And those 20 people were selected from a lot of battles. However, inserting a freshman out of thin air will certainly cause dissatisfaction among the deans. Unless Chen Mo can get the first place in the entrance exam, he can stop their mouths. As for why Xing Tianyi from Zongtian Academy didn't say anything. Oh, so few people choose their college. Moreover, they usually pick the leftovers. Therefore, in the past year's competition, none of their colleges qualified to participate in the immortal weapon competition. And hear these voices. Lin Zhanfang smiled softly and said, then just keep watching, isn't that enough? The first round of testing is not over yet. Besides, there's still a second round. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and immediately focused their attention on Chen Mo's screen. They wanted to see if Chen Mo had the strength to participate in the battle of immortal weapons. At this moment, a large amount of black mist suddenly surged on Chen Mo's screen. When it appeared again, 30 armored pigs rushed out of the black mist. The huge force seemed to make the entire city gate tremble. 30 armored pigs are already a big wave of beasts. Is this the second wave? It seems that there should be a third wave. Looking at the armored pigs with endless dust mist in front of him, Chen Mo had a hint of amusement in his eyes. In that case, don't blame me. Just in time to try out my new abilities. The group of armored pigs in sight continued to expand, as if they were going to step Chen Mo's body into the earth, and completely trample him into powder and flesh. However, at this critical moment, Chen Mo did not use the 4 giant hands behind him. There were no exciting thoughts in his mind. After all, this is only the first round of the entrance exam. Only in the second round is the place that truly belongs to him. Then, Chen Mo silently raised his hands, and then pointed the palm of his right palm at the armored pig that was charging from a distance. The energy of the huge dark thunder was twisting rapidly in his palm at lightning speed. Under the attraction of this energy, even the surrounding air began to twist, forming a vague vacuum zone. As the energy was completely condensed, a disc-like mixture of dark thunder and lightning energy was officially exposed to the air. Dark thunder Yushi, tisk, accompanied by a sound that broke through the sky, this disc containing terrifying energy suddenly ejected. The speed is so fast that it destroys the world. In the blink of an eye, this perfection made of hidden thunder actually drew a terrifying arc in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, the armored pigs exploded one after another like fireworks. Just a moment later, 30 pieces of blood-red mist filled the battlefield. Such ability is not bad. The pupils of the 4 deans shrank at the same time. Such destructive power can almost rank among the top 10 among all freshmen. Moreover, with just one move, he killed 30 armored pigs instantly. It's not surprising that the 2 talents are combined at the same time to explode such powerful energy. After coming back to his senses, Ji Yulinghan comforted himself. However, just relying on these words is not enough. Not even comparable to Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, Ji Yujin and others. Hearing this, Lin Zhanfang smiled lightly. Lao Ji Yu, what are you in a hurry? There is still one last episode to watch. According to my understanding, Chen Mo should be serious about it. ... And under the terrifying dark mist, a huge armored pig covered in silver-white armor suddenly appeared. This huge armored pig was actually 2 stories tall, and its huge body almost suppressed Chen Mo. And this silver-armored pig is only a ferocious beast in the first stage of the 3rd rank. For a moment, Chen Mo felt a little emotional. You must know that such a ferocious beast is only at the beginning of the 3rd level, and it is 2 stories tall. So what kind of terrifying power do 4th grade ferocious beasts and 5th grade ferocious beasts have? No wonder the war on the border continues to be tense, and there is such a huge gap in the number of warriors needed. Along with Chen Mo's sigh, the silver-armored pig suddenly discovered him, raised 4 python-like hooves, and attacked Chen Mo. Well, I really don't want to play with you anymore. Feel sorry. Looking at the armored pig in front of him, Chen Mo suddenly rushed out. This was his initiative to attack, and the speed was even more terrifying, leaving almost only an afterimage. He was too lazy to delay any longer, so it was better to enter the second round of exams as soon as possible. There is a huge stage worthy of his performance. What a speed, said Shang Tianj from Lingtian Academy. It's almost equivalent to a mid-level 3rd grade warrior. Faintly, Shang Tianj has changed his mind about Chen Mo again. However, Chen Mo may still be a little short of a true top talent. In an instant, Chen Mo was approaching the silver-armored pig. The silver-armored pig also noticed Chen Mo's approach, roared angrily, and focused on the towering star above its head, attacking Chen Mo. Looking at the enlarged horn in his sight, Chen Mo just shook his head. Chao Sui. Chen Mo didn't make the slightest move. And the 4 big dark hands behind him came out at the same time like giant dragons. Suddenly, he turned sideways to avoid the attack of the silver-armored pig, and then, 4 giant hands suddenly grabbed the 4 hooves of the armored pig. Immediately afterwards, tear it apart. The huge silver-armored pig was suddenly divided into 4 pieces of meat, and countless blood turned into blood rain and splashed everywhere, dyeing the desolate land red. The first round of exams should probably be over. I wonder what the second round of exams will be like. Feeling the energy coming from his body, Chen Mo moved and turned into a stream of light, disappearing instantly. The melee talent is not bad, but compared to Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Ji Yu Jin, there are still some gaps. Well, what we are facing is just the lowest level of ferocious beasts like the armored pig. Its true combat effectiveness needs to be studied. Just wait for his second round of exams. Don't be good this time, or he will become weaker in the second round. The three deans, Ji Yu Linghan, Shen Tai, and Shang Tianj, all gave such comments at the same time. Although they did not recognize Chen Mo's qualifications to compete for the immortal weapon. Obviously, they have not yet truly convinced Chen Mo. Xing Tianyi, who is from Zongtian College, is still thinking about whether Chen Mo really has the third talent. Thinking like this only makes him feel itchy. After listening to the words of the deans of the three major colleges, Lin Zhonfeng snorted and crossed his arms. He looked at Chen Mo on the screen, and he knew that Chen Mo would definitely give him a huge surprise. That day, when he left Jiangnan province, he asked Chen Mo what he thought about the entrance examination. It happened to be that the sun was setting in the west, and Chen Mo just said lightly. First, what's more, what Chen Mo awakened was the SSS-level dark talent, supplemented by the terrifying lightning talent. Lin Zhonfeng naturally believes that Chen Mo can win the first place. Wait, Lao Ji Yu, Lao Tu, Lao Shang. Next, I'll show you what a surprise is. Looking at these four people, Huo Shu, as an old man, smiled softly, and then put on the virtual helmet. I'll organize a wave. By the way, let me announce the results of the first round of testing. At this moment, in a virtual space, almost all the new students have gathered on a huge platform. Some freshmen showed joy on their faces, some showed wry smiles, and some even looked pale. Obviously, everyone achieved different results in the battle to defend the city. As the last stream of light fell, countless people's eyes suddenly looked towards Chen Mo. You must know that Chen Mo was the last to start the battle to defend the city. Therefore, even though his killing efficiency was extremely fast, he was also the last to pass the test. As this guy, so slow in passing the test? Ji Yu Jin crossed his arms and said, in this case, it doesn't pose much of a threat to me. To compete for the first place in this entrance exam, we still have to pay extra attention to Lan Qi and Sheng Wuji. Forget it, just focus on the second round. On the other side, the girl Lan Qi, who was playing with two flying knives, also smiled softly. She looks pretty. It's a pity that the fighting ability is not good. I don't know why Sheng Wuji pays so much attention to him. Tisk, I wonder if this guy will be there in the second round. But Sheng Wuji, whose whole body was shining with dazzling golden light, did not make any comments on this matter. Instead, he glanced at Chen Mo briefly and continued to sit cross-legged, seemingly thinking about something. Brother Chen, Yan Jinghong and others ran over and stood with Chen Mo. How is it? Chen Mo asked. The city defense damage rate is 50%, and there is still 10% left to pass. Yan Jinghong lowered his head. Yi Kong, both of us have a city defense damage rate of up to 70, and both of us failed. Li Zunyan said with a bitter smile. For them, the third-grade silver armored pig is really difficult to deal with. Almost as soon as they appeared, they were all instantly killed with one move, without any chance of defense. In addition to helplessness, everyone was slightly disappointed. With their results, I'm afraid they won't be able to advance to the so-called second round. At this time, Yan Jinghong suddenly asked, Chen Mo, what's the damage rate of your city defense? Li Zunyan and Yi Kang's eyes were also betting on Chen Mo. In the entire Jiangnan province, almost everyone was betting on Chen Mo. When he heard the city defense damage rate, Chen Mo was slightly startled. The city defense destruction rate. What is this? Suddenly, the three of them looked at Chen Mo in confusion as if they had seen a ghost. Brother Chen, when your city wall is attacked, won't it show the damage rate? Li Zunyan asked. Oh, my city wall. It has never been attacked. Chen Mo smiled innocently. So, I don't seem to have jumped out of this reminder, right? Yan Jinghong, Li Zunyan, Yi Kong. They shouldn't have asked. Never been attacked. In other words, Chen Mo's city defense damage rate is 0%. Yan Jinghong and the other three wanted to bite their teeth into pieces on the spot. Why did they have to be such a mean person to ask this question? Isn't this Chun Chun sending his own face to Chen Mo for a slap? While everyone was shocked, a wry smile appeared in their hearts for no apparent reason. They knew that Chen Mo had become stronger again. Moreover, it has changed to a height that is almost out of their reach. If they could barely see the back of Chen Mo before, but now Chen Mo is still soaring into the sky like a cloud and mist. They can only sit below and look up at this ethereal figure. For a while, everyone was vaguely looking forward to seeing how good Chen Mo could be in the second round. You know, the second round of the entrance examination is not just an internal fight between Zhongnan province, but the top talents from 54 provinces across the country are competing. So, whether Chen Mo can be ranked first is another matter. At this moment, a stream of light flashed. In the center of the entire platform, an old man with white hair appeared. Huo Shu glanced at everyone and smiled softly. How about this battle to defend the city? Countless people looked at Huo Shu's teasing voice and smiled bitterly, and the atmosphere couldn't help but darken. Most of them, many of them, barely passed the corresponding assessment and were defeated miserably. Seeing this scene, Huo Shu shook his head. You are said to be a genius, but compared to the soldiers on the border, you are still too weak. The borders of the Daxia Federation are currently being besieged by countless ferocious beasts. If you were in your condition and went to the border, you wouldn't be able to defeat even a basic armored pig. Then what else are you practicing? For a moment, many people's faces suddenly turned red, but no one dared to refute what Huo Shu said. Looking at everyone's expressions, Huo Shu shook his head and said, I don't say these words to undermine your confidence. But I hope that in the next 4 years of college, you will be able to guard against arrogance and impetuosity, practice well, and not let down the expectations of the human race. Yes, countless people responded immediately. Having learned the painful lessons from this entrance exam, if they don't practice seriously, they may be ashamed to death of their own attitudes. You know, facing low-level ferocious beasts like armored pigs, they are the toughest miscellaneous soldiers on the frontier. And they can't even compete with such miscellaneous soldiers. Isn't that just awful? Huo Shu waved his hand. Next, I will announce to you your results in the first round of testing. Those who have passed the exam will be chanted from the back first. Those who have a city defense damage rate of less than 20 can enter the second city defense test. In an instant, countless people came with glaring eyes, and many people had wry smiles on their faces. Only a city defense destruction rate of less than 20 can pass the assessment and participate in the second round of exams. This is too strict. However, when they thought about it carefully, no one was surprised. If the college entrance examination is to select the best from various places, then the entrance examination is to select the best among the best. Only by showing corresponding strength in the entrance examination can you win the favor of the 4 major colleges. Only by entering the corresponding college can you get the best quality training. This is the goal of countless geniuses taking this exam. 36th place, City Defense Damage Rate 81%, Yu Junhua. The young man named Yu Junhua raised his head and stood out, attracting envious glances. At the same time, everyone did not expect that there were only 36 people defending the city with a damage rate of more than 20%, which was only 1/10 of the total number of people. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt less uncomfortable. 35th place, 34th, 33. As the words of Vice Principal Huo Shu spread, one after another young people stood at the front with their heads held high. Standing out among countless elites is the most proud thing. When the top 4 were read, Vice Principal Huo Shu smiled softly. Next, what I want to announce are the freshmen whose defense rate is 0%. And they are the top talents in this exam. Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot. For 3 of them, they already knew the quota, but the sudden appearance of the 4th one made everyone stunned. Ah, there is a 4th person. Who is the 4th person? I've broken it down. Except for the 3 top geniuses, there are basically no provincial capitals with a 0% destruction rate in the top-ranking provinces. What kind of dark horse is this? It's so amazing. Everyone is speculating on the last spot. Huo Shudao. The first 3 to pass are Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Ji Yu Jin. For a moment, everyone looked at the three top geniuses with envy. The three top geniuses stepped forward at the same time, and they all stood at the front of the entire team. However, they are also wondering who the fourth player with a 0% city defense damage rate is. You know, before coming to the school, they have already used corresponding methods to investigate. In Xuanyuan Martial Arts University, except for the three of them, there is no one stronger. At this moment, Huo Shu read out a name that no one knew. The last one, Chen Mo. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly turned towards Chen Mo. Among them, some were shocked, some were stunned, some were disbelieving, some were admiring, all the complicated eyes were completely focused on Chen Mo. How is that possible? That guy from Jiangnan province. No, is Jiangnan province so strong these days? 0% city defense damage rate. Chen Mo, this guy is really a top genius. Xiao Wuang, Guo Fengyu, aren't you two following Chen Mo's team? Is he really that strong? One asked. Xiao Wuang and Guo Fengyu, who were asked by him, did not speak, but lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say a word in reply. This time, everyone was particularly surprised and shocked. Chen Mo, whose name was read out, gradually stepped forward, and after a while, he was at the front of the team. You are very strong. Sheng Wuji looked at Chen Mo beside him and said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Mo moved slightly. Tisk, I didn't expect you to be so praised by Sheng Wuji, you are really awesome. Lan Qi also said. Not bad, you are also very handsome. Chen Mo responded politely. You are also very good looking. The latter's cheeks turned slightly red and he said nothing. I, Ji Yu Jin, have recognized you. Ji Yu Jin crossed his arms and said, I hope you won't disappoint us in the second round of testing. It was only now that Lan Qi, Ji Yu Jin and others put away their so-called contempt. After all, a guy who can defend a city with a damage rate of 0% will not be that much weaker even if he is weaker than them. Curls of black smoke envelop the earth covered in blood. This is a city wall that is even broader than the first round of exams. The endless thick city wall stands on the earth, vast and majestic. But in front of this huge city gate, there were 36 young people standing at this moment. These 36 young men have different expressions, but there is no doubt that they all exude an aura of horror. I didn't expect that the second round of exams would be a team battle. My blood is boiling. These brothers and sisters on the screen are all the top scorers in the college entrance examination, or the second best in the college entrance examination. Tisk, I want to go up and chop off both heads too. No, your city defense and destruction rate was 60% in the first round of exams, so I'm sorry to mention it. I wonder what terrifying achievements Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Ji Yu Jin can achieve. You ignored Chen Mo. It's not that I ignore it, but Sheng Wuji and the others are all geniuses who have been famous for a long time. In comparison, Chen Mo is just a dark horse who has just emerged. Naturally, he is not as good as Sheng Wuji and the others. Quote. Although everyone did not participate, there was a lively discussion about this exam. Reality doesn't work, they can just talk. Among them, what they are most looking forward to is how Sheng Wuji and the others will perform. Those are the three recognized geniuses. As for Chen Mo, many people naturally have high expectations for him, but compared to the three geniuses, there is much less. However, in the final analysis, everyone was still a little unconvinced. After all, Chen Mo was only born in Jiangnan province, how could he have such a strong fighting power? The only way to get their approval is for Chen Mo to conquer them with his amazing strength. Yan Jinghong and others were also looking at the holographic screen in front of them motionless. Brother Yan, Brother Chen doesn't know how well he can perform. Yi Kong said. Yan Jinghong was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled softly, do you know? If you put this question on Chen Mo, how do you think he would answer? Before Yi Kong finished speaking, Li Zunyan said with a smile on his face, he will say that he is the first. Yan Jinghong gave a thumbs up, and then the three of them laughed. And in the huge monitoring room, Ji Yu Lingyun, the dean of Tongtian College, was lying on a recliner. The ones who have finally reached the second round, these geniuses in front of us are the ones worth fighting for. The dean of Lingtian Academy, Shang Tianj, smiled and said, I hope that in this assessment, we can fully squeeze out their potential. Shen Tai, the principal of Yutian Academy, said with a smile, I would like to see how capable a warrior who fully unleashes his spiritual power, a warrior whose bronze talent is fully displayed, and a warrior whose holy light talent shines on the earth can do. Powerful. Quote. Of course, there is also Chen Mo. Shen Tai added. All right. In response, Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zongtian College, interrupted, Don't worry, I've confirmed that Chen Mo will definitely get the first place in this exam. In an instant, Ji Yu Lingyun, Shen Tai, and Shang Tianj looked at Shen Tai at the same time, and a sense of disbelief flashed through the depths of their eyes. Old Sheng, are you having your own whims with Lao Lin? There are Sheng Wuji and the others here. Ji Yu Linghan stood up from the recliner. Would you like to make a bet? Let's see who can be first. Xing Tianyi smiled strangely. If I want to make a bet, just use the heavenly spiritual root that is 100 years old. Ji Yu Linghan thought for a moment and looked at Xing Tianyi suspiciously. Tianlingen. Are you sure? Xing Tianyi spread his hands and said, When I speak the truth. Immediately, Ji Yu Linghan nodded immediately. Okay, I want to see how you, this old man, look at you. Anyway, in my opinion, it is really difficult for Chen Mo to win the championship. When they were defending the city alone, Sheng Wuji and the others didn't even show half of their strength. But Xing Tianyi didn't have any answer to this, but looked at the screen intently. Lin Zhanfeng silently raised his finger, thinking that Xing Tianyi believed in his vision. However, Xing Tianyi believed that Chen Mo was able to win first place not because he was Lin Zhanfeng's friend. Instead, he just took the time to go to the virtual space and took a look at Chen Mo. Now, he is absolutely sure of something that will cause waves in his heart. That is, Chen Mo definitely has the third talent. In this case, Xing Tianyi secretly made a determination, no matter whether Chen Mo would be competed by others next, their Zongtian College must get Chen Mo. There is no other reason, this guy is really too scary. As everyone watched, black mist was already billowing in the virtual screen. Obviously, a vicious beast is coming out. Roar. Suddenly, a loud beast roar came from a distance, and for a moment, many young people felt their hearts trembling. Standing in front of the city gate at this moment are the talented young people from all over the country. What a strong pressure. Isn't this a ferocious beast that has reached the middle level of the third level? I didn't expect the test we were given to be so difficult. As everyone's voices fell, dozens of ferocious beasts of various shapes suddenly emerged from the black mist. There are not only the previous armored pigs, but also shadow cats, venom toads, etc., basically covering all types of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were specially arranged by Huo Shu. The purpose is to fully unleash their potential. It seems interesting. At this moment, a blue-haired girl smiled coquettishly and then strode in front of everyone. Next, it should be the turn of their three geniuses to perform. Suddenly, dozens of black gold flying knives suddenly floated around Lan Qi, emitting a corresponding cold light. At this moment, the ability unique to the mental power master completely exploded. Tisk, tisk, it seems it's my turn to appear. Another iron tower-like bronze man came forward and spread his arms, revealing his muscular arms like a dragon. Buzz. The terrifying pressure is suppressing like a mountain, and Ji Yujin's body is like a wild beast, making people shudder. And the last one is Sheng Wuji, who is exuding holy light. There seemed to always be that slight smile on his face, without any changes. Then, he walked slowly to the middle of the three people and looked at Lan Qi and Ji Yujin. As the city defense has a 0% damage rate, how about the three of us go in one direction each? Lan Qi and Ji Yujin shrugged, saying they had no objections. Strong people should take on more responsibilities. Sheng Wuji turned around and said, the rest will be divided into three groups and follow us to attack from three different directions. Our purpose is to reduce the damage rate of the city. And Chen Mo, looking at Sheng Wuji's gaze, Chen Mo raised his head, what's the matter? Sheng Wuji smiled and said, you are responsible for guarding the rear. If any ferocious beast attacks the city wall, remember to stop it. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Mo. Outside the screen, some people were dissatisfied. This Chen Mo really got such a cheap job. He didn't even have to go into battle to kill the enemy himself. Tisk, tisk, I told you that Sheng Wuji has something to do with Chen Mo. But Chen Mo is too relaxed. It seems that his damage rate in defending the city is still a bit low. During the discussion, everyone brought the topic back to Chen Mo, whose defense rate was 0%. You must know that countless geniuses have died because of this. How could this guy from Jiangnan province do it so easily? In the virtual battlefield, a tragic battle is taking place. Large numbers of ferocious beasts emerged from the black mist, erupting with astonishing power. However, they were also killed by these young men. Devoured by fire, hurricane / punch of despair. As the sounds fell, large numbers of ferocious beasts fell down. Among them, the 3 top geniuses are the most frequent and terrifying ones. Lan Qi's black gold flying knife is sharp and terrifying. The ancient gold skin of ancient gold is unparalleled in strength. Even Shang Wuji's holy light attack seemed to be able to completely dispel the black mist. In a moment, the first wave of ferocious beasts was completely wiped out. Tisk, tisk, it looks like they are all very strong. When Chen Mo, who was sitting in front of the city gate, saw this scene, he crossed his arms and leaned in front of the city wall, admiring the fighting scene. No wonder Shang Wuji, Lan Qi and Ji Yu Jin are known as the 3 top geniuses. Their overall combat strength is quite good. It's a pity that I am so far away. Before he could finish his words, several black shadow-like ferocious beasts were seen rushing out of the black mist again, and all of these ferocious beasts rushed out from the direction of Ji Yu Jin. What? So fast? It's over, we can't stop them, they're going to hit the city wall. Many young people's faces turned pale, and when they looked at the black shadow, their breathing suddenly became rapid. The few black figures I saw were almost all monkeys wearing black windbreakers. Shadow monkey. ... In the huge monitoring room. Ji Yu Linghan raised his eyebrows. Lao Huo, do you include a shadow monkey in this test? This thing is also a tricky thing on the border. The deans nodded. Huo Shu smiled softly. As a warrior, you should learn to deal with all kinds of ferocious beasts. If we meet more now, we will have more opportunities on the battlefield. If we don't meet more now, we will probably die more on the battlefield. After hearing what Huo Shu said, everyone agreed. You must know that in recent years, the ferocious beasts on the Daxia border have become more and more rampant. Countless border cities are at high risk, and a large number of warriors have even died. Therefore, as an institution that trains talents in the mainland, they must also make corresponding measures. Score. Otherwise, the Daxia military headquarters is putting pressure on them. And in that virtual battlefield, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. That's the middle-level 3rd-grade black shadow monkey. A ferocious beast that specializes in breaking through soldiers' defenses on the border. Ji Yu Jin gritted his teeth and used all his strength to catch up. However, compared to the black shadow monkey, his speed is really far behind. And Shang Wuji and Lan Qi were too far away from Ji Yu Jin's location and had no time to support them. It's over. This idea has appeared in many people's minds. It seems that the damage rate of the city defense will rise to more than 10 this time. You know, the shadow monkey has a strange power of shadow in its body, which can corrode the city tower. On the border of the Daxia Federation, many cities are difficult to defend, precisely because of the contributions of these cunning monkeys. The damage rate of the city defense this time is probably based on the comprehensive decision of Daewoo's artificial intelligence system. Once the city wall is attacked, their overall score will definitely drop a lot. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt that a monstrous energy was gathering at the city gate. Suddenly, everyone looked in the direction of the city gate. The thin figure of Chen Mo seemed to be covered in a layer of liquid defense form like dark thunder, and behind him, 4 dark arms as thick as giant dragons appeared. The terrifying dark thunder energy filled the entire battlefield space like a destructive force. Many talented people with weak minds suddenly felt their scalps numb, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Why is this guy's energy so terrifying? One person exclaimed. You must know that Chen Mo's realm is only in the middle of the 2nd level, and the energy he displays now is almost the same as Lan Qi and Ji Yu Jin's normal state. It seems that they underestimated him. Ji Yu Jin and Lan Qi raised their eyebrows. Isn't this the case? Shang Wuji, who had golden light balls suspended in his hands, showed a playful smile. And under the gazes of countless people, those 4 giant dragon-like hands suddenly condensed into spears wrapped in dark thunder. Double power. This thought flashed through the minds of countless people, and when they looked at Chen Mo, two words appeared in their mind. Evildoer. An astonishing 5-meter giant spear suddenly appeared on this horned dragon-like arm. Then, the four arms bent at the same time, and then, with a terrifying explosive force, they threw 4 5-meter spears at the same time. Boom! The 4 giant dark thunder spears suddenly tore through the air, and in an unmatched manner, they nailed the 4 attacking black shadow monkeys to the ground. Boom! The huge energy touched the ground, shattering into thousands of cracks on the spot. At this moment, everyone's eyes seemed to have been firmly locked on Chen Mo. "It's really strong," a genius said with a bitter smile. He had thought about how strong Chen Mo was at defending the city with a damage rate of 0%, and whether he could really compare with Ji Yujin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji. But now it seems that only people like Chen Mo can compete with the 3 Shang Wuji for the first place in this entrance exam. Outside the virtual battlefield, countless geniuses opened their mouths. They want to give themselves a slap now. If they had known that Chen Mo could unleash such terrifying fighting power, they wouldn't have ridiculed him one by one. And in the huge monitoring room, the 6 people did not react at all. After all, they had already seen Chen Mo's strength in the previous personal defense battle. What I didn't expect was that the giant hidden thunder spear displayed by Chen Mo would also have such powerful lethality against ferocious beasts in the middle of the 3rd level. Old Lin's eyes are worthy of being from the admissions office. At this moment, Ji Yulinghan couldn't help but have a slight change in his view of Chen Mo. Moreover, he felt a little frightened for no reason. He made a bet with Xing Tianyi on a century-old elixir. "If you lose, you will be really embarrassed. Tisk tisk, it's just that the matter of competing for the immortal weapon is too hasty." Shen Tai added. With Chen Mo's strength, he can definitely participate in the competition for the immortal weapon even after he has practiced in his 2nd year. Hearing the 2 men's seemingly repentant voices, Lin Zhanfeng smiled softly. "I told you so." Moreover, the strength Chen Mo is showing now is definitely not that simple. Keep reading. Next, the surprises he brings to you will definitely be even more terrifying. To be honest, although Lin Zhanfeng has an extremely strong ability to identify people, Lin Zhanfeng really can't understand Chen Mo. He always felt that Chen Mo had hidden more than 100 million points. If you show all your strength, I'm afraid it won't be just this strength. In the virtual battlefield, after a brief shock, the 2nd wave of ferocious beasts seemed to attack one after another. In the 2nd wave of ferocious beasts, there were actually 3-level ferocious beasts. They were so powerful that they almost cracked the ground with every step they took. Such terrifying fighting power is really shocking. However, everyone responded quickly. Especially the eyes of the 3 top geniuses were shining with fighting spirit. Obviously, the scene that Chen Mo pretended to have just made them feel very unhappy. Tisk. In an instant, 12 black gold flying knives were suspended near Lan Qi at the same time, and Lan Qi's body was actually suspended in midair under the influence of mental power. The petite body is like a sitting Buddha lotus, holy and full of intimidation. And it was at this moment that Lan Qi opened her eyes. Kill with 10,000 swords. Tisk, tisk, tisk. 12 black gold flying knives turned into streams of light and attacked at the same time towards the rushing tide of ferocious beasts. The terrifying power almost tore apart pieces of air, turning into extremely horrifying speeds. With a bang, a ferocious beast in front of him was instantly chopped into pieces. The intensity is so intense that it really makes your scalp numb. And the other side, Ji Yujin's eyes were full of annoyance. You must know that the black shadow monkey broke through the defense line because of his momentary negligence. If it weren't for Chen Mo, he would have been the guilty party responsible for the increased damage rate of the city defense. Thinking of this, Ji Yujin couldn't help but have a fire burning in his heart. Looking at the tide of ferocious beasts in front of him, Ji Yujin showed a ferocious sneer. Ancient golden body, destroy all evil spirits. Under that ferocious smile, Ji Yujin's originally 2-meter-long body skyrocketed to a height of 4 meters at this moment. The terrifying body was like a 2-story building. A slap fell, as if it was a big murder weapon, and a ferocious beast exploded immediately. Its power makes countless people feel nervous. Is this the power of Ji Yujin, the 2nd of the 3 top geniuses? And the last side is the direction of Sheng Wuji. Looking at the ferocious beast rushing in front of him, Shang Wuji did not respond so hastily. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, smiled provocatively at Chen Mo, and then turned his head away. Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of countless people, a small golden sword made of golden light suddenly appeared around Shang Wuji's body. Each small sword is extremely sharp, and the edge it contains makes countless people shudder. Holy light sword kill. Those two words came out of Shang Wuji's mouth. In an instant, dozens of long swords suddenly shot out, as fast as meteors. When it fell on the ferocious beasts, all the ferocious beasts were annihilated by the holy light, and their figures disappeared instantly. At this point, the actions of the three geniuses were all shocking. These are the three geniuses. Let me just say they are not serious, right? Every time I took action, I killed close to dozens of ferocious beasts. Oh my god, even if Chen Mo tries his best, he may not achieve this result. Outside the screen, the eyes of countless geniuses were filled with stars, and their blood suddenly boiled. If they were outside, these geniuses would be examples for others to learn from. But here, top talents like Shang Wuji are the ones they want to learn from. Why do they like to bully Brother Chen so much? Yi Kong whispered dissatisfiedly, listening to the voices of the people around him. Among the crowd, the one he saw shouting the most cheerfully was Xiao Wuang. When Chen Mo was there just now, Xiao Wuang didn't even dare to fart. It's very simple. Everyone knows jealousy, Yan Jinghong said in a calm voice. Obviously, they don't think that Chen Mo, a guy from Jiangnan province, can have such outstanding results. Chen Mo will slap them in the face. Li Zunyan's eyes dropped. Did you see it? Yan Jinghong turned his head. Feeling, Li Zunyan said with a smile. I'm sure that Chen Mo's strength is definitely not weaker than the three geniuses. The people who are mocking him now are just like the people who mocked Chen Mo during the college entrance examination. I believe Chen Mo. But at this moment, the battlefield space once again underwent huge changes. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the thick black mist. I saw the calls of various birds suddenly coming from the black sky. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly froze. Monitoring room. Ji Yulinghan and others immediately stood up and looked at Huoshu with a smile on his face in surprise. You also arranged for flying beasts. Huoshu smiled softly. There is no way, just to get high-quality students. You also know that the military arrangements have been very tight recently. The competition between the three schools in 2 months will select people to serve in each military department. In this case, it's better to prepare in advance. Listening to Huoshu's voice, the deans of the 4 major colleges could only twitch the corners of their mouths, and finally said nothing. Lin Zhanfeng smiled and said, Lao Huo, when faced with these flying beasts on the battlefield, most of them are dealt with by laser weapons and suicide drones. And now, if you let them solve these problems, I'm afraid they will suffer a lot. Huoshu shrugged. What's the point of suffering all this? This is an opportunity for people to show off. Give people performance. After thinking for a moment, everyone suddenly thought of a name, Chen Mo. In an instant, Ji Yulinghan, Shang Tianj, and Shen Tai stared at Huoshu motionless with their eyes wide open. My thoughts were immersed in thousands of thoughts. So what exactly is Chen Mo's charm? It is worthy of Lao Huo, who is the 9th grade martial king, to pay such attention. Even though they have dual talents, they are not as good as they are now. On the virtual battlefield, an attack from the sky has begun. Virtual battlefield. I saw that on the blue sky, countless geniuses suddenly focused their eyes on the sky. Then, purple-black giant eagles suddenly appeared in the sky. Each giant eagle covered the sky and the sun, and they all had the realm of the 3rd level, which was terrifying. After careful counting, there were actually 10 of them, soaring high in the sky. In an instant, many students turned pale. Are you crazy? You're actually testing flying beasts. We don't have laser weapons. It's over, now only those purple and black giant eagles in the sky can take the initiative to come down. Everyone's expressions turned gloomy. If they waited for the purple-black giant eagle to come down from the sky, the damage rate of the city defense would definitely increase rapidly. Suddenly, 36 of their geniuses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Shang Wuji said, My holy light sword is enough to kill the enemy. It's just that they are all flying in the sky, and the attack of my long sword will gradually weaken. Everyone's eyes dimmed for a moment. Then, they set their sights on Lan Qi, and Lan Qi also showed a helpless smile. The purple-black giant eagle is famous for its speed, and its wings can also launch energy attacks. As you know, it is difficult for telekinesis masters to establish a strong defense when attacking, especially in midair. It is even more difficult for two fists to defeat four hands. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned completely gloomy. Lan Qi and Sheng Wuji couldn't do it. It seemed that this time they really could only wait for the purple-black giant eagle to attack the city wall before taking action against them. However, even such a move would cause a huge blow to the city wall's damage rate. As for Ji Yujin, there's no need to look at that. Pure human shield warriors can't have much effect when facing attacks from the sky. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Let me try. Looking at the purple-black giant eagle hovering in the sky, Chen Mo smiled softly. Maybe, I can really give it a try. Everyone was stunned, with doubts in their eyes. Although the hidden thunder spear that Chen Mo showed before was extremely powerful, it was also released at close range. It would not be that effective against long-range sky-like beasts. But at this moment, someone in the crowd stood up. You can trust Chen Mo. Everyone looked at this person, but the latter just hesitated for a moment and said, I have seen Chen Mo's college entrance examination video. Chen Mo definitely has this ability. College entrance examination video. Even Chen Mo was a little surprised. Jiangnan province was only the last province among the 54 provinces, but there were actually people who went out of their way to watch his video. This is surprising. At this time, Sheng Wuji said, Okay, let Chen Mo try it. For a moment, everyone looked at each other and made up their minds. The next moment, everyone appeared on the city wall at the same time, looking at the purple-black giant eagle circling in the sky, showing vigilant expressions. If Chen Mo misses, they will also attack with thunder and try to minimize the damage rate of the city defense. In this way, their score on Daewoo artificial intelligence can be continuously improved. But at this moment, the 10 purple-black giant eagles in the sky suddenly couldn't restrain the murderous intention of attacking. They roared and suddenly fell from the sky like purple-black meteors. Boom! The huge body tore through the air and launched a suicidal attack towards the city wall. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Mo. They wondered whether this guy could kill them all when the purple-black giant eagle landed on the city wall. And just then, Chen Mo suddenly let out a breath of turbid air. Then, he jumped up and suddenly landed on the only ringing flag on the city wall. Next moment, when everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw Chen Mo's figure, and dark thunder energy surged out again. And this time, the energy of the dark thunder was like a volcano that had been silent for thousands of years, erupting with energy that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Is this definitely the energy intensity that a second-grade mid-level warrior can release? A prodigy's lips were dry. You know, he has S-level powers, plus the realm of the first stage of the third grade. And precisely because of the superposition of these two abilities, he discovered that the energy intensity he released was not even 1/10 of Chen Mo's at that moment. However, Lan Qi and Ji Yujin's pupils shrank suddenly. They didn't expect that Chen Mo had such energy intensity. But if you think about it carefully, I am afraid that what broke out at this moment should be Chen Mo's best effort. Thinking of this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. If they are still hiding their strength now, their true strength will be extremely terrifying. And Sheng Wuji's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. And stand on the flag. Chen Mo looked at the 10 purple-black giant eagles swooping down and sighed. Why do you have to seek death? Then, just use half of your strength. Suddenly, 4 pairs of big dark thunder hands suddenly appeared, and strange runes were also clinging to Chen Mo's cheeks. Immediately afterwards, 4 pairs of giant hands suddenly stretched out, pointing out their fingers in a strange shape in front of Chen Mo. Under countless stunned looks, Chen Mo suddenly read out 2 words. Dark Thunder 4th Level Yushi. Dark Thunder 4th Level Yushi. As Chen Mo's voice fell, a dark roulette that seemed to be able to cut all things suddenly appeared in the center where the 4 pairs of big hands were approaching. This roulette wheel is spinning rapidly. If you don't watch it deliberately, you may just think that it is just an ordinary disc. The terrifying energy gathered quickly, and the dark thunder energy displayed actually made everyone feel numb. However, this is not enough. I saw the other 3 giant hands tremble suddenly, and then, 3 high-speed rotating dark roulette wheels appeared again. In the end, the 4 dark roulette wheels completely merged together and turned into a disc with a radius of half a meter that was rotating at a terrifying speed. The terrifying power it exuded made the surrounding space seem to begin to violently twist and tremble. So strong. All contempt has disappeared from the faces of Lan Qi and Ji Yujin, replaced by an extremely affirmative and dignified look. If this attack falls on them and they don't have enough means to defend themselves, they may die suddenly on the spot. Shang Wuji also raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the guy in front of him who used dark energy was a little different from what he had imagined. And with everyone's astonished gazes, Yu Shi, who was close to Chen Mo's giant hand, was completely condensed. Roar! Along with the sound of giant eagles chirping one after another, the giant eagles in the sky are getting closer and closer, almost like 10 steel chariots falling from the sky. However, it was at this time that Chen Mo took action. In an instant, the hidden thunder roulette in his hand was completely released. Laugh! The huge dark thunder roulette completely tore apart the space, and suddenly, the entire space seemed to have turned dark. Faintly, there was even more thunder roaring. And the purple-black giant eagle in the sky looked at this dark thunder roulette, and suddenly felt that all the feathers in its body were about to stand up. They want to back off. However, it's too late. The huge dark thunder roulette, as if it had enhanced its so-called spiritual intelligence, took the lead in launching a devastating attack on the nearest purple-black giant eagle. There was a scoffing sound, and a third-grade high-level purple-black giant eagle was cut in half on the spot. Then, there is the second head. The third head. The fourth head. In an instant, the 10 purple-black giant eagles that were still jumping around and trying to attack the city wall were suddenly separated in half by Chen Mo. The blood rain fell from the sky, like a drifting drizzle, covering the entire city wall. Quiet, quiet. Countless people stared at Chen Mo in stunned silence. There was a surge in their throats. They wanted to say something, but it was difficult to say anything. Before this, no one thought that Chen Mo could actually use one move to instantly kill this group of ferocious beasts that were the most terrifying threat to them. No one thought that a young man from Zhongnan province, the last province in the world, could actually stand up to the 3 great geniuses. They originally thought that even if Chen Mo used the so-called hidden thunder spear to attack, it would still require a series of launches, and even there would be a certain degree of weakness in the middle of the launch. However, they did not expect that Chen Mo would create another unique skill. The 4th level of Yushi. This name was deeply embedded in their hearts. Looking at this thin figure standing with one foot on the flag, it would be difficult for these talented people to forget it again. No wonder the city defense damage rate can be 0%. If it reaches this level, how can those group of armored pigs pose a threat? Lan Qi shook her head, feeling that her previous contempt had become extremely stupid. It seems that in this exam, perhaps only Shang Wuji can compete with him. Ji Yujin showed a wry smile. Judging from the energy intensity of the 4th level Yushi, it was far beyond what he could handle. I am afraid that only Shang Wuji can be compared. But now, Ji Yujin is vaguely looking forward to it. Which one is stronger, Shang Wuji's strength or Chen Mo's strength? It was at this time that everyone understood why Shang Wuji took the initiative to ask Chen Mo at the school gate. A light that represents incomparable holiness. One represents the extremely violent darkness. Perhaps, these 2 people were born to compete. Under the gaze of countless people, Shang Wuji looked at Chen Mo falling from the sky and smiled lightly. You are strong. I'm looking forward to playing against you. Suppose that Shang Wuji fought against Chen Mo, playfully, just because Chen Mo possessed dark energy. However, Shang Wuji now truly treats Chen Mo as his opponent. Chen Mo's strength is definitely not as simple as it appears. This guy deserves to be his opponent. Suddenly, Shang Wuji stretched out his hand, and in an instant, he wanted to shake hands with Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled softly and stretched out his hand. Shang Wuji, nice to meet you. Shang Wuji said with a smile. Chen Mo nodded. From Shang Wuji's eyes, he saw not only a touch of kindness, but also an astonishing boiling murderous intention. It's so frightening. Looking at the two people shaking hands suddenly, everyone present was stunned and suddenly fell into shock. The scene of Chen Mo using the 4th level of Yushi to kill the purple-black giant eagle, and then shaking hands with Sheng Wuji, was suddenly transmitted to the eyes of the geniuses in the virtual space through the screen. Countless people were shocked by it. After a brief period of frightened silence, what followed was a flood of discussion. My question is, I shouldn't have questioned Chen Mo before. Chen Mo is indeed one of the 4 geniuses. Yeah, I told you a long time ago. Chen Mo is definitely one of the 4 geniuses. Didn't you just slander Chen Mo? I declare that Chen Mo is now my boyfriend for 4 years in college. Oh my god. 4th level Yushi, what a terrifying attack this is. The Dark God. The gazes of countless geniuses were filled with fiery color, and everyone was shocked. When a strong person inexplicably surpasses you, everyone will raise corresponding doubts. However, when that strong man truly shows his terrifying methods in front of you, everyone will admire him. At this moment, Chen Mo is obviously such a representative. And Xiao Wuong, who had slandered Chen Mo, his face turned red at this moment, he was hesitating and he couldn't say a word. Among the 3-person team from Jiangnan province, the 3 looked blankly at the high-spirited Chen Mo on the screen and smiled softly. Look, let me tell you, Chen Mo will definitely win the first place. Li Zunyan spread his hands, looking like he had a chance to win. But in fact, if you look carefully, you can see Li Zunyan's trembling hands. Same, Li Zunyan was almost shocked to death. Okay. Who would have thought that Chen Mo could explode with such terrifying power? That is a 3rd-level flying ferocious beast, and it can be said to be a big killer on the battlefield. In the high school military class, they were warned by their teacher that when encountering flying beasts in the future, they must find corresponding bunkers to avoid them and not blindly confront the enemy. Just because below the level of a 6th-grade master, the threat of ferocious beasts to humans is too great. With the ability to fly and the ability to attack from a distance, the two are superimposed to create an invincible posture. And now, Chen Mo actually killed him instantly with one unique move. What's more, seeing that there's no sweat on that face, it's clear that he didn't use his energy. Thinking of this, Li Zunyan took a breath of cold air. This guy has become so strong. Yan Jinghong also came to his senses at this moment. How long has passed, and Chen Mo has become so terrifying. If Wang Tianming and Long Haoran see this scene, I'm afraid they won't be able to sleep. At the same time, the 3 of them suddenly discovered that there were a series of startling eyes around them, heading towards the 3 people from Jiangnan province. This includes shock, surprise, fear, respect, etc. The 3 of them knew that Chen Mo was almost responsible for all of this. I still remember that when the 3 of them were complaining about the lack of attention in Jiangnan province at the school gate, Chen Mo told them that the entire Jiangnan province would attract attention. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo really did it. And when the attention came one after another, everyone's faces were a little proud, but also a little shy. However, they feel really happy. I haven't felt this good in a long time. If it were spread back to Jiangnan province, it would probably cause an earth-shaking shock. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the deans of the 4 major colleges looked at Chen Mo in the video with fascination. Ji Yu Linghan pointed at Chen Mo sideways and looked at Lin Zhanfang. You said this is a 2nd-grade mid-level warrior. Tell me honestly what level Chen Mo's dark power is. In an instant, the deans of the 3 major colleges immediately realized that they were not fools. How could a mere 2nd-grade mid-level warrior unleash such terrifying power? Is this definitely an SS-level ability? Yes, they had observed each student's file before they entered school, but on Chen Mo's file, there was only a mediocre SS-level dark power written on it. SS abilities have been available in previous games, but the comprehensive combat power they unleashed is not strong. Therefore, everyone ignored Chen Mo. And now, the talent displayed by Chen Mo is really an SS-level dark talent. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Lin Zhanfang chuckled. It is indeed not SS-level, but SSS-level dark divine body. SSS-level dark god body. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other in shock. They were really waved by Lin Zhanfang this time. They previously thought that Lin Zhanfang was attracted to Chen Mo, so they made an exception and applied for him to compete for the immortal weapon. As a result, it turns out to be an SSS-level dark divine body, so that's not surprising. No, he is not only the SSS dark divine body, he also masters a kind of lightning power. Shen Tai from Yudian Academy reacted. The lightning power awakened by the SSS-level dark god body must be at least S-level or above. Otherwise, the combination will not have this effect, said Shang Tianj from Lingtian Academy. Suddenly, the entire control room was in shock. SSS-level dark god body plus S-level lightning power. This Chen Mo is definitely an unprecedented monster. Yes, in the minds of the three deans, Chen Mo's talent has surpassed that of a top genius and reached the level of a monster. Looking at the astonished expressions of the three people, Lin Zhanfeng felt very happy. I told a few of you to look down on Chen Mo from the beginning. However, the next moment, what Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zongtian College, said completely threw the three of them into chaos. It's more than just two talents. There is also a gift of understanding that is not weaker than mine. In an instant, everyone, including Huo Shu, looked closely at Xing Tianyi. Those eyes that were as wide as a brass bell seemed to be saying three words, "Are you sure?" However, Xing Tianyi smiled softly. I'm 100% sure. You know, intelligence talents are almost impossible to detect. However, it can be felt by warriors who also have the gift of understanding. You also know that the reason why I can practice Zongtian Academy's peerless martial arts is precisely because I have SS-level Tianqi talent. Now it seems that Chen Mo's understanding talent should be on par with mine. Suddenly, the entire monitoring room fell into absolute silence. SSS-level dark god body plus S-level lightning power plus no less than SS-level understanding talent. So how many surprises does Chen Mo want to give them? The next moment, Ji Yu Linghan suddenly said, Old Xing, I will give you the elixir I have, and then Chen Mo will belong to our Tongtian Academy. As for the fight for the immortal weapon, our academy also allows it. Chen Mo, it's worth going to the battle for immortal weapons. Suddenly, the deans of the four major colleges became noisy. Shen Tai of Yudian Academy said, You fart. Chen Mo's talent is definitely suitable for our Yudian Academy, so he should come to our Yudian Academy. Shang Tianj from Lingtian Academy was also anxious. Our Lingtian Academy specializes in speed training, which is also suitable for Chen Mo. The corner of Xing Tianyi's mouth from Zongtian College twitched. He remembered that these people used unknown faces to suppress Chen Mo at first. Now we know Chen Mo's talent. Each one of them changes his face faster than a Peking opera singer. Everyone looked surprised. You must know that Chen Mo's realm at this moment is only in the middle of the second level, and he has not yet unleashed his strongest combat power. If you go all out, how strong can you be? If you throw this dark horse into the battle for the immortal weapon, will there be even more brilliant results? For example, can Chen Mo obtain the ownership of the fairy weapon as a freshman? This is really exciting. Lin Zhanfeng looked at the deans of the four major colleges in front of him and sighed. Why is this scene so similar to the directors of the three major admissions offices competing for Chen Mo? However, this scene is probably even bigger. However, at this moment, Huo Shu smiled softly and waved his hand. Okay, don't worry. When the battle to defend the city is over, then let's fight for it, right? They are still taking exams now. Huo Shu smiled and said, There are a few big guys coming next, I'm going to give them to them. For a moment, everyone looked at Huo Shu, and Huo Shu smiled strangely and said three words. Mutation level. The bloody battlefield on the virtual helmet. The 36 teenagers were obviously a little excited. Just now, they had just clearly understood the horror of Chen Mo. Now, standing at the front are Chen Mo, Ji Yujin, Lan Qi, and Sheng Wuji. Yes, the geniuses believe that with Chen Mo's strength, he deserves to be at the front. However, at this moment, two monstrous pressures surged out of the black mist. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. When looking at the figure climbing out of the terrifying black mist, the faces of some geniuses suddenly turned pale. In the endless darkness, two mammoth ferocious beasts like steel tanks were slowly stepping out. With every step he took, the earth suddenly collapsed and cracked open countless cracks. The huge power shrouded everyone like it covered the sky and the sun. That's a third-grade high-level mutant mammoth. Why did mammoths appear in the city defense battle? I heard that this mammoth can only be solved with cannonballs. Even if it doesn't work, a 4th level warrior will need to take action. It's over. It really strengthens us people. Feeling the sudden momentum from the mammoth, everyone's hearts suddenly stopped for a moment. There is no other reason than that the mutated mammoth is too powerful. And behind the 2 mutated mammoths, dozens of 3rd level ferocious beasts followed closely, roaring loudly towards them. Roar. The loud sound reverberated, causing eardrum pain. Away from the screen, most geniuses are already feeling uneasy. The mutated mammoth not only has amazing combat power, but even the roar it emits can have a certain attack effect. It's over. What a disaster for those talented people. Yes, I heard from my uncle that mammoths are the most difficult to deal with among low-grade ferocious beasts, let alone this mutated mammoth. It seems that the test for geniuses is 10 times stronger than that for geniuses like us. Otherwise, how can we call them geniuses? It's just that I don't know who can solve the 2 mutated mammoths. It should be Chen Mo and Sheng Wuji, right? One person said. Yes, I am afraid that only 2 people can solve such a mutated 3rd-grade high-level mammoth, and Ji Yujin and Lan Qi are a little behind. For a moment, everyone became quiet. They had natural belief in Sheng Wuji. As for Chen Mo, they naturally have great expectations. You must know that it is now a land battle, and the Yushi that Chen Mo used before may only be effective against the sky. If it goes to land, it is estimated that it will be difficult to destroy the defense of the mutated mammoth. But I'm not sure if they have any trump cards. So, with all kinds of expectations, everyone's eyes were focused on the screen again. On the virtual battlefield, the geniuses could already feel the vibrations of the earth. At the front, Chen Mo and Sheng Wuji stood side by side. Shall I deal with the one on the right? Sheng Wuji said. A fighting spirit flashed across his eyes, and this fighting spirit was not only a declaration of war against the mutated mammoth, but also a declaration of war against Chen Mo. You must know that holy light powers and dark powers are distinct, and they are often opposite sides. Therefore, Sheng Wuji did not want to admit that he was weaker than Chen Mo. Not to mention, Sheng Wuji's arrogance in his bones will never let Sheng Wuji think that he is weaker than Chen Mo. After hearing this, Chen Mo nodded. Okay. Then, Chen Mo turned his head and looked at all the geniuses including Ji Yujin and Lan Qi. I'll leave the rest to you. Ji Yujin and Lan Qi looked at each other and could only do this. In front of the mutated mammoth, they have no confidence in defeating them. And if you are aggressive and choose a ferocious opponent that is not suitable for you, it is likely to increase the damage rate of the city defense. This is absolutely undesirable. Suddenly, Chen Mo suddenly smiled and said, "Can you help me with that big gun? I want it to be longer and thicker." Gun. Everyone was stunned. Could Chen Mo still use a gun? You know, since Chen Mo came to the group war, he has never been seen using a gun. Even if it is the giant gun condensed by the terrifying dark giant hand, everyone only thinks it is a way of attack. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo could actually use a gun. However, everyone is curious whether Chen Mo's marksmanship has reached the subtle level. Soon, a person quickly threw a 3-meter 5-meter giant gun. The huge silver gun turned into a meteor and shot towards Chen Mo. Looking at the ever-expanding spear in his eyes, Chen Mo smiled softly, turned sideways, and in an instant, grabbed the huge handle of the gun in his hand. In an instant, Chen Mo's temperament suddenly changed drastically. If Chen Mo before was like a black hole with the pressure of thunder wrapped in the depths, then at this moment, Chen Mo has turned into an amazing giant spear with soaring energy, standing on the spot like a mountain. This guy really knows how to use a gun. One of them said in disbelief as his pupils shrank. Sheng Wuji glanced at Chen Mo and was slightly shocked. He originally thought that Chen Mo only had strong supernatural talents, but he didn't expect that he even had superb martial arts talents. You know, after ordinary people practice supernatural powers, it will be difficult for them to practice martial arts. It is difficult to cultivate superpowers when practicing martial arts. I didn't expect this guy to practice both at the same time. But, even if Chen Mo is like this, doesn't he, Sheng Wuji, have such ability? He can also learn martial arts at the micro level. Concentrating his mind, Sheng Wuji looked at the mutated mammoth in the distance, who can kill faster. Hearing Sheng Wuji's voice, everyone was stunned and looked at Chen Mo, who had an indifferent face, and the latter smiled softly, "Come on. It just so happens that I haven't used marksmanship for a long time. I want to practice my skills with this ferocious beast." Just then, a loud voice sounded. Roar! In front of the black mist, the two mutated mammoths, accompanied by countless ferocious beasts, suddenly charged forward. Their huge power made the earth turn over like an earth dragon. Boom! Superior! In an instant, countless geniuses turned into phantoms and quickly jumped into the battle, fighting with countless ferocious beasts. And at the two ends of the center of the battle, in front of the two mutated mammoths, there was actually a thin figure standing on each side. Looking at the mammoth beast in front of him, Shang Wuji's face was solemn and he suddenly raised his hands. Holy light glory armor. Suddenly, countless rays of holy light climbed up his body like air dragons, and then quickly condensed layers of thick holy light armor around his figure. This holy light armor immediately attracted the attention of countless people. "So strong," a genius exclaimed. Then, Shang Wuji suddenly raised his hands high, and in an instant, two long swords wrapped in holy light suddenly appeared in his robe-covered hands. In an instant, the temperament of Shang Wuji's figure had undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole person is like a long sword that reaches the sky, standing on the battlefield. Countless people were shocked by this. Shang Wuji's swordsmanship has actually reached the subtle level. Oh my god, it's hidden too deeply. Holy crap. I watched his college entrance examination videos, and he didn't use any of them. It seems that he was forced by the mutated mammoth. No, I wasn't forced by the mutated mammoth, I was forced by Chen Mo. Amid countless people's exclamations, Shang Wuji glanced at Chen Mo. He looked at the surprise that flashed across Chen Mo's eyes. And what he wants is this effect. Come on, Chen Mo. Next, there will be something even more shocking for you. Chapter 41. Looking at the mutated mammoth in front of him, the corner of Shang Wuji's mouth curved slightly. Holy light sword destruction. I saw Shang Wuji murmuring softly, and his hands were drawn out like lightning, and in an instant, they fell on one of the mutated mammoths. Boom! In the astonished eyes of countless people, the mutated mammoth instantly flew out under the impact of the holy light sword. The huge body wailed, and a bloodstain appeared on the surface of the skin. Holy crap! Isn't this too strong? The swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of micro level. Brother Saint's hidden secret turns out to be here. It's over. Now that mutated mammoth is really going to be killed by him. Chen Mo's bet is going to fail. You know, the mutant mammoth's defense is extremely powerful. However, Shang Wuji was able to use the power of his two swords to forcefully fly the mutated mammoth away. It even left scars on the surface of the mutated mammoth's skin. What a terrifying strength this is. You know, some 4th grade first level warriors are extremely troublesome with this mutated mammoth. But under Shang Wuji's response, he actually seemed so relaxed. Sometimes people have to admit how big the gap is between them. On the other side is the battlefield between Chen Mo and the mutated mammoth. When it comes to Chen Mo, even Shang Wuji's eyes are all betting in the direction of Chen Mo. They are all looking forward to how these top dark horse geniuses will perform. However, when they looked in the direction of Chen Mo, everyone's eyes suddenly stopped in place. In an instant, goosebumps appeared on the skin of many geniuses. In the direction of Chen Mo, I saw a spear climbing up the endless darkness and light of thunder. The terrifying pressure suddenly condensed in the giant gun. And Chen Mo, wearing black armor, stood tall in front of the mutated mammoth, with his black hair dancing wildly, like a general standing on an ancient battlefield. An astonishing spear intent erupted like a volcano that had not erupted for thousands of years, shocking countless people. What spread out from Chen Mo's body was actually the embryonic form of gun intention. What is the prototype of gun intention? That's something that only a monster who has reached the level of his true self in marksmanship can comprehend it. Whenever someone is able to reach the stage of his true self in his spear skills, he will be able to understand the prototype of the supreme spear intention. Once you understand this, the spear you use will be several times more effective than before. Many martial arts geniuses pursue something that is difficult to achieve throughout their lives. And now, they actually saw it on Chen Mo. Is this guy really a genius? A genius said in disbelief. Everyone was shocked by this. The prototype of the spear intent spread out like a tide. Lan Qi and Ji Yujin immediately felt it and stared at Chen Mo with eyes like bells. What a monster, Lan Qi said with a bitter smile. How can I compare to this? Ji Yujin was slightly startled. As for Sheng Wuji, he clenched the two swords in his hands tightly at this moment, and an extremely uncomfortable feeling of loss faintly passed through his heart. The true self-level marksmanship is an extra level higher than his micro-level swordsmanship. And the level of true self is what Sheng Wuji has been pursuing hard. How terrifying is this guy's talent? In the virtual space, geniuses from 54 provinces were dumbfounded when they saw the aura emanating from Chen Mo. My mind goes blank. The entire venue fell into silence again because of Chen Mo. For a long time, the sound of gulping saliva sounded one after another. My true self-level marksmanship. This guy actually has such attainments in terms of martial arts talent. With the terrifying dual talents, coupled with the true self-level marksmanship, this is the top genius. No, this is the level of a monster. We have such terrifying players in this class. The most shocking thing is that this monster actually comes from Jiangnan province, which was almost at the bottom of the list. While everyone looked shocked, some people's faces turned as red as a monkey's butt. For example, Xiao Wuang and Guo Fengyu, when they thought of the harsh words they had said to Chen Mo before, they couldn't help but want to slap themselves 2 or 3 times. How could I be so mean back then? And just then, in an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly looked towards the 3 people from Jiangnan province. And Yan Jinghong, Li Zunyan, and Yi Kong also fell into a huge shock. No, Chen Mo's marksmanship has exceeded the level of his true self. Li Zunyan was dumbfounded. You know, Chen Mo had previously faced off against him in the Battle Royale mode, and his exquisite marksmanship had already made him feel desperate. And now, Chen Mo actually showed off his true self-level marksmanship. How long has it been since? It's only been a month, right? The speed at which this guy becomes stronger is truly terrifying. What a monster. Yan Jinghong cursed secretly. A month ago, he was not so scary. Brother Chen is so awesome. Yi Kang's eyes were about to have little stars popping out. As everyone was shocked, even the leaders in the control room suddenly looked at each other. If what Xing Tianyi of Zongtian College said before was still somewhat doubtful. But after Chen Mo showed his true self-level marksmanship, this idea suddenly disappeared and was completely wiped out. I definitely have the gift of understanding, Ji Yu Linghan said firmly. Triple talent. Triple talent. This is rare in the history of mankind. Shen Tai became excited. My true self-level marksmanship, understanding the rudimentary form of spear intention, this alone is enough to be worthy of the appearance of a monster. Shang Tianzhi's eyes narrowed. What's more, Chen Mo's realm is only in the middle of the 2nd level. The middle of the 2nd grade. Understand the true self-level marksmanship. Suddenly, the 4 deans, including Lin Zhanfeng and Huo Shu, felt their scalps go numb. You must know that they were only able to barely come into contact with the martial arts at the true self level when they were 5th grade warriors. Contact with a 2nd grade warrior. Among 2nd level warriors, they can't even imagine entering micro-level martial arts. Chen Mo, you must come to our academy. Suddenly, the eyes of the deans of the 4 major colleges shone brightly, and they wished they could take Chen Mo into their pockets on the spot. Such strength, even among sophomores, it is the limit of average. If you participate in the competition for immortal weapons, I'm afraid there won't be any problems. Maybe that's where Chen Mo's real stage is. And Lin Zhanfeng also felt joy in his heart. The 3 talented monsters. If Yi Xingqian and Qin Zan knew that they missed this kind of monster, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. At this time, Huo Shu, who was the vice principal, smiled and said, Lin Zhanfeng's investment this time is really a wise one. But everyone, you can also take a closer look at the strength of Chen Mo's prototype spear spirit. Isn't it too late to make a decision? For a moment, everyone focused their attention on it again. On the screen, Chen Mo's black hole-like pupils suddenly opened wide. As those black hole-like eyes opened, Chen Mo's aura at this moment also reached its peak. Buzz. The air dragons composed of countless dark thunders were all lingering around him. The whole person seemed to be coated with a layer of dark thunderous light, and strange rune patterns appeared on both sides of his cheeks. It was at this moment that the mutated mammoth on the opposite side seemed to sense a huge threat. The mutated mammoth roared and rushed towards Chen Mo with the pressure of a steel tank. Boom, boom. In the astonished eyes of countless people, huge cracks were created on the ground by the mutated mammoth, making countless people feel the horror of its power. Looking at the mutated mammoth that was constantly enlarging in his sight, Chen Mo just smiled softly. Ants. But the noise caused was still quite loud. At this moment, the dark thunder spear in Chen Mo's hand, like a long dragon, suddenly pierced the mutated mammoth's head. Buzz. The spear carrying the power of the dark thunder combined with the spear intention generated by the true self-level marksmanship, the momentum of the giant dark thunder spear is as terrifying as a storm. In an instant, this spear tore through the air. In an instant, the terrifying spear tip was pressed against the head of the mutated mammoth. Then, the giant dark thunder spear completely pierced the head of the mutated mammoth like a piece of wood. The entire mutated mammoth was split into two halves in an instant, and countless blood surged and splashed, making the earth covered with warm blood. This mutated beast that made countless people tremble was killed by Chen Mo with a single shot in just a split second. This guy, isn't he too fierce? A genius. Legs were slightly weak. Who would have thought that Chen Mo could actually explode with such terrifying power? No one thought of it. The terrifying dark thunder energy and the true self-level marksmanship talent, no matter if they are displayed individually on the body of an ordinary genius, they will cause a shock in a province. But at this moment, the two of them converged on the same figure. Suddenly, everyone felt like they had something stuck in their throats. There are no adjectives to describe Chen Mo's terror. At this moment, Ji Yujin and Lan Qi also slightly stopped killing the beast. Ji Yujin smiled bitterly. I'm not as good as him. This is the first time he has voluntarily admitted defeat in front of others. You know, he was born in the Ji family, and at the same time, he was regarded as the top talent in the provincial capital #1 middle school, and he was envied by everyone. But in front of Chen Mo, his title of genius seemed fake. Chen Mo, I guess he can compete with the guy who is #1 in the capital, right? Lan Qi smacked her lips and said in disbelief. You know, Lan Qi is the second best genius in the capital, and the #1 genius is known as the most terrifying monster in recent years. However, comparing that monster to Chen Mo, Lan Qi felt that the monster pales in comparison. For the Lan family in Kyoto, this is already an extremely terrifying compliment. And on the other side, Shang Wuji's hands were trembling slightly. He looked at the mutated mammoth that was instantly killed by Chen Mo with one move, and his mind was a little confused. How can it be? Chen Mo is really stronger than me. And, he's actually a little bit stronger than me. You know, the purpose of Shang Wuji choosing Xuanyuan Martial Arts University is to get the first place in the entrance examination, win the competition from the 4 major colleges, and win the praise of countless people. But now, Chen Mo, who has dark powers, is completely ahead of him. Shocking, stunned, incredible, all kinds of emotions poured into Shang Wuji's heart. Faintly, there was a feeling of broken Taoist heart in Shang Wuji's heart. Since his birth, Shang Wuji has never thought that he could lose to anyone. But in Chen Mo, he actually felt a sense of frustration that he had never experienced before. Just now, he was proud of leaving a wound on the mutated mammoth with a sword, but now he can kill the mutated mammoth instantly with one shot. The difference between the two is as big as clouds and mud. This is nothing compared to shit. All the pride that Shang Wuji had in the past was completely shattered here. However, before Shang Wuji could think more, he saw the mutated mammoth in front of him suddenly stand up. The bulging eyes seemed to be filled with blood due to Shang Wuji's sword slash or the death of his companions. In just an instant, the mutated mammoth rushed towards Shang Wuji. The huge body is like a steel tank, bringing a devastating blow to Shang Wuji. It's over. Shang Wuji's face turned pale and his heart trembled. His attention had just been attracted by Chen Mo. At this moment, the ferocious mammoth attacked him, and Shang Wuji didn't even react. But when he noticed that he wanted to raise his sword with both hands, it was already too late. The mutated mammoth rushed over, its steel-hard head hitting Shang Wuji like a tide. And just then, a faint murmur suddenly resounded throughout the world. Dark thunder throwing spear. I saw Chen Mo exhaling a breath of turbid air, and his figure was like a spring, bending down suddenly with flexibility. Immediately afterwards, the 5-meter giant gun suddenly came out. Boom! The huge spear completely tore through the air and exploded towards the mutated mammoth attacking Shang Wuji. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Chen Mo's spear suddenly pierced the mutated mammoth's head, and with a pop, the whole head suddenly exploded. The second mutated mammoth died. The entire battlefield fell silent. Whether it was the mutated ferocious beast simulated by the virtual space or the geniuses from the city guard, they couldn't help but feel sluggish all over. What kind of monster is this guy? Destroy 2 mutated mammoths with 2 shots. Is this really from the same class as us? Is this really a second-grade warrior? Is this really from Jiangnan province and not the illegitimate son of a certain military boss? All the geniuses made a roaring sound. The group of ferocious beasts seemed to have noticed Chen Mo's terror, and they all took a breath of cold air, and ran out of the black mist again with their trembling bodies. Gaowu's artificial intelligence simulation is the most advanced thing on the entire Blue Star. Because it is almost a 100% simulation of the intelligence of the ferocious beast. But now, these ferocious beasts were so scared that they backed away because they were afraid of Chen Mo. No genius has ever thought about this. However, they knew that the reason for this was precisely because Chen Mo was standing on this battlefield. Are you okay? Chen Mo stepped over and stood in front of Shang Wuji. Looking at Chen Mo's handsome face, Shang Wuji was stunned and showed a wry smile. Really are. Turn out to be. I'm really not as good as you. All the geniuses looked shocked. Because it was hard for them to imagine that Shang Wuji actually said such words to Chen Mo. You know, Shang Wuji's strength has always been considered the best among the freshmen of the entire Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. And the combat prowess he showed in the college entrance examination naturally made countless people recognize his title. And now, he actually admits that he is weaker than the other party. If it were the past, these geniuses would have shaken their heads and expressed a negative attitude towards this. However, the person Shang Wuji spoke to was Chen Mo. For a moment, everyone just felt that it was right. At this moment, Chen Mo's fighting power is definitely worthy of such a title. After Chen Mo heard Shang Wuji's words, he just smiled softly. You are not bad, you are only a few 100 million points behind me. Billion points. Is that really 100 million points? A rare wry smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face. Chen Mo, at this moment, has become the well-deserved #1 among the freshmen. Along with the spread of the scene of Chen Mo killing 2 mutated ferocious beasts, and Shang Wuji's final wry smile, countless geniuses on the virtual screen suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could reach such a terrifying level? Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could be more powerful than Shang Wuji? Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could actually get the first place among the freshmen of Xuanyuan Martial Arts University today? If someone had told them before that this year's freshman at Xuanyuan Martial Arts University was Chen Mo, they would have only laughed and ridiculed him. But now, almost all of them couldn't laugh anymore. Because, in front of them, there is a terrifying genius who is suppressing them, a group of college entrance examination geniuses from all over the country. Forgive me for being blind before. It's stronger than Shang Wuji, what a fool. I really don't dare to think about it. I want to ask if anyone has Chen Mo's address book. I want to make friends with Chen Mo. I also want to give Chen Mo a monkey. You're such a man. It would be more like it if it were me. Countless voices of discussion were heard, but the tone was full of shock and shock towards Chen Mo. In the corner of the entire viewing area, 3 people from Zhongbei No. 1 middle school were also staring blankly at the picture of Chen Mo on the screen. Brother Chen really won the first place. Yi Kong almost screamed. You know, although Chen Mo has never experienced a real struggle with Shang Wuji, with this mutated mammoth at this moment, he can prove their true level from the side. Shang Wuji's sword left scars. But Chen Mo was able to kill a mutated mammoth with 1 shot. Comparing the two with each other, Chen Mo's horror is clearly visible. Li Zunyan shook his head. I never thought that this guy could really achieve such dazzling results in the entrance exam. Yan Jinghong smacked his lips. I didn't expect it. I guess even Wang Tianming and Long Haoran would never expect it. You know, their province is just the bottom one among the 54 provinces. Historically, it has also occupied the bottom position in entrance examinations. And Yan Jinghong and others are also well aware of their achievements. However, among them, there was such a shining star, who helped them reach the first place in the entire Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. What an amazing achievement! If it spread to Jiangnan Province, the Provincial Education Bureau, various schools, and even Commander Xu Lingyun would be shocked. Waiting for the entrance exam to end, I'm afraid, the news will spread. While countless students were shocked, even Lin Zhanfang, the 4 deans and director of the admissions office in the monitoring room, was in shock. Looking at Chen Mo, who was facing countless respectful glances on the screen, the 4 deans fell into a rare state of calm. After a long time, Ji Yu Linghan looked at Chen Mo closely. Chen Mo has the appearance of a 9th-grade martial king. Shen Tai took a step forward, his eyes shining. No. I think you can hit 10 pieces of martial saint in half a step. Shang Tianj also nodded. 3 talents, SSS-level Dark God plus Thunder talent, and a comprehension talent. Our Xuanyuan Martial Arts University has not seen such a genius in decades. Xing Tianyi said the same. I'm really stunned, this little guy is so strong. At this level, I estimate that I will be around 80 in my sophomore year. Tisk, if those sophomores knew that Chen Mo, a freshman, could compete for immortal weapons, I don't know what their expressions would be like. Everyone was shocked by Chen Mo. You know, in their original view, Chen Mo was just the kid who was lucky enough to win the top prize among the bottom provinces. When they heard Lin Zhanfang talking about giving Chen Mo the immortal weapon to compete for a spot, everyone was so angry that their faces turned red. And now, they were all like wolves and tigers, their eyes were shining, and they wanted to eat Chen Mo. Ji Yu Linghan said, this boy is destined to be with our Tongtian Academy. Shen Tai said angrily, do you want Tongtian Academy to be shameless? You just said that Chen Mo was the most flattering. We at Yutian Academy are also very welcoming. Shang Tianj waved his hand. Stop talking, you two look down on Chen Mo the most. Let me come from Lingtian Academy. Xing Tianyi raised his eyes. We at Zongtian College also want Chen Mo. Just when everyone was about to start a fight over Chen Mo, Lin Zhanfang suddenly coughed lightly. Okay, stop arguing. Next, there is one last battle. It's not too late for you to watch it. Lin Zhanfang chuckled, but the deans of the 4 major colleges turned their heads at the same time. The emergence of the mutated mammoth. Isn't it the highest exam question ever? Is it possible that there is a higher one? Lin Zhanfang spread his hands, stretched out his fingers, and pointed diagonally at Huo Shu. But the latter smiled softly, and then said with a smile, I haven't seen such a genius for a long time, why don't we make it more difficult? Xing Tianyi asked, how difficult are you planning to add a 3rd-grade perfect mutated ferocious beast to give them some practice? Ji Yu Linghan added, it's to train Chen Mo. Now Chen Mo, no one can know Chen Mo's limit. However, the words they heard next made the 4 major colleges startled at the same time. Huo Shudao, I plan to add a ferocious beast lord assessment to Chen Mo. The beast lord is not strong either. In terms of strength, just reach the 3rd level of perfection. The 4 deans were simultaneously caught in the wind and chaos. Holding the 3rd-grade perfect beast lord, test the students who are only in the middle of the 2nd grade. Are you sure this is not a joke? With everyone looking at him in astonishment, Huo Shu touched his beard and then said with a smile. Gaowu Artificial Intelligence System begins the final trial and assessment. Put in, the 3rd-grade perfect sword tiger lord. In terms of coercion, release all. With the flickering light of the screen in front of them, everyone in the monitoring room looked at Chen Mo again. This is the 3rd-grade ferocious beast lord. I don't know Chen Mo. Can it be done? In the virtual battlefield on the screen, all the geniuses fell into cheers. You know, if you get good grades in the entrance exam, you can get more rewards after the entrance exam. This reward is undoubtedly enviable. 0% city defense damage rate, some well-informed students said. This has already broken the final record for this project offered by Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. Therefore, the rewards they receive must be the highest among all years. Thinking of this, the geniuses couldn't help but get excited, but there is no doubt that everyone knows the reason why they can receive these rewards. That is, there is the monster Chen Mo in their team. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but have a little golden light. Before this, no one could have imagined that Chen Mo was so strong. In this world, the strong are respected. As long as they are strong enough, everyone is worthy of respect. And now, all the geniuses have focused everyone's attention on Chen Mo. This exam should be over by now. Sheng Wuji smiled and said, let's fight again after we get out. Chen Mo smiled and said, okay, it would be more fun to fight in real life. Ji Yujin raised his hand. I want to spar with you. Your black armor looks terrifying in terms of defense. Lan Qi jumped and said, although my dark gold flying knife may not be able to break your defense, it will definitely make it difficult for you to defend. Listening to the voices of the three top geniuses, the surrounding geniuses were extremely shocked. Before this, who could have thought that the three top geniuses would act like a challenger to Chen Mo? Nobody. After Chen Mo heard what Ji Yujin and Lan Qi said, he nodded, okay, I'll try again when the time comes. Seeing that Chen Mo was so easy to talk to, the other geniuses were eager to give it a try. At this moment, the faces of all the geniuses suddenly changed, and they immediately looked at the surging black mist. I saw an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spraying out from the black mist. Boom! The terrifying pressure exploded completely, and the eardrums of all the geniuses actually ached under this pressure. What? I heard my senior say that mutant-level ferocious beasts are already the most terrifying test. No, why is there still more? Wait a minute, look at this pressure. Holy shit, what is that? Under the exclamations of countless people, they saw a huge tiger-shaped ferocious beast that was 6 meters in size suddenly stepping out of the surging black mist. The tiger-shaped ferocious beast has an astonishing silvery white color all over its body, and its eyes are blue and devouring. The thing that makes people feel numb the most is the 3 10-meter-long tail swords behind the tiger-shaped beast, hanging on the ground like blades. This is a Lord-level sword tiger. A genius looked pale and suddenly lost his voice. It's still a 3rd grade high-level one. Lord level. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts deeply. You know, ferocious beasts are generally divided into 3 levels: ordinary level, mutant level, and lord level. And the lord-level ferocious beasts are the strongest of all the ferocious beasts with the same attributes and the same realm. Generally speaking, a lord-level ferocious beast is enough to kill the same ferocious beast across levels. Not to mention warriors who are inherently weak in their physical bodies. On the battlefield, when a 3rd-grade lord-level ferocious beast often appears, several 4th-grade first-stage warriors are needed to deal with it. And now, the final test of their city defense exam. It turned out to be a lord-level sword tiger. 1-tail sword, normal level, 2-tail swords, mutant level, 3-tail swords, lord level. The 3-tail swords came out at the same time, making them almost invincible. It's over. The hearts of countless talented people suddenly trembled. Even the faces of top geniuses like Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Ji Yujin showed an unprecedented solemnity. Outside the screen, countless people looked at the sword tiger, and their bodies suddenly trembled. Even through the screen, they can feel the terror of Jianyu. If they were to face such a ferocious beast in the real world, they would be instantly killed upon encounter. Chen Mo and the others are finished. A 3rd-grade high-level lord-level ferocious beast. Unless you are a 4th-grade warrior, no one can defeat it. Oh my god, this entrance exam is too difficult. We are simply the most miserable class ever. Everyone was talking a lot, and their teeth couldn't help but feel sore. Among the 3 people from Jiangnan province, the 3 couldn't help but look at each other, and their faces turned pale. Their highest strength is only in the middle of the 2nd level, and the pressure brought by the lord-level sword tiger is too strong. Yan Jinghong reacted. I suspect this is specially set up for Chen Mo. Li Zunyan nodded. It's possible. Yi Kong said. What should we do, Brother Chen? Isn't it going to be the end? However, Yan Jinghong and Li Zunyan shook their heads at the same time, and their eyes met Chen Mo's eyes on the screen. I can feel that Chen Mo is so confident. Yan Jinghong said. Li Zunyan gave a thumbs up. Although the lord-level sword tiger was indeed very strong, how did he feel that the lord-level sword tiger couldn't defeat Chen Mo? Sword tiger. A perfect 3rd-grade sword tiger. Lao Huo, thank you for being able to get it. Ji Yu Linghan curled his lips. On the battlefield, I guess I have to apply for foreign aid. Xing Tianyi added. Facing the two people talking, Huo Shu just smiled softly. It's not like you don't know that the battlefield is changing rapidly, and any ferocious beast may appear. So don't take it lightly. Otherwise, it is extremely likely to be killed on the spot. I do this for their own good. Look at them. Each one of them defends the city with a 0% damage rate, and they are all cheering. And now, most importantly, I want to see the limits of this little guy Chen Mo. Huo Shu's faint murmur also gained everyone's recognition. You must know that they can become deans and directors, not by growing in a vase, but by actually fighting on the battlefield. The human race is in trouble. Warriors help. As long as warriors graduate from university, they basically have to go to the frontier to kill ferocious beasts. This is everyone's duty. Only, everyone once again focused their attention on the screen. They were curious about whether Chen Mo, who had mastered 3 terrifying talents, could defeat this Lord-level beast. If they can't defeat him, then they can see Chen Mo's ultimate strength. What if we win? They simply couldn't imagine what they would do. And just as they were thinking, on the virtual battlefield, the 3-tailed sword tiger suddenly discovered the geniuses. Then, roar! A terrifying roar of a tiger resounded loudly, causing countless geniuses to feel their blood freeze. This beast lord showed murderous intent towards them. When the huge whistling sound spread, everyone immediately released their supernatural powers, which concentrated on the eardrums. Boom! The terrifying sonic attack created waves of aura, causing some cracks in the earth. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. They looked towards the city wall and saw that the damage rate of the city guard was still at 0%, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This 3-tailed sword tiger is really terrifying. Even the sound waves have an attack effect. It is truly a lord-level ferocious beast that is known as a murder weapon on the battlefield. Let's join forces, Sheng Wuji solemnly said. Now this ferocious beast cannot be solved alone. Ji Yu Jin, Lan Qi and other geniuses also nodded. They knew that the lord-level ferocious beast in front of them was really strong. Immediately, they looked at Chen Mo. After Chen Mo showed his extraordinary strength, the center of the entire team unconsciously turned towards Chen Mo. However, the next moment, what Chen Mo said made all of their faces suddenly freeze. I think this ferocious beast should be prepared for me. I'll do it alone. Chen Mo smiled softly, holding a giant dark thunder spear and wearing light dark thunder armor, and came to the front of the entire team. Everyone suddenly froze, looking at Chen Mo's back with shock on their faces. They didn't expect that Chen Mo would dare to take action alone when facing a lord-level beast. How confident is this guy in his own strength? Is it possible that Chen Mo really has the means to contend with this ferocious beast? They don't know and can't believe it. However, there was a faint expectation in their hearts that Chen Mo could defeat the beast lord alone. At this moment, Sheng Wuji spoke. Chen Mo, are you sure? Sheng Wuji said. Yes. Chen Mo nodded lightly, the hurricane blowing his black hair wildly, and his robes rustling. I also want to use my true strength. Use some real strength. Everyone felt their scalps tingling. Is it possible that Chen Mo never used his true strength before? How can it be? How much more does Chen Mo have hidden? Whether it was Sheng Wuji, Ji Yu Jin, Lan Qi, or the 33 geniuses, they were all shocked after hearing these words. Finally, Sheng Wuji said, back off. Leave it to Chen Mo himself. Ji Yu Jin said solemnly, Chen Mo, if you lose, remember to call us. Lan Qi said seriously, I will also help you. And just as everyone finished their words and gradually retreated, Chen Mo gradually turned his head and smiled lightly at them. Please believe me, I want to nail the corpse of that ferocious beast to this earth. Buzz. Black mist is rolling in, and on the vast land, only Chen Mo and the 3-tailed sword tiger are standing. The terrifying pressure was like a tide, colliding like heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were directed towards Chen Mo, showing complex expressions of anticipation, shock, fear, etc. Before this, everyone thought that there would be a group war that would shock the world. But now, Chen Mo is fighting this battle alone. He's so confident. Confidence is both a good thing and a bad thing. If I were Chen Mo, I would never be so trustworthy and let all the geniuses take action together. If it fails, then Chen Mo will be the sinner of the 35 geniuses. But at this moment, Yan Jinghong took the initiative to stand up. So, you are not Chen Mo, and you don't have Chen Mo's confidence. Li Zunyan smiled and said, I said, Chen Mo is the strongest, bar none. Yi Kong raised his hands. I, Brother Chen, am invincible. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but froze slightly, and their words to the three people contained countless complex emotions. Some people expect that Chen Mo can defeat the Beast Lord and successfully complete the entrance exam. Some people also expect that Chen Mo will be slapped to pieces by the Beast Lord, which will satisfy their dark hearts. However, in the end, everyone's eyes were on Chen Mo. On the virtual battlefield, the three-tailed sword tiger looked at Chen Mo in front of him, and a humane sneer appeared on his terrifying and sharp head. The ferocious beast simulated by Gaowu's artificial intelligence system is almost 100% restored. The Lord-level ferocious beast already has the intelligence of a human child of about 10 years old. Feeling the aura of a second-grade middle-level warrior coming from Chen Mo's body, even the three-tailed sword tiger couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. How dare such a human being in front of me dare to be so arrogant? Isn't this Chun Chun coming to deliver food to him? Thinking of this, the hair on the three-tailed sword tiger's body was already standing on end, and an astonishing killing intent burst out from its snow-white vertical pupils. Roar! Along with a huge roar, the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly stepped out of the ground, and the huge force suddenly burst out, causing the earth to shatter and create countless cracks. Immediately afterwards, the three-tailed sword tiger rushed towards Chen Mo like a steel chariot. What a fast speed! A genius exclaimed. He has mastered the top S-class storm talent, and his speed is already among the best among the geniuses. However, in his opinion, he was not even half as good as the three-tailed sword tiger in front of him. Chen Mo is in danger. In the blink of an eye, the three-tailed sword had arrived in front of Chen Mo. It opened its fangs and opened its mouth and let out an astonishing roar. Then, the three-tailed swords behind him were like meteors, suddenly spurting out tsunami-like energy and throwing them towards Chen Mo. Yes, the three-tailed sword tiger's tail sword attack is his most terrifying method. The three terrifying tail swords suddenly tore through the air and stabbed towards Chen Mo fiercely. Laugh! Suddenly, the tail sword was already 10 feet away from Chen Mo. Looking at the three tail swords that were constantly enlarging in his sight, excitement suddenly appeared on Chen Mo's face, which was wrapped in a chuckle. In his heart, a fighting spirit that had not appeared for a long time suddenly passed through him. It turns out that such an opponent is worthy of his true action. In an instant, an energy that was enough to make all the talented people present burst out in an instant. Boom! The huge dark thunder energy, wrapped in thunder and darkness, suddenly surrounded Chen Mo, forming a circle with a radius of half a meter. Then, this vast circle like a mountain suddenly exploded into the sky with a terrifying dark thunder pillar. Boom! The terrifying beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing the entire land to tremble slightly. And the pupils of the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly began to shrink. Under this terrifying energy, an absolute sense of crisis suddenly passed through the heart of the three-tailed sword tiger. This human being in front of me. How could such a strong energy wave erupt? What the hell is this power? The three-tailed sword tiger's heart raised a horrifying question. Looking at the huge energy column in front of him, the three-tailed sword tiger quickly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, he strategically retreated dozens of meters. And on the vast battlefield in front of us, the dark thunder energy column is still surging. Even the black fog on the horizon seems to be connected with Chen Mo. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying energy column expanded again, as if it wanted to occupy everything in front of it. Countless geniuses suddenly felt their scalps numb, and their blood seemed to have completely solidified at this moment. No, tell me, is Chen Mo really in the middle of the second rank? The energy intensity that burst out must be at the beginning of the fourth grade. The middle stage of the second stage explodes with the energy of the first stage of the fourth stage. No, is this a monster? Under the energy column erupted by Chen Mo in front of them, everyone's genius faces showed a wry smile. In front of such a genius, what else do they have to fight for? Why do they compete? It's so simple, there's no need to compare. Based on the intensity of energy alone, Chen Mo might be able to kill them all instantly without even using his true self-level marksmanship. But in the eyes of the three top geniuses, it was a different scene. Looking at this dark energy pillar, Ji Yu-jin smiled softly. Maybe, sometimes there are some monsters that we can't compare to. Lan Qi sighed. If Chen Mo comes to the capital, I guess the number one scholar in the capital will also be his. Sheng Wuji was slightly startled. The number one scholar in your capital is not as good as Chen Mo. In terms of energy intensity, I'm afraid it really can't compare. Lan Qi said seriously. In an instant, the three top geniuses took a breath of cold air at the same time. They knew that the number one in this entrance exam was really none other than Chen Mo. This guy is really too strong. Is that Lord level, 3rd grade high level three-tailed sword tiger really Chen Mo's opponent? ... When the screen opened, countless people were still completely shocked by this dark lightning energy beam. No one dared to imagine that Chen Mo could explode with such energy. Chen Mo's burst of energy is a bit inferior to that of my martial arts teacher. You can actually be the principal of a middle school in the county. You just entered school. I'm sorry, brother Chen Mo. I shouldn't have called you weak just now. I'm trying to compete with you. Accompanied by the shocking sound of countless people howling, the entire viewing venue suddenly cast fiery glances at Chen Mo. Everyone has a certain attribute of Mu Chang, but at this moment, everyone's eyes looking at Chen Mo were as bright as fire. There was no other reason. The shock Chen Mo gave them was really terrifying. Let me just say, Chen Mo is very strong. At this moment, Yan Jinghong and the others straightened their backs proudly, scanning the surroundings with domineering eyes. Everyone around them had no objections. You know, if they had a big brother who was like Chen Mo, they would probably be even more arrogant than these three people. In the monitoring room, the 6 people were stunned on the spot. They looked at the dark beam of light erupted by Chen Mo in disbelief. Who can unleash such pressure at the 2nd grade warrior stage? Even Ji Yu Linghan, who had already become an 8th grade martial master, couldn't help but completely lose his composure amid all this. No, Shen Tai exclaimed on the spot. This guy has the most terrifying talent I have ever seen. Shang Tianj also lost his composure. This combat power can catch up with the top-level sophomores. They have reached the position of upper level and lower level, Xing Tianyi said. None of them dared to imagine that Chen Mo could actually burst out with such power at this moment. Looking at the astonished expressions of everyone, even Lin Zhanfang, who had already stirred up huge waves in his heart, couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and smiled. Why this expression? When I just said that I would give Chen Mo a chance to fight for the immortal weapon, why did you all look so angry and resistant? What now? At this moment, the cheeks of the 4 deans were extremely rosy. They roared crazily in their hearts, knowing that Chen Mo had such strength. How could they say anything? No wonder even the principal didn't have any objections when he knew that Chen Mo had the qualifications to compete for immortal weapons in advance. If only the sophomore boys knew that this terrifying junior was here to compete with them. I guess you all feel a little pressure, right? However, with Chen Mo's strength, it is still too difficult to reach the top 10 in the battle for immortal weapons. But that's the top 10, representing the strongest genius level among sophomores. If he had been practicing for another year, how terrifying would the strength Chen Mo had shown become? No one can imagine it. Okay, calm down, don't be shocked, look at the screen. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned towards the screen in unison, and what appeared in the next moment made countless people's pupils shrink suddenly. I saw the terrifying dark thunder pillar in front of the vast city wall. A thin figure slowly walked out of the dark lightning beam. The next moment, terrifying dark thunder dragons surged out from all around this thin figure. Boom! The air dragon surged into the sky, completely tearing apart the air around it. Everyone suddenly looked towards the thin figure, and immediately, everyone froze on the spot. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chen Mo's dark thunder light armor had completely disappeared and turned into streaks of dark thunder liquid. And the dark thunder liquid flowing on the surface of Chen Mo's skin, if it were as flexible as a real thing, could actually surge throughout the body with Chen Mo's breathing. Under the endless wind and waves, Chen Mo's black hair danced wildly in the air, and the terrifying dark liquid was already attached to his arms. A strange rune suddenly formed on one side of Chen Mo's cheek, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Fear, horrible, shocking. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, and suddenly felt a rush of cold air from the soles of their feet to their heads. None of them imagined that Chen Mo could burst out with such terrifying energy. Chen Mo looked at the dark thunder liquid swimming in his palm and smiled lightly. Is this the initial form of the nine heavens dark thunder divine body? Pity, it can only condense an energy block the size of an arm. Feeling the power surging within his body, Chen Moxu squinted his eyes. At this moment, he only felt 8 words. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. Yes, there is also a ferocious beast that pulls its crotch, which we need to deal with. Chen Mo raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes that were like black holes. Then, with a sarcastic gaze, he looked at the 3-tailed sword cat in the distance with a solemn tiger face. Chao Sui, I said, I'm going to put you on the ground with a gun. Buzz. Along with the spread of this murmuring sound, an invisible circle of darkness also spread out. Countless people were shocked. Chen Mo's murmur spread throughout the audience. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the eyes of that lord-level ferocious beast suddenly became as wide as they have ever been. At this moment, he didn't know that the human being in front of him was ridiculing him. Roar! Suddenly, the 3-tailed sword tiger roared towards the sky, trying to use the pressure of its lord-level ferocious beast to frighten the human in front of it. However, his intimidation had no effect. What greeted him was still a look of contempt, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. Kill him. The 3-tailed sword tiger's heart suddenly burst out with lava-like anger. In an instant, all the snow-white hair on his body turned blood red. His huge 6-meter body once again expanded to a full 7-meter size, which was as scary as a 3-story building. Boom! Under countless fearful gazes, the 3-tailed sword tiger stood up in full force. Its huge body was unusually flexible, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chen Mo. The 3-tailed swords erupted with completely different terrifying power at this moment, and could pierce almost anything that stood in front of the 3-tailed sword tiger. However, looking at the 3-tailed sword tiger rushing in front of him, Chen Mo said calmly. Dark thunder cut. 4 simple words. However, the dark thunder liquid between Chen Mo's arms twisted rapidly. In an instant, this dark thunder liquid stretched out like a tentacle, condensing 2 giant blades in the air at lightning speed. Then, the giant blade fell, splitting the endless air. At the same time, it also cut off the 3-tailed swords of the 3-tailed sword tiger like a beast. Blood splashed everywhere, and the 3-tailed sword tiger let out an astonishing howl. A pair of silver-white eyes were filled with incredible bloodshot eyes on the spot. Killed the tail sword with one move. All the geniuses felt their scalps numb. However, this is not enough. Looking at the frightened 3-tailed sword tiger, Chen Mo smiled softly. Chen Mo, please die. In an instant, the dark thunder liquid in Chen Mo's hands changed again. In an instant, it swam behind Chen Mo, and then, a pair of dark thunder arms that looked like peerless pythons suddenly appeared. Then, 2 7-meter giant spears suddenly appeared in the palm of this dark thunder hand. The terrifying spear condensed darkness and thunder, erupting with an aura that could annihilate all things. Then, under the horrified gaze of the 3-tailed sword tiger, these 2 giant hidden thunder spears suddenly struck from the left and right sides. The giant dark thunder spear was like bursting out into an uninhabited land, forcibly piercing the skin of the 3-tailed sword tiger, and with overwhelming pressure, it pierced the 3-tailed sword tiger alive. However, this is not enough. The spear that penetrated deeply was like a skewer, completely piercing the body of the 3-tailed sword tiger, and then inserted into the earth. Huge energy exploded, and deep pits appeared across the entire land. Countless dust mist erupted, covering Chen Mo's body as well. What happened? The sounds of swallowing saliva suddenly resounded in the throats of every genius, and all the geniuses stared at the dust mist. For a long time, the dust mist gradually dispersed, and a thin figure slowly walked towards the city wall. Behind this figure, a huge tiger appeared in a prostrate posture, clinging to the ground. But if you take a closer look, you will see a dark spear on both sides of the tiger's head, like a dragon nail, locking the 3-tailed sword tiger tightly. So far, the 3-tailed sword tiger, a high-ranking 3rd-level beast lord, died. Quiet, weird silence. A needle drop can be heard in silence. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They felt like there was a nuclear bomb exploding in their ears. They couldn't hear many sounds. The only sound left was Chen Mo's pattering footsteps. When Chen Mo walked in front of the geniuses, the eyes of the geniuses suddenly became a little more lively. You are so strong. Sheng Wuji looked at Chen Mo, with a smile of defeat on his handsome face. At this moment, his arrogance has completely disappeared. No one expected that Chen Mo could kill the Beast Lord in such an almost crushing manner. Chen Mo smiled politely and said, "Your holy light talent is not bad either." Thinking of this, the bitter smile on Sheng Wuji's face became more intense. It seemed that in that mountain forest, he wanted to use his holy light to get the first place in the entrance examination. But now it seems that my wish seems a bit big. Ji Yujin smiled and said, "After you go out, add a friend in your address book." Chen Mo nodded. "I'm extremely happy." Even the eyes of all the geniuses, including Lan Qi, fell on Chen Mo. They also wanted to add Chen Mo's address book. In addition to being shocked, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Chen Mo, the strongest among them. Only this kind of person can bloom a magnificent life among the geniuses of the human race, right? I heard that there will be a grand competition for immortal weapons in 1 month's time during the sophomore year. I'm afraid that by his sophomore year, I don't know if Chen Mo can still obtain the supreme immortal weapon. How exciting will it be then? When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. And how could they know that Chen Mo had already obtained the qualification for this immortal weapon competition before enrolling in school? If they knew, how surprised would all the geniuses be? Outside the screen, countless geniuses watching the battle were completely dumbfounded. Chen Mo won. Chen Mo just defeated the Beast Lord like this. Chen Mo just got the first place in the entrance exam. Looking at the thin figure on the screen, everyone knew one fact. The future Chen Mo may really be the most dazzling light in their entire freshman year. With such terrifying strength, even sophomore students may have to give in for it. Too strong. Lao Yan, Chen Mo is too strong. Li Zunyan felt like he was in a dream. Yan Jinghong's eyes were vacant and he was stunned. Brother Chen, you are simply invincible. Yi Kong said excitedly. Once upon a time, they were still thinking that Jiangnan province would not receive the attention of any province, but now, I am afraid that their Jiangnan province will become the target of public criticism. And all of this was brought about by Chen Mo. At this point, the eyes of Yan Jinghong and the others suddenly became completely heated. Chen Mo, the strongest among them. At the same time, in the monitoring room on the other side, earth-shaking sounds also occurred. The huge monitoring room also fell into silence. However, after a brief period of silence, a sound like a volcano erupted. Ji Yu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian College, said that Chen Mo must come to our college. Ji Yu Linghan raised his hands. Ji Yu Linghan, the number 1 in last year's academy was in your academy, this time he is the first to come to our Yutian academy. Shen Tai didn't want to give in at all. Arlingtian Academy is the most suitable for Chen Mo. Shang Tianj gritted his teeth. Let me tell you, I won't give in this time. I must grab Chen Mo. Xing Tianyi said the same. In an instant, the 4 people looked at each other, turned into light, and disappeared in an instant. After Chen Mo killed the 3-tailed sword tiger, the news spread like a tide. Even after leaving the virtual space, countless candidates were still smacking their lips and looking shocked. After all, in this world, it is especially rare for people from the last province to get the first place in the entrance exam. Especially when they heard that Chen Mo was only from a county-level middle school, they were all stunned and their eyes popped out. County middle school. Countdown to the provinces. Freshman first. When 3 labels fall on the same person, it can already cause an uproar. Countless people were shocked by it. At this moment, the protagonist of this incident was in a huge office. Looking at the 4 deans approaching him, Chen Mo swallowed secretly. Afraid or not, it's just that the eyes of the 4 deans were so intense that they seemed to be cannibalistic, which was really frightening. At this time, Ji Yu Linghan smiled softly and looked at Chen Mo with very warm eyes. Classmate Chen Mo, we at Tongtian College are very optimistic about your potential. If you can come to our Tongtian College, I'm afraid the entire college will welcome you. Ji Linghan narrowed his eyes. I guarantee that the treatment you receive is definitely the best among the other 3 colleges. And, we will give you the most high-quality resources to compete for immortal weapons. Before Chen Mo could reply, Shen Tai from Yudian Academy spoke out first. Classmate Chen Mo, please don't listen to Ji Linghan's nonsense. Their Tongtian Academy is a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. Come to our Yudian Academy and you can learn the most powerful defense power. As for the fight for immortal weapons, our school can also protect it. Shen Tai rubbed his hands excitedly, but before he could say anything more, Shang Tianj, the dean of Lingtian College, said. Why don't you come to our Lingtian Academy? Classmate Chen Mo, you know that our Lingtian Academy specializes in studying body movements. Look, what are you doing about body training? There are so many women. If you come to our academy, I will introduce you to 10 seniors. Let those seniors accompany you and guide you in the fight for the immortal weapon. Chen Mo, you are harming me, and the other 3 deans. On the side, Lin Zhanfang and Huo Shu couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. They didn't expect that Shang Tianj would actually use this move. Seeing this, Lin Zhanfang couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the scene where the 3 universities were competing for Chen Mo a month ago could be reappeared here. It was at this moment that Xing Tianyi from Zongtian College cleared his throat and said with a smile. Classmate Chen Mo, I know that your understanding is very impressive. It should be, at least, a talent that is about SS-level Qi Tian's comprehension. Chen Mo nodded. No surprise, he did not deliberately hide any talent, but showed it all. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger will not get any support from resources. After hearing what Chen Mo said, the others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It was just like what Xing Tianyi said, it was really SS-level Qishan comprehension. This guy is born with 3 talents. Shen Tai continued. What we at Zongtian Academy practice is Zongtian Dharma. We need to wait until 4th grade warriors can practice it. Moreover, the threshold for cultivation is extremely high and extremely difficult. However, it is this high threshold that has brought huge benefits. Tongtian, Yudian, and Lingtian cultivate 3 aspects: strength, defense, and speed. And our Zongtian Academy is a 3-dimensional cultivator. All 3 kinds of cultivation. When he said this, Chen Mo's brows suddenly raised, and his eyes flashed with excitement as if he were in China. You know, he has an SSS-level understanding that is incredible. No matter how he practices any martial arts, it will become extremely easy. If you practice this ultimate method, you may be able to increase your potential by more than a little bit. Before Chen Mo could think about it, Shen Tai said something again that made everyone's eyes widen. Among the 4 major colleges, there are all the Tongtian Monument, Yutian Monument, Lingtian Monument, and Ending Heaven Monument. Xing Tianyi was very clear. Only one person can understand these 4 monuments every 10 years. Classmate Chen Mo, if you are willing to come, I am willing to give you this opportunity. Buzz. Ji Linghan, Shen Tai, and Shang Tianj widened their eyes at the same time. No matter how talented Chen Mo is, it is hard for them to imagine that Xing Tianyi would directly give this opportunity to Chen Mo. You know, the selection of qualifications for meditating on these monuments is extremely strict. It depends not only on talent, but also on Xing and other aspects. Moreover, the quota for enlightenment requires fighting among countless monsters. They haven't even decided who to send next year yet. And Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zongtian College, actually directly said that he would give up this spot to Chen Mo. What if a more talented genius emerges in the future? How dare you bet? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. At the same time, Lin Zhanfang and Huo Shu couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo would be able to directly gain the opportunity to comprehend the End of Heaven Monument. I never thought that Xing Tianyi could be so generous. After Chen Mo heard Xing Tianyi's sincerity, even though I don't know the function of this so-called Final Sky Monument, judging from everyone's reaction, I'm afraid it is very precious. And Zongtian College has been sparsely populated over the years. Perhaps after going there, I can enjoy better resources. At this time, Chen Mo faced everyone's gaze and smiled softly. Dean Xing, let me go to your place. In an instant, Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Xingtianyi, but Xingtianyi just smiled slightly. Congratulations, classmate Chen Mo. Success chose us. No, we should choose each other. Fight for the immortal weapon, come on. Chen Mo smiled softly and said, is it an immortal weapon? I will work hard to get it. Chen Mo knew that the results obtained in the entrance examination were not something to be proud of at all. Perhaps, fighting for immortal weapons is the stage that truly belongs to him. Immortal weapon. As soon as I hear these two words, it seems to be able to shock people's hearts. With the official conclusion of the freshman entrance exam, the news that Chen Mo had surpassed Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, Ji Yujin and other talented students suddenly spread throughout the entire college like a tide. Countless people lamented and were shocked by Chen Mo's horror. After all, it is really difficult for a candidate with such a background to be ranked first among freshmen. There are even rumors that Chen Mo's power is a rare double power. At the same time, this kind of rumor spread rapidly to other places. The other two Shengwu universities, Jiangnan Province, and even Zhongbei County, where Chen Mo was previously located, all know about this. In an instant, everyone showed incredible eyes. All of a sudden. Whether it is on campus forums, short video platforms, etc., Chen Mo has become a well-deserved hotspot champion. And after the news spread throughout the Xuanyuan Martial Arts Academy. These news are spreading around like lightning. After such lightning news spread. In the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. Long Haoran opened his eyes, golden pupils flashing out. In this year's freshman exam, I got a ranking of 29. Looking at it this way, it's pretty good. It's just, I wonder how many exams Chen Mo can take. Chen Mo won the championship in the college entrance examination. Even though he didn't say anything, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe my admission score is higher than Chen Mo. At this moment, Long Haoran received a text message from his mobile phone. He opened it and took a look. Suddenly, a wry smile appeared on Long Haoran's face. This guy is really strong. The first place in the freshman entrance exam, how about suppressing Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Ji Yujin? Looking at it this way, maybe it's not too embarrassing for me to lose to Chen Mo, right? After Long Haoran, Wang Tianming, the Zhang brothers and others also received the results that Chen Mo got the first place in Shengwu University. Finally, everyone came up with one sentence, this guy is really perverted. In a certain second-tier university, Lin Qiming just finished their freshman assessment. Lin Qiming's performance is in the middle of the pack, neither strong nor weak. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling and distracted. I wonder if Chen Mo's results are at the forefront. Shengwu University is very stressful, and his roommates were all discussing the results of the freshman competition. Tisk, come and see, the #1 freshman from the 3 major holy martial arts universities has come out. Kangchong Martial Arts University is actually a little girl, it's really scary. The first place in Xingkong Martial Arts University is not bad. Lightning flashes all over the body. It's scary. Look, this top student in Xuanyuan Martial Arts University is a bit handsome. These eyes are like black holes, so handsome. Let me look at the name. What's it called? Oh, it's Chen Mo. Suddenly, Lin Qiming jumped up from the bed and immediately came to the roommate's side. What did you say? What's the name of the first one? Lin Qiming asked anxiously. The roommate rolled his eyes at Lin Qiming. My name is Chen Mo, what's wrong? Do you still know me? Lin Qiming chuckled. I know him, of course I know him, he is my brother. We are in the same class in high school. Suddenly, the faces of all the roommates were full of doubts. How could such a monster know Lin Qiming, who was only in his second college? And when Lin Qiming took out the photo of him and Chen Mo, the entire dormitory fell into an unusual silence. Then, there was a series of gurgling sounds of swallowing saliva. Jiangnan Province, Commander's Office. Xu Lingtian rubbed his head. Even now, he still has a headache. Although this time the college entrance examination produced a top genius like Chen Mo, however, there is still a long way to go before he can meet the KPI issued by the above. There is a saying, Xu Lingtian still expects his superiors to send him a grandmaster pill to make him break through. It seems that we can only wait for the next college entrance examination. I hope there will be a top talent like Chen Mo. By the way, I wonder how Chen Mo and the others did in the exam. However, at this moment, Shu Lingtian suddenly received a text message. It's from Chen Mo. Let me take a look. The moment Shu Lingtian saw the text message, as a 6th grade grandmaster, the blood in his body suddenly froze. He smacked his lips and looked at the phone screen in disbelief. Number 1 in the freshman entrance exam. Am I dreaming? Wait, I'm not dreaming. Chen Mo really ranked first in the freshman exam. In an instant, the corners of Shu Lingtian's mouth spread wider and faster, spreading faster and faster. Ha 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 ha. Report it. Report it. This year's KPI. No. Just rely on Chen Mo for these year's KPI. And in Zhongbei number 1 middle school. At this moment, Zhongbei number 1 middle school has taken on a brand new brilliance. After Chen Mo won the top spot in the college entrance examination, the entire Zhongbei number 1 middle school won awards from the county, city, and province. At this moment, the principal, Wei Qingtian, is directing his statue workers. In front of him, a huge statue of a handsome young man gradually took shape. Yes, the one he wanted to carve was Chen Mo. This kid, I want him to be worshipped by the students of my Zhongbei number 1 middle school day and night. Wei Qingtian's face glowed red. At this moment, a text message suddenly came from his mobile phone. And when he saw it clearly, his phone fell to the ground with a bang. Wei Qingtian's lips trembled. Chen Mo won first place in the freshman competition. So much so that today, the hot searches for microwave are all occupied by Chen Mo's entries. As the victim, he lived in the most high-tech luxury villa in the entire Xuanyuan Martial Arts Academy. As the number 1 student in special enrollment and freshman, the resources allocated to him are the best. And with such good resources, he can't relax. To know. In a month, he will need to participate in the immortal weapon competition. In the virtual space city defense battle, he gained a lot, but there were some things that were not perfected. In that case, then work hard. If you can't get good results in the competition for immortal weapons in a month's time, you can't be ranked at the bottom. Chen Mo thought. 1 month passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Mo's realm improved by leaps and bounds. Supplemented by the high-quality resources brought to him by Zhongtian Academy, his level has risen almost at a rocket-like speed. In 1 month, Chen Mo broke through from the middle of the 2nd level to the middle of the 3rd level. Even, it is not the ordinary 3rd grade mid-level. Immediately, he exhaled a breath. Vast blood energy suddenly spurted out, almost forming a blood mist in the entire room. Chen Mo thought. This month, I have perfected the body of the SSR Level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder. If you face that 3-tailed sword tiger, you can kill it instantly with just your physical body. By the way, the system draws a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for the 3rd month and obtaining the SSS-Level God-Killing Spear. Holy shit! Withdrawal of funds. Suddenly, Chen Mo was extremely happy. With a month of fermentation, the leaders of the university gradually sent out the news that Chen Mo would participate in the battle for the immortal weapon. Countless freshmen were amazed and shocked by this. According to the corresponding information, participation in the immortal weapon competition can almost only be done in the sophomore year, and you can only have 1 chance. After all, immortal weapons become less and less the more they are used, and there is almost an extremely strict quota limit. And Chen Mo was able to get this opportunity in his freshman year, which was enough to shock everyone. Even Shang Wuji and others were surprised. Of course, there are also some sophomore students who are extremely unconvinced by Chen Mo's special treatment. Why can Chen Mo participate, but we can't? A mere freshman, no matter how talented he is, so what? What qualifications does he have? At the barbecue stall, 3 people made dissatisfied sounds. Chapter 51. At a barbecue stall, 3 sophomore students were cursing. Really, why? I just want to ask why. There are only 20 places for sophomores in the whole school, but because of him, there is 1 more place to reach 21. I have worked hard for a whole year and got half a cent. The 3 sophomores looked at the messages on the school forum and wanted to smash their phones. Anyone who is familiar with them knows that their sophomore ranking this year happens to be 21st, 22nd, 23rd. In other words, their strength is actually infinitely close to the competition for immortal weapons. However, due to luck or condition, he completely missed the fight for the immortal weapon. At this moment, after seeing a freshman get the opportunity to compete for the immortal weapon, everyone couldn't help but feel angry. "Old Wang, I have an idea," a sophomore student said with an extremely gloomy face. "You said." The other sophomore nodded. After the sophomore student whispered several words, the eyes of the other two sophomore students suddenly lit up. "Okay, that's it. How strong can a mere freshman be? It's okay to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. We must make him lose face and die. Ha 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 ha. Go away. Drink." Along with these three hearty laughters, a plan against Chen Mo gradually unfolded. At the same time, more sophomore students became increasingly aware of this matter. In Lingtian Academy, in a bamboo forest behind the villa area, a graceful woman is standing. In her right hand, she was holding a thin long sword. The long sword that shimmered like glass seemed to be shining in her palm. A hint of surprise flashed across those beautiful mirror-like eyes. Lin Qingzu smiled softly, and suddenly, thousands of sword shadows flashed around her. Every time it fell, thousands of sword shadows flashed out, setting off strong winds that completely chopped the falling bamboo leaves into pieces. Freshmen come to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. Did the school set this precedent specifically for him? Originally, there were only a maximum of 20 places available for the sophomore year. It should just be a formality for him. Chen Mo, he's quite good looking. I just don't know if I am strong anymore. Lin Qingzu's long sword suddenly fell, and with a buzzing sound, the bamboo branches in front suddenly exploded, and the terrifying sword energy filled the air, leaving a huge crater on the ground. In the middle section of the fourth rank, Lin Qingzu. And on the other side, on the top of the Wanren mountain, there is a rock-like figure standing. He has various weapons placed around him. Long sword, short sword, giant gun, big spear, etc. If you look carefully, you can definitely see the dense wounds all over the surface of his body. Each wound is covered with blood scabs, and the blood scabs are completely divided. It is obvious that it has been beaten and tempered thousands of times. It's so terrifying that it makes your scalp numb. Zhou Wenyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his pair of dark eyes contained a sense of darkness that was extremely difficult to detect. Tisk tisk. It seems that the junior high school students recruited by the school this time are taken very seriously by the higher-ups. It actually gives him the qualification to participate in the competition for immortal weapons in his freshman year. You know, because the number of immortal artifacts is limited, almost everyone can only participate once. This time, it is generally set in the sophomore year. However, in the past, Zhou Wenyu had never heard of someone participating in the competition for immortal weapons in their freshman year. Good, you want to get a spot from me. Isn't it too whimsical? Tongtian Academy. In the dark and narrow passage, there stood a young man with knotted muscles, standing on the same spot. He closed his eyes, and his fists seemed to be condensed with infinite power. Stepping out gently, he suddenly saw 3 robots rushing towards him. And the aura of every robot has reached the realm of above the middle level of 4th grade. However, his eyes still didn't change at all. Then, looking at the 3 robots, he showed a polite smile. Chao Sui. Suddenly, an astonishing bolt of lightning energy burst out from all over Sheng Tianlei's body. Buzz. Boom. In an instant, 3 violent thunder dragons suddenly appeared in front of the 3-headed robot. Under the pouring power of the thunder dragon, the 3-headed robot instantly disappeared and disappeared. The strength has become stronger again. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He stretched out his right palm, and a ball of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the middle of his palm. No one can know that exactly 1 year after Sheng Tianlei settled down. His thunder talent has already reached the SSS level. Looking at this dark alley, Sheng Tianlei's eyes flashed with several trembling thunders. This time the battle for immortal weapons. It must be me. First, he had also heard of the word Chen Mo. He's just a freshman monster. I guess participating in the sophomore immortal weapon competition is just a formality. But, it is said that Chen Mo has a talent for thunder. This point couldn't help but make Sheng Tianlei feel excited, Perhaps, his thunder power could become powerful again. As the outside world underwent earth-shaking changes, Chen Mo was completely immersed in the system space and knew nothing about it. And within the system space, Chen Mo was seen holding a gun in one hand, looking at Shu Bai in front of him, and gradually opened his eyes like black holes. A mysterious aura that made one feel the state of mind suddenly lingered from Chen Mo's body. Immediately afterwards, one shot to kill. In an instant, the space seemed to be vibrating with ripples like a collapse, the terrifying air waves were completely detonated, and the terrifying power was completely released. A vast gun intent suddenly exploded. Buzz. The spear is like a dragon, its shadow is monstrous, piercing through and tearing apart the world. Looking at the fluctuations caused by the god-killing spear, Chen Mo felt a flash of ecstasy in his heart. When I used the god-killing spear intent, I didn't even use the power of the 9 heavens dark thunder divine body. The comparable power could probably reach the beginning of the 4th grade, or even approach the middle of the 4th grade. Feeling the mysterious spear spirit boiling in his body, Chen Mo's lips finally formed a smile. There are 2 rounds in total for the competition for immortal weapons. The first round is often the Battle of Machine Canyon. And the second round is the Ring Battle. Only those who rank in the top 5 among 20 people can be qualified to obtain the immortal weapon. You know, those who compete with Chen Mo are elite sophomores. After a year of training, and having reached the 4th level, I am afraid that I can already practice the martial arts of Tongtian, Yutian, and Lingtian. But, Chen Mo looked at the scene of Xuanyuan Martial Arts University outside the villa. Okay, I'm not bad either. You should also look for a handy weapon. The realm of marksmanship has once again broken through to a new level. If I don't find a suitable weapon, I will be sorry for my marksmanship. And that immortal weapon, maybe it's your best choice. Host, Chen Mo. Talent, SSR Level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder Divine Body, SSS Level Understanding that Defies Heaven. Realm, 3rd Grade Warrior Middle Stage. Martial Arts, Basic Marksmanship. Impression, SSS Level God Killing Spear Intention. After walking out of the luxurious villa donated by the university, Chen Mo planned to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. The fairy weapon competition is at noon today, and you can get there by taking the campus bus. It is said that that place is in the back mountain of Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. I don't know what the establishment is doing there. At this moment, Chen Mo looked up. He saw a stream of light suddenly falling, and Xing Tiany's figure appeared in front of him with a smile. How do you feel? And when Xing Tiany's eyes were focused on Chen Mo, his pupils actually shrank slightly. How come your level has improved so quickly? While he was surprised, as Xing Tiany's perception spread, the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Have you achieved a breakthrough in your marksmanship? Xing Tiany said in disbelief. You know, it hasn't been a month since Chen Mo's last true-level marksmanship breakthrough, right? As a result, now, I have broken through again from the true self-level marksmanship. Could it be that I have reached the perfect level of marksmanship? Looking at Xing Tiany's stunned expression, Chen Mo just smiled softly. Luckily, it exceeded 100 million points. Billion points. Xing Tiany's face was full of doubts, and immediately, he suddenly reached out and slapped Chen Mo. Good boy, come on. Looking at the enlarged palm in his sight, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and then suddenly pointed out. The mysterious and domineering spear intent lingered and shot out like a long dragon. Boom. With their fingers and palms connected, Chen Mo took 2 steps back. But when he raised his head, he saw Xing Tiany's shocked face. Boy, you really made a breakthrough. Oh my god, an 18-year-old middle-ranking 3rd-level man with perfect marksmanship. Your talent is too terrifying. Even Xing Tiany couldn't help but be shocked by Chen Mo's breakthrough at this moment. You know, what is the concept of perfect level marksmanship? I'm afraid only the junior students can master it. He is even said to be the top-ranked student in his junior year. But now, Chen Mo has almost mastered the perfect level marksmanship in his freshman year. In fact, this perfect level marksmanship is not a forced breakthrough, but gives people a feeling that it comes naturally. I found a treasure. Xing Tiany was extremely happy. You know, if he told this matter to the people from Lingtian College, Tongtian College, and Yutian College, I'm afraid those old guys will come directly to rob people. Then, Xing Tianyi smiled and patted his shoulder. Xing Tianyi smiled softly and said, Chen Mo, I think you can do a lot in this fight for the immortal weapon. We at Zongtian Academy need outstanding people like you. Don't worry, as long as you reach the 4th level of warrior, I will let you realize the end of Heaven Monument immediately. The ultimate mystery of the ultimate Dharma is engraved in the end of Heaven Monument. There is only one opportunity to comprehend it every 10 years. It is extremely precious. Chen Mo nodded. This was a good thing, but it wasn't what he should be thinking about now. Does he still have a battle for immortal weapons? Stepping out, Chen Mo said, Dean Xing, you are here to pick me up to fight for the immortal weapon, right? What about the other seniors? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xing Tianyi was stunned and laughed. Forehead. In the past few years, our Zongtian Dharma was more difficult to learn, so no one is qualified to participate in the competition for immortal weapons this year. Ahem, only you are qualified. Chen Mo was stunned. It's just me. Xing Tianyi said awkwardly and seriously, yes, it's just you. Chen Mo. No wonder, after he entered the villa area, which was ranked among the top in the freshman class, he didn't see a single student from Zongtian College. Finally, Chen Mo sighed. Old Xing, there is nothing we can do, so I have to help our Zongtian Academy to fight for the good. Don't worry, I will definitely get the magical weapon this time. Xing Tianyi nodded. Yes, don't be proud, we must be humble. Etc. You said you were going to get the fairy weapon this time. Aren't you kidding me? You know, Xing Tianyi, Lin Zhanfeng and others asked Chen Mo to participate in the 4-year competition for the immortal weapon, so that Chen Mo would gain experience and be able to obtain the immortal weapon. And now, Chen Mo actually directly said that he wanted to get the fairy weapon. Is Chen Mo crazy? Or is he crazy? However, after looking into Chen Mo's black hole-like eyes, everything Xing Tianyi wanted to say was blocked in his throat. A bold idea suddenly emerged. Just in case. Did Chen Mo really get an immortal weapon this time? With unbelievable anticipation, Xing Tianyi took Chen Mo into a stream of light, and immediately arrived at the back mountain of Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. The competition for immortal weapons is a confidential matter. Therefore, no other viewing is allowed. Yan Jinghong, Sheng Wuji and others also sent blessings to Chen Mo in their address book, and Chen Mo responded one by one during the flight. I saw that 20 students had already gathered in the back mountain. After seeing Chen Mo coming over, sharp eyes suddenly glanced at him. You know, freshmen participating in the competition for immortal weapons in the sophomore year. Such a thing has never happened in the past years. They were all curious about what qualifications Chen Mo had to get the chance to compete for the immortal weapon. Even if Chen Mo has an SSS-level dark talent, what if he combines it with an S-level or higher lightning talent? Their strength has already reached level 4 warriors. Under the gap in realm, no matter how big the gap in abilities is, it will be filled in instantly. But when they saw Chen Mo's black hole-like eyes, their eyes narrowed slightly. They could sense that Chen Mo's aura was unusual. But it's just that his temperament is unusual. A middle-level 3rd-grade warrior. Tisk tisk, it's a big realm away from us. It seems that it is just for him to experience. I heard from my associate dean's relatives that this guy got 4 years of qualifications. 4 years, tisk tisk, is the school planning to train him as a seed-level player? So what? In front of us today, it is not popular at all. Be careful, what if someone pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger? Shish. Suddenly, the top geniuses present also started discussing. In this regard, Chen Mo remained expressionless, but focused his gaze on the 3 warriors from the 3 major academies for a few seconds. After all, it seems that only these 3 people can arouse some interest in him. Lin Qingzu was slightly startled, and a touching smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Can you actually detect me? This guy's perception is not bad. She practiced the Lingtian method. Not only was her speed terrifying, but her ability to hide her breath was extremely amazing. And the other side, Zhou Wenyu frowned. He did not expect that the first thing Chen Mo noticed was the 3 top geniuses. Do you want to challenge us 3 right from the start? This idea is too whimsical. In this case, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. I don't know what that guy is thinking. As he spoke, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man wearing a blue robe next to him. This idea is too whimsical. In this case, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. I don't know what that guy is thinking. As he spoke, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man wearing a blue robe next to him. I saw the young man wearing a blue robe, his eyebrows raised slightly. Looking at Chen Mo's glance, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Sheng Tianlei's mouth. The thunder and lightning swimming in his body seemed to be ready to burst out at any time. Do you have the same lightning talent as me? Sheng Tianlei's right hand trembled slightly, and he knew it was a tremor caused by excitement. Do not worry, I will devour Chen Mo's lightning talent. Let him know what real thunder is. Just as what Sheng Tianlei was thinking about was over, 3 streams of light rushed to the scene one after another. Everyone's faces immediately became respectful, and they cupped their hands and said, I've seen Dean Ji Yulinghan, Dean Shang Tianj, and Dean Shen Tai. The 3 deans nodded and said nothing. Then, he looked at Chen Mo. Ji Yulinghan smiled softly and said, How is it? How is freshman life? Let's just try our best to compete for the immortal weapon this time. There is no need to be too stressed. Ji Yulinghan's words were like a kind elder. Chen Mo said quickly, Thank you, Dean Ji Yu, for your concern. This junior knows. After that, Shen Tai and Shang Tianj also gave the same instructions. It was these instructions that left everyone dumbfounded. You know, usually the deans of these 4 major colleges are extremely cold-blooded guys, and they are totally unsmiling. But now, in front of Chen Mo, he behaves like a relative next door. Holy shit, it aroused infinite reveries in everyone's minds. Could it be that this guy is the principal's illegitimate son? Perhaps feeling the strange looks from the people around him, Xing Tianyi coughed twice. Now that everyone is here, let's go in and take part in the first round of testing. As for the rules, we will tell them when the time comes. It was only then that everyone's eyes became serious. They knew that what they were going to participate in next was the competition for the supreme immortal weapon. Every fairy weapon is an extremely precious treasure that can be grown. If you miss it, I don't know how many opportunities it will take to make up for it in the future. In this battle for immortal weapons, no one wants to lose. Just as everyone was about to enter the back mountain, a voice suddenly sounded. We are not convinced. Why can Chen Mo participate in the competition for immortal weapons? At this moment, 3 voices suddenly came from behind everyone. Everyone's expressions froze and they suddenly looked behind them. I saw 3 majestic young students standing at the gate with fierce expressions. On their bodies, they were wearing clothes from Yutian College, Tongtian College, and Lingtian College. Apparently, from 3 different colleges. The students who were selected to participate in the battle for immortal weapons naturally recognized them and others. What a guy! It's actually Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li. The 3 of them seem to be 21, 22, and 23 in the final exam, right? Yes, that's right, right behind me. It's a pity that I lost this opportunity to compete for the immortal weapon. Their strength is at the 3rd level of Zouchen. Tisk, tisk, it looks like he is dissatisfied with Chen Mo. The competition for immortal weapons is the best opportunity to improve your combat power, but these 3 people don't have it. And seeing that Chen Mo, a freshman, has this opportunity, of course I am not convinced. Most of the students couldn't help but have joking expressions on their faces. You know, these 3 guys obviously came here with the purpose of embarrassing Chen Mo. So, what are the consequences? First, Chen Mo attacked the 3 of them and was defeated by the 3 of them, losing all face. Second, Chen Mo chose to remain silent and lost all face. This is obviously a naked conspiracy against Chen Mo. At the same time, Xing Tianyi's face also darkened. Beside him, Ji Yulinghan and the other 3 deans looked at each other and wanted to arrest these 3 guys immediately. You know, when these 3 people appeared here and questioned Chen Mo so impulsively, wasn't this just a slap in their face? Chen Mo participated in the competition for the immortal weapon and was recognized by the 3 of them. The reason why Xing Tianyi was unhappy was even more simple. Chen Mo was a student of their Zongtian College. Could it be that he wanted to be fooled by other colleges? And there has been no competition for human ginseng and immortal weapons in their academy for several years. It's hard to do this year, but it turns out to be criticized again. Any dean would be uncomfortable with this. However, when Xing Tianyi wanted to speak, Chen Mo took the lead and stood in front of them. I'll do it. Chen Mo smiled softly. Then, among the astonished eyes of everyone, Chen Mo looked at the Li Yun trio. You are not convinced by me. A bright smile hung on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and then Li Yun, the leader, stood up and said, Yes, we are just dissatisfied with you. Snort. The three of us have worked hard for so long, and I don't know how much effort we have put into this fight for the immortal weapon. Why can you, a newcomer, get this quota? At the same time, Zhonghu and Wang Li also straightened their backs, their eyes full of disdain. They knew that Chen Mo would not dare to take action against them. Anyway, there is no chance to compete for the immortal weapon. They just want to disgust Chen Mo. Let Chen Mo know that in this school, there are still terrible things like the existence of their elders. However, the next moment, what Chen Mo said made countless people's pupils shrink slightly. For some awful, I'm too lazy to say another word. If you want to fight, then come here. Come on, three of us. I'm in a hurry. Do you understand? Why am I qualified? It's because I'm better than you. Do you understand? Chen Mo looked at these three people, and a chill flashed across the bottom of his eyes. In this world of the jungle, only by showing corresponding strength can people not be jealous. Since someone is dissatisfied, he will beat them until they disobey. Only the strong can make rules and use them. This guy has courage. Lin Qingzu was slightly startled, but shook her head. However, I only have the courage. If I were this guy, I would probably just keep silent. Zhou Wenyu also shook his head. You know, although the strength of Li Yun and the others are not very strong, they are all third-grade perfect strength. If they work together, they can even shake the fourth-grade first-level warriors. Not to mention Chen Mo, a mid-level third-grade warrior. In his opinion, Chen Mo was just a young man who spoke out of anger. But Sheng Tianlei next to him had no expression on his face. The deans of the four major colleges were about to say something, but after noticing Sheng Tianyi's gaze, they all stopped. The expressions of Ji Yulinghan, Shen Tai, and Shang Tianj suddenly froze. Could it be that Sheng Tianyi wanted Chen Mo to face Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhonghu alone? This guy Sheng Tianyi is too courageous, isn't he? The deans of the three major colleges thought at the same time. You know, even if Chen Mo takes action, he will be facing students who have stayed in the university for a full year. Whether it is comprehensive combat power or combat techniques, they will be more than twice as strong as the freshmen. If only one was okay. But this is all three together. In history, there is no guy like Chen Mo who fought three top-ranked old students within 1 month of enrolling. While worrying about Chen Mo, the deans of the three major colleges seemed to be looking forward to it. What if Chen Mo really defeated Li Yun and the others? There's no way Chen Mo really improved that much in 1 month, right? Anyway, when the fight for the immortal weapon is over, the three deans will definitely punish Li Yun and the others. You know, Chen Mo has become a seed-level player in their Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. How could he be like this? However, when Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhonghu heard Chen Mo's sarcasm, their faces all turned red. They originally thought that Chen Mo would retreat in spite of the difficulties, but they did not expect that Chen Mo would dare to speak to them like this. He even invited the three of them to fight in a mocking manner. This is clearly humiliating them. However, when they noticed the humiliation, a gleam of excitement suddenly flashed across the eyes of the three of them. I didn't expect that I could teach this kid a lesson this time. Thinking of this, they glanced at the three deans who had no expression on their faces, and all three of them rubbed their hands. Sure enough, I was right. I'm afraid the three deans are very unconvinced, right? After all, let a new student participate in the competition for immortal weapons. Thinking of this, the three of them became excited again. Maybe if they teach Chen Mo a lesson this time, they can get awards from their dean and get more high-quality resources. Thinking of this, the three people's mouths opened slightly. At this moment, Li Yun stepped forward and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, don't blame us three buddies for not warning you. Zhonghu crossed his arms and said, since you want to challenge the three of us, then naturally we won't be polite. Wang Li shook his head. Well, if I were you, I would definitely choose to remain silent in the words I just said. Hearing the words of the three people, Chen Mo smiled softly. Stop being so noisy. Very noisy. Hearing this, the three people's expressions became cold and stern, and they sneered at Chen Mo for a while. Come together, Li Yun shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a thin volcano erupted like a 1,000-year-old volcano, and terrifying energy poured out from the three of them. Boom! A faint light of energy lingered around their bodies, and then they raised their heads and looked at Chen Mo with sharp eyes. Boom! The three people suddenly turned into three afterimages, rushing towards Chen Mo like lightning. Splitting cloud palm. Tear apart. Li Yun came first, his palms condensed with milky white light, and the next moment, as if tearing the air apart, he slapped towards Chen Mo. Behind them, Zhonghu and Wang Li had a tacit understanding and actually spread out, charging towards Chen Mo from one left and one right. Zhonghu's fist erupted into a roaring sound that resounded through the mountains and forests. The giant axe held by Wang Li was even more powerful, as if it wanted to split the entire air. Chen Mo is finished. Under attack from three sides, many sophomore geniuses shook their heads. Li Yun, Zhonghu, and Wang Li's attacks didn't look powerful at the fourth level. However, this was far from an attack that Chen Mo, a middle-level third-grade warrior, could catch. However, at this moment, Chen Mo looked at the three rushing figures, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Fight me, you deserve it too. Boom! Under the astonished eyes of countless people, Chen Mo's nine heavens dark thunder divine body suddenly exploded. Boom! The monstrous dark thunder energy was like a tsunami, slanting out. The terrifying energy aftermath actually made the earth tremble slightly, and the surrounding leaves rustled violently. What a strong energy wave! Many sophomore students quickly condensed energy shields to prevent themselves from receiving any damage. After feeling the pressure erupting from Chen Mo, Li Yun's expression changed first. How can it be? How can a freshman have such power? Something's wrong. In an instant, Li Yunggong wanted to retreat. However, it's too late. Who asked you to leave? I saw that in the burst of dark thunder energy, a big hand like a giant python suddenly condensed and punched him down fiercely. Li Yun's pupils shrank, and he felt a great sense of crisis rushing into his heart. Not good. Tear talent, tear heaven and earth. In an instant, Li Yun suddenly opened his arms, and his palms were tearing, trying to tear Chen Mo's dark thunder hand apart. However, when his palm touched Chen Mo, only a faint spark appeared. It's over. Just hearing a bang, Li Yun immediately flew dozens of meters upside down like a kite with its string broken. How is it possible? He punched Li Yun away. Many sophomore students shrank their pupils. Oh, it's interesting. Lin Qingzu looked at the dark thunder fist, and there was a strange color between his eyebrows. This intensity is so deeply hidden. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, slightly surprised. Following several sounds, Li Yun hit the ground heavily, leaving a trace of about 10 feet. Li Yun. At this time, Zhonghu and Wang Li also felt their hearts skip a beat. You know, before taking action against Chen Mo, they already understood Chen Mo's strength. In the freshman competition, the strength is at the middle level of third grade at most. How could it be so strong? After all, what they don't know is why Chen Mo was able to get the first place in the freshman exam. He killed a Lord-level ferocious beast forcefully. However, at this moment, they had no time to think more. You know, they have already taken action against Chen Mo. If they win, that's okay, it proves their slight strength. However, if they don't win, I'm afraid they will become the laughingstock of the entire sophomore year. When they thought of this, Zhonghu and Wang Li immediately shouted loudly. Tiger of despair shocks the world. The power of terror shocks the nine heavens. The skills of the two are extremely loud, and their hands also emit a frightening aura. Boom! A tiger-shaped fist and a sky-controlling axe suddenly fell towards Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo, who was thin, just smiled contemptuously. If you want to die so much, don't blame me for taking action. Dark thunder destruction. In an instant, a dark thunder energy that was more turbulent than before completely exploded. Dark thunder destruction. I only heard these three words coming out of the majestic dark thunder energy. Buzz. The terrifying energy completely exploded, and a huge arm that was 5 meters long condensed on both sides of Chen Mo's body at the same time. Boom! Each dark thunder arm is like a towering tree, which is frightening. Under everyone's astonishment, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, the two dragon-like dark thunder arms behind him were suddenly photographed. Boom! Two huge dark thunder arms suddenly collided with axes and tiger-shaped fists. The aftermath that spread out suddenly made the earth tremble slightly. Then, in the stunned eyes of Zhonghu and Wang Li, a crack suddenly appeared in the energy shield condensed around their bodies. No, more than one, but countless. With a snapping sound, the energy shields condensed on Zhonghu and Wang Li suddenly shattered. In the midst of many incredulous looks, the two figures suddenly flew upside down. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out and spread all over the ground. Quiet. The entire scene fell into complete silence. You know, before this group of sophomore geniuses, they had to watch the jokes of Chen Mo, who was a freshman. Even when Chen Mo proposed a fight to Li Yun and the others, the sophomore students all viewed Chen Mo with an irrational idea. However, now Chen Mo actually used 2 moves to kill all 3 Li Yun instantly. This guy, not simple. Suddenly, almost all the sophomore geniuses restrained the contemptuous look in their eyes. The sophomore students who participated in the competition for the immortal weapon were the top 20. For the 15 to 20 of them, they had to exert a certain amount of strength to resist the combined attacks of Li Yun and 3 others. However, looking at Chen Moyun's calm demeanor at the moment, I'm afraid it's not easy to execute this attack. As for the sophomore geniuses ranked 4th to 14, they all took Chen Mo's state into their eyes. Their strength has already reached the middle of the 4th level. For the 3 of them, Li Yun, it was just a simple matter of killing them instantly. Only, for Chen Mo, they still have to have some snacks. After all, no one wants to be eliminated by a freshman. No wonder the school can break this rule for Chen Mo. Lin Qingzu's face flashed with strange color. It turns out that he really has some strength. The strength is good. Even Zhou Wenyu couldn't help but nod and praise Chen Mo. If Chen Mo is allowed to practice for another year, I am afraid that no one present will be Chen Mo's opponent. However, for the 3 of them, who are in the 4th grade, Chen Mo's strength is not that strong. On the contrary, they can also kill instantly with 1 move. The other side, Sheng Tianlei suppressed the trembling of his right hand and looked at Chen Mo's figure. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Thunder and lightning. What a powerful thunder and lightning. Although it's mixed with a little bit of other flavor. But it may be able to lay a foundation for my lightning evolution. A trace of greed flashed across Sheng Tianlei's eyes. This greedy feeling was as if he had encountered some kind of prey. As Chen Mo turned around, Xing Tianyi could hardly suppress the smile on his lips. Good. Well done. If no one else was there, Xing Tianyi would have laughed heartily. Chen Mo just smiled softly, as if the previous battle was just a very ordinary thing to him. Xing Tianyi laughed loudly. Well done. Then, he turned around, looked at Ji Yu Linghan, Shang Tianj, and Shen Tai, and smiled softly. Ahem, how are you? Students from our college. Not bad. The corners of the mouths of Ji Yu Linghan and the other 3 people twitched, but they didn't say anything more. Looking at Chen Mo, his eyes were vaguely complicated. With the full devouring of high-quality resources, the fact that Chen Mo reached the middle level of 3rd grade warrior did not shock them too much. However, what really shocked them was Chen Mo's meaning that burst out from time to time. You can't. Chen Mo really understands the meaning, right? It shouldn't be possible. You must know that intention is the main means used by 5th grade warriors to attack. Generally speaking, few people can understand it at the 3rd grade warrior stage, and it should be from illusion. Illusion. After reacting, the deans of the 3 major colleges looked coldly at Li Yun and the others who were helping each other to stand up from the ground. After seeing the gazes of the 3 deans, the 3 of them completely lowered their heads. They wanted to die but never thought that they would be defeated by a mere freshman. Now, I am really embarrassed and disgraced. Ji Yu Linghan said. The competition for immortal weapons is one of the biggest things in Xuanyuan Martial Arts University. The final test results will be related to the competition between the 3 schools 1 month later. Although you have legitimate reasons for being so disruptive, it still violates the school's rules and regulations. You must know that Chen Mo's participation in the competition for immortal weapons was personally approved by the principal. The reason is very simple. At the 2nd level warrior stage, I can kill ferocious beasts at the 3rd level lord level. I wonder if you could do this when you were freshmen. In an instant, the eyes of most of the audience suddenly changed, and when they looked at Chen Mo, the so-called solemnity became a little heavier. If they were allowed to fight the third-level Beast Lord now, they would certainly be able to defeat him. However, you want them to fight the third-level ferocious Beast Lord at the second-level stage. This even cracks an egg. I'm afraid he will be directly and unilaterally tortured to death. Is this new kid really just from a county school? Suddenly, everyone suddenly questioned the rumors they had heard about Chen Mo. The heads of Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li were lowered even deeper, and they were almost buried in the ground. Monster Chen Mo, the second-level and third-level ferocious beast lords. The principal personally agreed. No matter which one is taken out, they will die completely. How dare they challenge Chen Mo to fight? The key is that the three of them came together and were taught a lesson by Chen Mo, who was a freshman. This is so embarrassing. And Ji Yu Linghan was also unceremonious. As for the punishment for today's incident, you should consciously go to the Academic Affairs Office to receive the punishment. At least a month in solitary confinement. Then one person wrote 100,000 words to review Chen Mo's apology. Get down. Solitary room. Hearing these 3 words, the 3 people suddenly trembled. That place was really not for people. There is still a review of 100,000 words. A whole 100,000 words. Enough to write a short story. When they thought of this, the 3 of them had no choice but to sigh and leave. Looking at the 3 people leaving, Chen Mo smacked his lips slightly. Lao Ji Yu is so cruel. 100,000 words were laid out in one go. However, it can be regarded as what these 3 people deserve. Okay, now that the matter is over, let's go and participate in the fairy weapon competition. Ji Yu Linghan waved his hand. Suddenly, the faces of everyone including Chen Mo suddenly became serious. Chen Mo did not forget his purpose of coming out this time. That is to obtain the fairy weapon. Improve your combat effectiveness. That is a fairy weapon. When you hear the name, it sounds like a very terrifying existence. As everyone walked further and further towards the back mountain, the surrounding scenery became extremely bleak. Ancient trees tens of meters high, a canopy that blocks out the sky and sun. After the vicious beasts invaded Blue Star, even the original flora and fauna underwent rapid changes. And everyone's footsteps soon stopped in front of a deep canyon. And in that deep canyon, the coercion emanating from it caused a slight chill to pass over everyone's faces. It's not simple here, many sophomores said with gloomy expressions. At this time, Ji Yu Linghan walked out. This is a checkpoint specially set up by our principal. Name: Machine Canyon. Machine Canyon. Dozens of eyes were focused on the deep canyon at the same time, as if they could sense the breath of the terrifying machine puppet. The puppets inside are at the lowest level of the 4th grade early stage, and the highest are the 4th grade high stage. And your goal is to quickly pass through the machine canyon in the shortest possible time. The top 12 will be qualified to advance to the next round. Do you understand? Everyone's expressions suddenly became solemn. The lowest was a 4th grade first stage machine puppet. This test was probably not extremely difficult. And there are also many people whose faces have not changed at all. For example, Lin Qingzu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei remained expressionless, as if there was nothing worthy of their attention. Chen Mo looked at the canyon, and a flash of excitement flashed at the bottom of his eyes. Since the breakthrough, my strength has not been highlighted for a long time. Maybe, you can give it a try here. Next, enter according to the number. The deans of our 4 major colleges are waiting for you at the finish line. Suddenly, the deans of the 4 major colleges suddenly turned into streamers of light and disappeared. The remaining students fell into a brief silence. Sheng Tianlei, who is number 1 in his sophomore year, raised his eyes and walked to the machine canyon. As he ranked first in the year-level exam last semester, he was naturally the first student in the entire school to take the machine test. Snap! All of a sudden, he stepped in suddenly and disappeared among the astonished eyes of many people. Behind the machine puppet, Ji Yu Linghan, Xing Tianyi and other 4 people were already standing at the finish line. Tisk tisk, he is indeed a boy from my academy. There's no change in his expression at all. Ji Yu Linghan looked at Sheng Tianlei in the machine canyon, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Even though they failed to win over Chen Mo, Sheng Tianlei is undoubtedly the most talented person in their Tongtian Academy. He even got the first place in the examination during his freshman to sophomore years, which greatly helped him, the dean, gain face. I don't know how long it will take. I have to say that Sheng Tianlei will definitely have a share in this year's competition for immortal weapons. Shang Tianj crossed his arms and said, but our Lin Qingzu is not bad either. Come on. Shen Tai waved his hand. You, Lin Qingzu, are ranked third in your age group, and we, Zhou Wenyu, are ranked second. I almost killed Sheng Tianlei during the final exam. Looking at Sheng Tianlei slowly walking towards the machine puppet on the screen, everyone began to discuss intensely. What if Chen Mo wins first place? Xing Tianyi said suddenly. Chen Mo is first. The corners of Ji Yulinghan, Shang Tianj, and Shen Tai's mouths twitched. You know, they are talking about letting them compete to see who can be first or second among Lin Qingzu, Sheng Tianlei, and Zhou Wenyu. They can fight to the death. However, insert Chen Mo at this time. They admitted that Chen Mo's talent was really strong, unprecedented. But, want to get first place in the hands of Sheng Tianlei, Lin Qingzu, and Zhou Wenyu. That would be too whimsical. Actually, there's no need to discuss it. See how they perform. Don't you already know? At this moment, a stream of light flashed in the sky again. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Vice Principal Huo Shu. Lao Huo, you are here to take charge of the overall situation. Ji Yulinghan said with a smile. Huo Shu shrugged. No way, Lin Zhanfeng is not free, the principal is in seclusion again, and he can only come out for the competition between the three schools. So, this important responsibility naturally fell on me. The fight for immortal weapons is still very important. While everyone was chatting, a voice suddenly sounded. Sophomore student Sheng Tianlei crossed the machine canyon in 6 minutes. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other. 6 minutes of machine canyon. Ji Yulinghan laughed loudly. 6 minutes, a sophomore, you are truly worthy of being a student who has practiced my Tongtian method. Tisk, tisk, these results can rank among the top 10 in the school's history. ... On the other side, everyone was stunned when they heard Sheng Tianlei's results. You know, this machine canyon is full of 4th grade robots. And Sheng Tianlei was actually able to pass the test with a good score of 6 minutes. This guy is really ridiculously strong. 6 minutes. Brother, the inside must have been dismantled. He is truly worthy of being the number one in our class. All the geniuses discussed one after another. Even though they are Tianzhao, there is still a gap between Tianzhao and Tianzhao. For example, compared with Sheng Tianlei, those at the bottom of their rankings are just as different as Yunyi. Chen Mo also paid attention to Sheng Tianlei's results. 6 minutes. I wonder how many minutes will it take for me to go in. Chen Mo clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with excitement. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Next, it should be my turn, right? At this moment, Zhou Wenyu, who was as tall as an iron tower, slowly walked up to the machine puppet. Dharma Gate Utn. Suddenly, he let out a soft drink, and then, his figure was covered with a golden stream of light. Shaocheng level heaven conquering technique. No wonder Wenyu is so confident. Basically, the attacks of middle-level 4th grade warriors will probably be completely ineffective. There was discussion all around. Is this the method of controlling the sky? Chen Mo looked at it intently. Tongtian method, Yutian method, Lingtian method, and Zongtian method are all top martial arts. It is an ultimate exercise method to tap the potential of the human body in addition to natural abilities. It turned out that Chen Mo didn't feel that he was any stronger. But now it seems, I'm afraid it's more than that. I should speed up my training to become a 4th level warrior and get in touch with the ultimate law. At this moment, Zhou Wenyu stepped into the machine canyon. 6.5 minutes later. Sophomore Zhou Wenyu, it took 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes. Even though it is not as good as Sheng Tianlei, it is still an extremely outstanding result. Then, a beautiful figure walked in slowly, holding a sharp sword. Lin Qingzu held a long sword in her hand, and with a slight click, she jumped into the machine canyon like a spiritual crane. It seems that Lin Qingzu's Lingtian method is also very strong. I'm afraid she is not proficient in it. Oh my god, I really don't know how to compare with these top geniuses. everyone exclaimed. While Chen Mo looked at the disappearing figures of Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzu, he suddenly had something in his mind. It seems that martial arts training cannot be compromised. After waiting for the 4th grade warrior, I will go to Lao Xing to ask for the End of Heaven monument and practice the End of Heaven method. The entire world of warriors is divided into 3 attack methods: talent, martial arts, and artistic conception. As Chen Mo, who has incredible SSS understanding, he naturally chooses to advance together. However, this will have to wait until the battle for the immortal weapon. Chen Mo could see the mystery of Lin Qingzu's previous movements. It can be said that it is extremely fast. Are these the 3 major martial arts that master strength, defense, and speed? Coupled with his own talents and abilities, it is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying killing weapon. But the path I am practicing is the Zongtian Dharma, which is said to be able to master all 3 attributes. I practice all 3 attributes together. So, how strong will you be when you reach the 4th level of warrior? Even if you win this battle for the immortal weapon, to what extent will your own strength soar? Chen Mo was looking forward to it. At this moment, the sounds of breaking through the barrier sounded one after another. Sophomore Lin Qingzu, time is 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Yuntian, a sophomore, took 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Xu Qing, a sophomore, took 10 minutes and 2 seconds. Voices suddenly sounded, and the candidates around Chen Mo continued to disappear. When Chen Mo was the only one left, another voice sounded. Sophomore Zhang Zhang, it took 20 minutes. At this point, Chen Mo was the only one left at the entrance to the entire machine battlefield. And on the other side of the Great Wall of Machines, Ji Yulinghan and others were standing on the top of the cloud. You know, the effect of watching through the screen is far less comfortable than watching with the naked eyes. As 8th grade martial lords, their own strength has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. Lin Qingzu from our college is really good. Shang Tianj smiled softly. How about Lin Qingzu? Not as good as our Zhou Wenyu. Shen Tai crossed his arms. In the actual fight, I'll hit you, big guy. Press down and kill, Shang Tianj said sarcastically. Haha, Zhou Wenyu smashed you Lin Qingzu to pieces with one slap. Shen Tai still fought back. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel, Huo Shu sighed and said, nothing can be done. The deans of the 4 major colleges are like this in private. At this time, Ji Yulinghan said, okay, it's not as good as Sheng Tianlei anyway. Shang Tianj and Shen Tai immediately organized themselves into a front. Just when they were about to retort, Huo Shu spoke up. However, the results of the big guys in this class are pretty good. The maximum time it takes is 20 minutes. This kind of result is really excellent. Hearing this, the deans of the 3 major colleges raised their lips slightly. Since the 3 schools' disastrous defeat in the competition last year, they have specially strengthened the training of their students, wishing to train them like ice. And this kind of training also achieved corresponding results at this moment. Maybe if you just need to continue practicing like this. When this sophomore year turns into junior year, their Xuanyuan Martial Arts University will no longer need to be ranked at the bottom. By the way, Lao Xing, how much time do you think your Chen Mo can use? At this time, Ji Yulinghan turned his head and looked at Xing Tianyi, who had a dull face. The rest of the people also turned their heads and looked at Xing Tianyi, slightly curious. You know, it is said that within this month, Chen Mo could not come out of seclusion, so he concentrated on studying martial arts in the dormitory. Therefore, they did not know how far Chen Mo had cultivated. There are corresponding teachers in the university who are responsible for teaching students daily practice. Of course, students with monster-like talents can also apply not to attend classes. And Chen Mo is exactly like that. Compared to before, it must be a little bit better, Xing Tianyi said casually. A little bit stronger. Everyone's faces were a little suspicious, but after seeing Chen Mo who was about to break through, their eyes couldn't help but become curious. I don't know about this guy. What kind of achievements can be achieved in this Great Wall of Machines? You know, including Huo Shu and the other 4, their requirements are not high. As long as Chen Mo can pass through the machine canyon and the time is controlled within half an hour, it is an extremely excellent achievement. After all, Chen Mo was just a freshman. The essential reason for letting Chen Mo participate in the competition for the immortal weapon is to let Chen Mo exercise first so that he can prepare for his sophomore year to compete for the immortal weapon. Seeing everyone's expressions, Xing Tianyi didn't bother to say anything more. Just keep an eye on it. Xing Tianyi shook his head, and then looked intently at the machine canyon below. At the exit of Machine Canyon, 20 talented students were already standing. No matter what the final result was, after a short adjustment, everyone's mentality became calmer. You know, the essential factor to become a genius is to have a good attitude. It's just that they didn't expect it. The time to enter the top 12 has actually reached 12 minutes. This is something no one expected. But at this moment, their eyes were all looking in the direction of the Machine Canyon. I wonder how much strength Chen Mo can show. Well, let me tell you, the higher-ups are just giving Chen Mo a chance. It doesn't matter whether he wins or not. I'm so envious, such a talented person. But we can also make a bet. What's the bet? It's very simple. Bet on whether he can pass the Machine Canyon within an hour. An hour? I'm bored. He's only in the middle of the 3rd level, right? Even though there is a record of killing the Beast Lord, that thing is only on the virtual battlefield. This robot puppet is the real thing. Along with the discussion among the people, the 3 top geniuses standing at the front of the crowd also started a brief discussion. Zhou Wenyu smiled and said, "Are they all betting? Do we want to make a bet?" Lin Qingzu looked at the Machine Canyon and said, "Bet on whether Chen Mo can make it there." Zhou Wenyu said, "Yes, I'll bet for an hour." Lin Qingzu thought for a moment, 30 minutes. Suddenly, Zhou Wenyu stared at Lin Qingzu with wide eyes. "No, you are so confident in him. You know, he is only in the middle of the 3rd grade. As the realm becomes more advanced, the gap at each level becomes extremely large. Sometimes, the level is so high that no martial arts or talent can match it. In this Machine Canyon, there are a full 54th grade puppets. Although most of them are puppets in the early stages of the 4th rank, there are still puppets in the upper ranks of the 4th rank. Even if I dodge them one by one, Chen Mo's walking will be extremely slow. After all, you have to face attacks from all directions." Lin Qingzu actually had such confidence in him, which Zhou Wenyu and others had never thought of. "Sheng Tianlei, what do you think?" Zhou Wenyu turned around. Sheng Tianlei smiled softly, the corners of his mouth almost reaching the base of his ears. "What do I think? I'm looking forward to it. Will Chen Mo advance to the 2nd round?" Seeing Sheng Tianlei's expression, Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzu felt helpless. This guy must have noticed that Chen Mo has a talent for lightning. For some reason, Sheng Tianlei would show a strange expression every time he knew that his opponent had lightning talent. But, then again, if Chen Mo wants to enter the 2nd round, he needs to score within 15 minutes at least to be ranked among the top 12. Only the top 12, only then can we enter the 2nd round. Chen Mo can't do it, right? While there were different opinions from the outside world, Chen Mo, who was standing at the door of the Machine Canyon, slightly shrank his eyes like black holes. With absolute perception, Chen Mo was able to detect the horror in the Machine Canyon. It's time to go in. Suddenly, Chen Mo stepped in. Buzz. The surroundings suddenly experienced earth-shaking changes, and dozens of robots were seen standing on a 3-meter-wide avenue. And each robot is forged from special metal, and the coercion it exudes is actually the aura of the 4th grade. Fear. Fierce. It's suffocating. When each robot's eyes burst into blue light, vast pressure spread out completely. However, there was no fear in Chen Mo's eyes. Instead, I felt a little excited. I have been practicing for a month. Finally I can perform well. Just as Chen Mo was muttering to himself, there were already 3 mechanical puppets of the 1st stage of the 4th grade in the distance, officially discovering Chen Mo. Buzz. The 3-headed, 4th grade, 1st stage machine puppet sprinted towards Chen Mo like a steel chariot. And around Chen Mo's figure, dark thunder liquid surged rapidly. Well done. Above the sky, the 4 deans are still standing suspended. This little guy really doesn't hesitate. Ji Yu Linghan crossed his arms. You know, Chen Mo has never experienced a real fight. The battle in the virtual battle is indeed very real, and the simulation degree can reach 100%. However, it is still virtual. But the battle in reality is completely different. Some geniuses who can kill everyone in the virtual battlefield, but in reality, their strength is less than 1/10. Therefore, their college will specially set up realistic assessments to test their strength. Old Xing, how many 4th grade robots do you think Chen Mo can kill? Shen Tai looked at Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi shrugged. I said, he can enter the second round. Shen Tai. Well, this topic cannot be discussed. Shang Tianj pointed downwards. Okay, Chen Mo is about to fight, let's not argue. But when they looked down, their pupils shrank slightly. 3 robots with strength reaching the first stage of the 4th level raised their fists and suddenly came from a distance. The speed is so fast that it is jaw-dropping. You know, machine puppets have almost no shortcomings. Whether it is strength, defense, speed, they are all set up with extremely precision under the corresponding programs. It may be extremely difficult for ordinary warriors of the same realm to deal with it. Not to mention a 3rd grade warrior like Chen Mo. However, a little fighting spirit burst out in Chen Mo's eyes. If you think so, you will die. Then come on. Looking at the expanding 4th grade machine puppet in his sight, a playful smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. In an instant, he suddenly pointed forward. Dark thunder, spear, throwing spear. Boom. Suddenly, 4 streaks of dark thunder liquid suddenly surged onto Chen Mo's shoulders, and then, a black mist like smoke completely condensed behind him in an instant. Then, behind Chen Mo, there were once again 4 giant arms of dark thunder condensed like a giant dragon. Under the puzzled gaze of the 3-headed machine puppet, the 4 giant dark thunder hands suddenly condensed into 4 6-meter giant spears, and terrifying pressure exploded. And in it, a faint artistic conception actually lingered. The next moment, they all projected away. Boom! In an instant, 4 giant dark thunder spears suddenly tore the air in front of them, and rushed out towards the 3-headed machine puppet with a devastating attitude. Didi. Terrorist attack detected. The internal program of the 3-headed machine puppet suddenly sounded a violent alarm. They raised their hands and formed a shield, trying to resist Chen Mo's attack. However, it was only the moment when the dark thunder spear came into contact with the machine puppet. I saw gaps suddenly opening up on the machine shield. Then, these gaps expanded rapidly, and then, the machine shield exploded instantly. And that vast dark thunder spear suddenly destroyed all the 3-headed 4th grade robots. What a strong talent fluctuation. Above the sky, Ji Yu Linghan's pupils shrank. Everyone couldn't help but nodded. Not only was the energy released by Chen Mo powerful, but they also noticed a mysterious flavor in this energy. Much like artistic conception. Could it be that Chen Mo understood the artistic conception? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying power be condensed into the giant dark thunder spear? However, the power of artistic conception. That is only possible if you practice your marksmanship to a perfect level. And Chen Mo only realized perfect marksmanship at the age of 18. Thinking of this, the deans of the 3 major colleges shook their heads and said it was impossible. After a brief thought, everyone focused their attention on the machine canyon. Chen Mo was able to defeat the mechanical puppet of the first stage of the 4th rank. They were not surprised. After all, after defeating the combined efforts of Zhonghu and 3 others, Chen Mo's strength has been initially proved. And what awaits his machine puppet next is the real test. In the machine canyon, Chen Mo shrugged lightly. Snap! He stepped out from the wreckage of the 3-headed machine puppet, without any change on his face. Even though his realm is only in the middle of the 3rd level. However, the strength of his natural abilities, the strength of his body and blood, and even his understanding ability, are not comparable to ordinary people. Therefore, Chen Mo has absolute confidence in himself. And it seems that the aura he exudes is too strong. In the distance, 5 machine puppets were suddenly awakened, and a faint blue light burst out from their eyes. The terrifying pressure swept over like a storm. It is a machine puppet with 5 heads and the middle stage of the 4th grade. At this moment, the aura of each machine puppet is more powerful and terrifying than that of the 4th grade first stage machine puppet. At this time, it is one of the real tests of Machine Canyon. A machine puppet in the middle of the 4th rank will not be as easy to deal with as a machine puppet in the first rank of the 4th rank. In the sky, the 3 deans also fell into anticipation. I don't know how many minutes it will take Chen Mo to deal with these 5-headed 4th grade middle-level machine puppets. But at this moment, Chen Mo looked at the 5 puppets and smiled softly. He reached out. The 4 giant dark thunder hands behind him suddenly moved towards him, and then, countless dark thunder energies soared and flashed like air dragons. Finally, a 5-meter-long hidden thunder spear suddenly condensed. Black mist surged and thunder rolled. Chen Mo held the spear in his hand, as if a god had power. Sensing the enlarging machine puppet in his pupils, Chen Mo held a long gun and whispered softly. Dark Thunder Gun Yu Shi. Dark Thunder Gun Yu Shi. Chen Mo took a gentle breath, and a powerful force seemed to explode from his chest. The terrifying dark thunder energy condenses on the black spear tip. In an instant, there seemed to be countless dark thunder and air dragons flashing at the tip of the spear. The terrifying pressure actually condensed the surrounding air, forming strips of air that swept away. The air vibrates. The earth trembles. As for the 5-headed and 4th-level machine puppets, they didn't know that a big crisis was about to break out. Still holding up the pair of giant fists made of special metal, he attacked Chen Mo. The approaching giant fist completely exploded the air, showing 5 different directions, attacking Chen Mo. How does Chen Mo solve this move? Ji Yulinghan said with a smile in his eyes. But what happened next made everyone, including Huo Shu, look pale. I saw that the tip of Chen Mo's spear was not only filled with terrifying innate energy, but also contained a vague gun intent. Not the prototype of gun intention. Rather, it is a state that is close to the embryonic form of spear intention to the peak state between spear intention. The name is half spear intent. The next moment, Chen Mo's spear suddenly swept forward. Boom! The energy on the tip of the Dark Thunder gun was instantly detonated by this action, and the energy rushed out like a flood, forming a wave like a crescent moon. And this crescent wave, carrying a fierce meaning, instantly tore apart pieces of air. Tisk. Different from Dark Thunder, Spear, and Throwing Spear, Dark Thunder, Spear, and Yushi are absolutely fast. It's so fast that it seems beyond time. The entire machine canyon seemed to be quiet. Boom. But the crescent-shaped Dark Thunder wave was as devastating as it could easily destroy the body of the 5-headed machine puppet. Buzz. After smashing the bodies of the 5-headed machine puppets, this crescent-shaped wave still did not stop at all, descending on the earth in an absolutely terrifying manner. In a short time, the bomb blast created a huge crater. There are pieces of robot puppets scattered everywhere. On the battlefield, only Chen Mo's thin figure was left standing alone. It's so boring. As Chen Mo's voice fell, everything that happened in the machine canyon naturally reached the eyes of the 4 deans and vice principals. Half-spear intention. Chen Mo actually understood half-spear intention. Ji Yulinghan's eyes were about to burst, and he rubbed his eyes to make sure he saw it correctly. At the age of 18, he mastered half of the gun skills. It is very possible to master the true gun sense before the age of 20. This is a real monster. Yes, this little guy's talent is really terrifying. Shen Tai also spoke out, his eyes filled with envy. You know, if Xing Tianyi hadn't set out the conditions for viewing the End of Heaven monument, he would have included Chen Mo in his bag. Tisk, tisk, no wonder Lao Xing is so interested in him. Shang Tianj sighed. Chen Mo's talent is indeed unique among this class, no, these 2 classes. If Chen Mo was allowed to concentrate on building it for 1 year, he would be able to obtain it easily without any effort for the next year's battle for the immortal weapon. After 2 more years of hard work, I'm afraid I can even win the championship in the 3-school competition. When he was a freshman, Chen Mo had such fighting power. In my junior year, I'm afraid I've already realized the true meaning of the gun. This is an extremely amazing thing. But, the 3 deans also knew one thing. That means Chen Mo has half understood the meaning of the gun, which almost means that he will be ranked among the top 12, which is no problem. You know, half-gun intention almost means that the ability to master one's own body and the ability to master marksmanship has reached an almost palace level. If you face a real person, it may be a bit more difficult. But in the face of such a robot that has no intelligence and is purely based on calculation, it can be easily swept away. In the machine canyon, there are only a dozen machine puppets in the middle of the 4th level. There are only 2 4th-grade high-level machine puppets. Even if Chen Mo didn't deal with it and just dodge, it would be extremely easy. Tisk, tisk. Ji Yulinghan's eyes were a little complicated. At this speed, Chen Mo estimated that he would reach the finish line within 10 minutes. I don't know what the expressions of the talented sophomores would be if they knew they were surpassed by their juniors. The other side, Xing Tianyi looked at the expressions of the deans of the 3 major colleges, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Are you so shocked by a mere half shot? If I were to let you know that Chen Mo understood all the gun intentions, I would be so shocked that your eyes would pop out. However, Xing Tianyi was not in a hurry to say it. He wants to hold back a big wave. In the second round of the competition for the immortal weapon, when it comes to the arena battle, that's when Chen Mo really wants to show off. When I think about the expressions of the 3 deans at that time. Excitement flashed through Xing Tianyi's heart. As Chen Mo stepped over the puppet fragments under his feet, he continued to walk towards the machine canyon. Carrying a gun over one's shoulder. Don't be afraid of anything. At the end of the machine canyon, the geniuses were still chatting. It's already been 6 minutes. It seems like I can't break Sheng Tianlei's record. What are you thinking about? 6 minutes, even the gods can't do it. Ha 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 ha. I have to say, I really envy Chen Mo for having this opportunity. Yes, when you are a freshman, you can come and compete for immortal weapons to practice. I can't help it. He was specially recruited. Which one of us is not a special move? We must admit that there is a gap between Tianzhao and Tianzhao. Time gradually passed, and it had already been 10 minutes. Everyone also sighed and started chatting. Lin Qingzu and Zhou Wenyu also began to close their eyes and rest in preparation for the next battle in the ring. After all, in their eyes, Chen Mo is only a middle-level 3rd-grade warrior. Being able to break through the machine canyon is already an extremely remarkable thing. Not to mention being able to reach the top 12 in the ranking of breaking through the machine canyon. I guess, last from the bottom right. Among the crowd, only Sheng Tianlei's eyes were always paying attention to Machine Canyon. His heartbeat became louder and louder, and he even stretched out his red lips and licked the corners of his mouth. It's getting closer. Tisk tisk. What a fun thunder type. Never seen that before. My thunder and lightning is also excited about this. Along with this murmur fell. At this moment, a thin figure slowly walked out of the machine puppet. Everyone looked up and saw Chen Mo with a calm face. It came out. How many minutes did it take? Let me see, 11 minutes and 7 seconds. 11 minutes. For a freshman, that's not. Wait. What the hell did you say? Chen Mo passed the assessment in 11 minutes. Holy shit. In an instant, everyone looked at Chen Mo in shock. Between the eyebrows, there was a sudden jump. Incredible. 11 minutes. What is this concept? You know, those participating in the competition for the immortal weapon are the top 20 geniuses in their sophomore year. Excluding the top 10, their average time is about 14 minutes. And now, Chen Mo's time is actually 11 minutes. Are you sure this is a freshman? What does this prove? Chen Mo relied on his status as a freshman to defeat hundreds of sophomores. Even among their group of sophomore geniuses, their ranking reached the 11th position. What a monster. The faces of many talented people ranked outside the top 12 changed. The contempt for Chen Mo also completely changed at this moment. This guy is really terrifying. No wonder he was able to cross levels and kill the Beast Lord. The geniuses who ranked within the top 10 looked at Chen Mo with serious eyes. In their view, Chen Mo was already competitive with them. Even though Chen Mo is only in the middle of the 3rd rank, they cannot relax at all in the subsequent competition. And after all the geniuses. Looking at Chen Mo's thin figure, Lin Qingzu's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She never thought that a freshman could achieve this level. You know, every one of their students has gone through a year of exams, big and small. Whether it is practical ability or theoretical ability, it is much higher than the so-called freshmen. In fact, almost all the geniuses who are ranked in the top 20 have more or less practiced top-notch methods, such as the heaven-reaching method, the Lingtian method, the heaven-conquering method. Under this situation, Chen Mo was still able to defeat them, and even reached the top 12. 11 minutes. It can be ranked 11th. Lin Qingzu could almost catch a glimpse of the faces of the original 12 that were extremely livid for a moment, and then turned into wry smiles and helpless expressions. This kid looks interesting. Looking at the handsome Chen Mo, Lin Qingzu's face showed a hint of curiosity. Perhaps, in the second round, Lin Qingzu can get a good idea of what kind of strength Chen Mo has, coming to the 11th place. And on the other side, Zhou Wenyu looked surprised. His face burned with pain. You know, before, he seemed to desperately think that Chen Mo was not good enough. At this moment, Chen Mo unexpectedly gave him such a big surprise. This guy's strength, tisk tisk, I didn't expect to be so strong. It turns out that the leaders didn't want to give Chen Mo a chance to practice. It's just to let Chen Mo really see if he can compete for the immortal weapon. After a brief period of confusion, Zhou Wenyu suddenly returned to his normal expression. Just be strong. Anyway, in this test, it is absolutely impossible to threaten his top 3 status. In this exam, only Lin Qingzu and Sheng Tianlei could put some pressure on him. However, Zhou Wenyu did not expect that Chen Mo's record of entering the top 12 was actually guessed by Sheng Tianlei. The young man in purple robe standing aside looked at Chen Mo's figure and smiled softly. Fusion, evolution, only thunder can make me stronger. And Chen Mo's thunder. Sheng Tianlei's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Looking at the shocked, surprised and disbelieving looks of everyone, Chen Mo just shrugged. Actually, he can also come out of Machine Canyon at a much faster speed. Moreover, the results displayed will definitely shock countless people. I saw that during the battle. Faintly, Chen Mo felt as if his gun intention was about to break through. So, just warm your hands more. Before a big battle, you still need to do some foreplay. Warm up the blood. My gun intention has not been revealed yet. If it were shown, what a dazzling scene it would be. This time, Chen Mo was bound to win the battle for the immortal weapon. Only by obtaining the immortal weapon can his strength be raised to a higher level again. It can also give the God-killing spear intent room to truly display. He wants to know the scene when the God-killing spear and the 9 heavens dark thunder divine body actually burst out. At this moment, 5 streams of light fell from the sky, and everyone rushed away. They were the 4 deans and vice principals. Everyone hurriedly bowed their hands and saluted, while Huo Shu waved his hand to indicate that they would be exempted from the ceremony. Finally, the eyes of the 5 newcomers suddenly glanced at Chen Mo. You know, Chen Mo can enter the top 12 and participate in the second round of the immortal weapon competition. They, Ji Yu Linghan, Shen Tai, Shang Tianj, Huo Shu, were not surprised. Instead, what surprised them was the calmness and unhurriedness that Chen Mo showed when dealing with the final 4th grade high-level machine puppet. It's like the old man playing with the naughty boy is just a hotshot and has never shown his true strength. Is it possible that Chen Mo is still hiding it? And when they looked at Xing Tianyi folded his arms and whistled, as if nothing was his business. Everyone didn't know what to do. Have to. When the second round of the arena battle comes, Chen Mo's hidden strength will definitely be forced out. They were quite curious about one thing. That is, after a month of training, how far has Chen Mo's true strength reached? This is something to look forward to. Then, as the vice principal, Huo Shu stood at the front, then smiled at everyone. Now that the testing of Machine Canyon is over. Then, the next step should be the second round of testing, the battle in the arena. As soon as they heard the words, battle in the arena, the top 12 sophomore geniuses couldn't help but feel nervous. You know, only after you achieve the top 5 results in the second round of the arena test, will you have the opportunity to come into contact with the fairy weapon. No top 5. That means there is no need to discuss anything. This is almost the most important thing among the 3 Shengwu Dao universities. Only by mastering the immortal weapon can we take a step further and better lead to the endless road of martial arts. Huo Shu chuckled and gently waved his hand. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a huge silver arena suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Huo Shu smiled softly. The second round of tests for the immortal weapon competition over the years has been extremely simple. Through the random drawing mode, the top 12 people will choose the corresponding opponents. Victory, promotion, fail, don't advance. It's that simple. If you want to choose a strong opponent, don't say there is any shady story. You know, on the battlefield against ferocious beasts, luck is also a part of strength. At the same time, luck is also extremely important when competing for immortal weapons. Huo Shu's tone was calm and he stated one thing calmly. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Daewoo's artificial intelligence system will conduct a random lottery draw, Huo Shu said softly. Suddenly, the virtual screen suddenly flashed in front of everyone, and then, the quotas jumped rapidly. Everyone's hearts became tense. Finally, the quota is determined. The first arena battle, Sheng Tianlei versus Dugu Sheng. Looking at these two names, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Sheng Tianlei's strength is almost the strongest in the entire sophomore year. He also wanted to see how strong Sheng Tianlei could be. Is it stronger than him? Chen Mo smiled softly. The first match, Sheng Tianlei vs Dugu Sheng. As Huo Shu finished speaking, the four major colleges and vice-chancellors all floated in the air, and then, a huge auditorium suddenly appeared. And above the arena, two figures suddenly rushed away. Chen Mo, on the other hand, had his hands folded under the ring. Before it was his turn, he could watch. On the stage, Gusheng had a wry smile on his face. He had never thought that he would meet Sheng Tianlei in the first scene. Sheng Tianlei, on the other hand, had a plain expression. How are you going to lose? Sheng Tianlei smiled softly. So arrogant. Such thoughts passed through everyone's minds. However, everyone also knew that Sheng Tianlei did have the capital. And Gusheng's eyes became firm, and he immediately raised his hands, and in an instant, a spear suddenly appeared. I want to defeat you. Gusheng's eyes were sharp. The geniuses who can enter the top 12 are almost all in the middle of the 4th grade. And Sheng Tianlei is only a 4th grade high-level player. However, Lonely Sheng knows that this is just a slight difference in rank, but it is as big as clouds and mud. In an instant, the body muscles of Gusheng suddenly and rapidly changed. Every muscle texture is twisted together like a twist. In an instant, holding the spear in hand, it is completely released. He is also a strong man from Tongtian Academy, and what he practices is the Tongtian method. And on top of the sharp spear, there is a layer of flame light, which is matched with the exquisite spear power to assassinate. But Sheng Tianlei looked at the enlarging spear in his eyes and smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, he suddenly raised his arm. Then, move forward slightly. Thunder of despair trapped Sky Finger. Laugh. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning passed through the gap, like a shooting star, and shot towards the lonely student. Boom. I saw the spear in Dugu Sheng's hand suddenly trembled violently, and then, the lightning shook in front of Dugu Sheng's chest like a devastating bolt. The next moment, Dugu Sheng immediately flew out and fell into the ring. Huo Shu also announced, the winner of this duel is Sheng Tianlei. What a strong strength. With one finger, Dugu was defeated. I can feel that Sheng Tianlei's thunder power is stronger than before. What exactly happened these days? Not only did the geniuses look different, but Lin Qingzu and Zhou Wenyu also had serious expressions on their faces. They all smelled a different smell from Sheng Tianlei's lightning. Among the crowd, Chen Mo's eyes also fell on Sheng Tianlei. This lightning pressure, it seems to be at the SSS level, right? Suddenly, excitement flashed across Chen Mo's eyes. It seems that in this duel, there is an opponent who really makes him feel excited. In the viewing seats above the sky, the deans also nodded. Tisk tisk, this energy intensity is worthy of coming from my Tongtian Academy. Ji Yu Linghan's face glowed red. I didn't use the Tongtian technique, but it exploded with such power. I am truly worthy of being the first genius of the sophomore year. Even Shen Tai from Yutian Academy had to be convinced at this moment. His talent may have evolved. Sharp-eyed Shang Tianj asked, is it SSS level? After hearing what Shang Tianj said, Ji Yu Linghan smiled softly, that's right, it's SSS level. Suddenly, Dean Shang Tianj and Shen Tai suddenly took a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the monster Sheng Tianlei would come out at this time. They originally thought that Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzu might have a chance to compete with Sheng Tianlei. But Sheng Tianlei actually broke through his talent to the SSS level. Then, the winning rate becomes very slim. Seeing this, the two couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps a dark horse will be killed soon. Xing Tianyi crossed his arms. Everyone was speechless for a while. Ji Yu Linghan chuckled and said, Old Xing, don't worry about your Xiao Chen. I know Xiao Chen is very strong, but not this year. He won't be able to truly show his talent until tomorrow. It's a miracle that he can enter the top 12 this year. Is it possible that you still expect him to be number 1? Shang Tianj and Shen Tai also nodded. Now it seems that the opponents Chen Mo faces are almost all mid-level 4th level opponents who practice peak martial arts. Unless Chen Mo understands the meaning of the gun. Otherwise it will be absolutely useless. But the gun intention is extremely difficult to comprehend. During their freshman, sophomore and junior years at Xuanyuan Martial Arts University, there were almost none. And at Kangchong Martial Arts University and Starry Sky Martial Arts University, there seems to be one each. But it was only in my junior year, that is, when I was 20, that I realized it. And it's those two, but those two Shengwudao universities devoted their efforts to training them, and the purpose is to shine in the 3-school competition 2 months later. Only, even they can only master it at the age of 20, let alone Chen Mo, an 18-year-old boy. Shaking their heads, they continued to watch the game. Next, it was Zhou Wenyu's turn to fight against a middle-level 4th grade Tongtian Academy student. Classmate Zhou, please teach me. The other party said. Okay, Zhou Wenyu nodded, but his eyes still didn't care much. As a result, the other party's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, the muscles in his whole body tensed up, and they shot out like springs. At some point, a huge glove appeared on his right hand, and right in front of the glove was an ice spike formed by inch ice crystals. Bitter, biting. However, such an attack could not arouse any interest in Zhou Wenyu. Royal Gold Royal Sky Ultimate Defense. Suddenly, Zhou Wenyu's body suddenly flashed with golden light, and then he suddenly stretched out his palm toward the opponent. Boom! The palms and fists collided, and a huge wave of air suddenly erupted, and even the arena was cracked. However, just in the next moment, Zhou Wenyu used this palm to knock the opponent out of the ring. The opponent stood up, showed a wry smile, cupped his hands and stood aside. What a strong defense! All the geniuses looked shocked. As 4th level warriors, they could naturally see that Zhou Wenyu did not use force to push the opponent out. Instead, it simply relied on its terrifying defensive power and the counter-shock effect to forcefully knock people away. Our Zhou Wenyu is not bad either, Shen Tai said with a groan. The others also nodded slightly in agreement. After all, it was extremely good to be able to practice the heaven control technique to such an extent during my sophomore year. Moreover, he also possesses the rare SS-level talent of gold controlling, which can turn the skin into a metal coat. Used in conjunction with the heavenly control technique, it will definitely be an excellent tank on the battlefield in the future. Next, the places are drawn again. The third match is between Lin Qingzu and Xie Dao. Huo Shu announced. Suddenly, there was another burst of noise on the field. Lin Qingzu is here, the master of Daer swordsmanship. It is said that the credits on Kendo have been completed. Tisk tisk, a strong man and the school beauty. All the geniuses said to me one by one, you know, there are many outstanding women, but all-rounders like Lin Qingzu are extremely rare. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but nodded slightly. He could detect the vague prototype of the sword intention on Lin Qingzu. Obviously, this is a master who has cultivated his swordsmanship to the level of his true self. It seems that he is also a good opponent, Chen Mo murmured to himself. And in an instant, Lin Qingzu stepped onto the ring, looked at his opponent, and smiled softly. Please enlighten me. Please enlighten me, opponent Xie Dao said quickly. Although Xie Dao was said to be extremely polite, when the bell rang for the battle, Xie Dao stormed out unceremoniously. Roar! In an instant, a ferocious white tiger's true form appeared on Xie Dao's body, rushing towards Lin Qingzu like a steel chariot. You know, what Xie Dao practices is the heaven-reaching technique, which is extremely powerful. If it were allowed to collide, I'm afraid ordinary 4th grade mid-level and even 4th level high-level warriors would find it extremely difficult. However, Lin Qingzu just smiled lightly. In an instant, a thin long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Lingtian Piaomiao Sword Shadow Wuji. Suddenly, the soft sword in Lin Qingzu's hand suddenly erupted into hundreds of sword shadows, and these sword shadows were densely packed towards Xie Dao. What a fast sword! One person exclaimed. Xie Dao, who was on the opposite side, had goosebumps all over his body and was about to defend. The crisp sound of sword sounds suddenly sounded. Then, Lin Qingzu's soft sword seemed to be placed on Xie Dao's neck. I lost. Xie Dao's face was filled with despair. After hearing the announcement, he consciously walked off the ring. The remaining geniuses couldn't help but look shocked. Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzu are too strong. What a fool. I killed all my opponents with one move. Their final exams aren't so scary. You know, during the final exam, everyone was able to interact with the three of them. And now, he was killed instantly with one move. Unbelievable. I'm afraid, in the final exam, these three people will still hide their strength. Thinking of this, the remaining 5 sophomore students suddenly looked solemn. There is no hope for the top 3. Now, we can only compete for the top 5. As long as you compete for the top 5, you will still have a chance to obtain the immortal weapon. At this time, they looked at each other again. Immediately afterwards, battle announcements sounded. Then, 2 more battles ended. At this point, only 1 sophomore talent remained among those who were not tested in the first round. There is one more, freshman from freshman year. Everyone's eyes seemed to be directed towards the 2 of them. Huo Shu, who was standing on the sky, also smiled softly, and then said with a smile. The first round, the last match, Chen Mo vs Ouyang Jing. Immediately, 2 figures jumped up and arrived on the silver-white arena. In the audience, a lively discussion suddenly erupted. Tisk, tisk, it's Chen Mo's turn. I didn't expect that it was Ouyang Jing who was fighting. He ranks 4th in the Machine Canyon, second only to their 3 monsters. I thought Chen Mo might go further, but now it's tragic. It's okay, I'm just here to exercise, I don't really want to get the magic weapon. Ouyang Jing will not hold back. With the Lingtian method he has practiced, he is afraid that he will beat Chen Mo until his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. Discussions suddenly started to sound, and even Lin Qingzu and Zhou Wenyu looked towards the ring. Who do you think can win? Zhou Wenyu said with a smile. Who else could it be? Lin Qingzu shrugged. In my opinion, Chen Mo probably has a winning rate of about 20%, right? Zhou Wenyu was stunned and looked at Lin Qingzu. No. Ouyang Jing is worth 80% in your heart. You know, his strength can kill a 3rd-level warrior. Lin Qingzu said nothing. In the beautiful eyes, there are ripples of color. It wasn't because of anything else, but because she felt a vague artistic conception from Chen Mo. Is it possible that Chen Mo has mastered the gun intention? 1 year younger than her and master the gun. Is this possible? ... And in the spectator seats above the sky, Ji Yulinghan looked at the target of Chen Mo's challenge and smiled softly. Lao Shang, remember to ask Ouyang Jing to be gentle. His Lingtian method has been practiced to the point of mastery. The proficiency levels of martial arts are divided into entry, proficiency, minor success, great success, and perfection. Therefore, there are only a handful of people who can practice to the level of proficiency in the entire sophomore year. Shang Tianj hadn't spoken yet, but Xing Tianyi did. Chen Mo will be instantly killed by Ouyang Jing. Xing Tianyi snorted coldly. Instant kill, Ji Yulinghan said with a smile. How is it possible? Even if Chen Mo has cultivated to the level of half-spear spirit, so what? With the absolute gap in realm and martial arts, Chen Mo's chance of winning is almost 0%. Old Xing, I know you protect your shortcomings, but you can't protect your shortcomings like this. Xing Tianyi snorted coldly, with an expressionless face. He didn't say another word, but looked at Chen Mo on the ring. But deep down in his heart, Chen Mo, show it to them quickly. ... And on the stage, Ouyang Jing was wearing a snow-white robe, with long hair and extremely white fingers. There was a hint of disregard in his eyes. If I take action, I usually won't show mercy. If you don't want to stay in bed for 2 months, I still suggest you go down. Ouyang Jing smiled softly as he spoke, but this smile contained infinite coldness. In an instant, an invisible hurricane suddenly emerged, and waves of wind and waves suddenly gathered from all directions. And these wind and waves, like mountains, suddenly suppressed Chen Mo. Obviously, Ouyang Jing used his innate abilities to put pressure on Chen Mo. Ouyang Jing's SS-level gravity is really scary. Yes, it can not only pose a threat to the enemy, but also provide convenience to yourself. Coupled with the use of the Lingtian method, it is simply amazing. This is also the one most likely to challenge those 3 monsters. Actually, you don't need to look, Chen Mo has already lost. If Chen Mo had given in now, I might have been beaten twice less. Everyone immediately said, as if he heard what the people around him said. Ouyang Jing smiled softly. Did you hear that? They called you. Before he finished speaking, Chen Mo said with a smile, Senior, this is an arena, not a place for gossiping. Suddenly, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yang Jing's face gradually turned pale. He looked at Chen Mo, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Really are. If you don't eat the toast, you'll be fined with alcohol. Really, if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Looking at Chen Mo with a calm face, a cold light flashed across Yang Jing's face. In an instant, the hurricanes on all sides of Yang Jing suddenly spun up. Buzz. An invisible gravity suddenly released. Just outside the court, all the geniuses have already noticed a kind of pressure coming from all over the body. And this is the effect of gravity. Under this pressure like gravity, whether they condense energy, surge blood, or move, they will all bring a layer of negative debuff. Therefore, combined with Yang Jing who possesses the Lingtian method, the effect will become extremely terrifying and powerful. I guess Chen Mo can't hold on any longer, right? A genius smiled softly. And when their eyes were focused on the ring, everyone suddenly froze on the spot. No, Chen Mo, why is there still no response? I saw Chen Mo standing on the ring, his face still calm, and he even yawned. Looks like, very boring. Is this your gravity? It's quite powerful. Feeling the pressure from all over him, Chen Mo smiled softly, not bad. However, it was undoubtedly a shame for this sentence to fall into Yang Jing's ears. You know, after releasing the gravity field, almost all warriors of the same age and level as him will have solemn expressions on their faces. Under this gravity field, no one can remain calm and at ease. A ray of cold light passed through Yang Jing's eyes. This kid is definitely pretending. When he thought of this, the corners of Yang Jing's mouth curled up slightly, and when he looked at Chen Mo, there was only contempt in his eyes. It seems that the freshman in front of me is just pretending to be relaxed. Boy, Yang Jing crossed his arms and said, originally, I wanted you to retreat in spite of the difficulties. But, it seems you are still too hard-boned. In that case, don't blame me for taking action. Boom. Suddenly, a gravity wave like a volcano suddenly erupted. The air in all directions was suddenly squeezed and torn apart, and countless air dragons surged out and swept away. The faces of all the geniuses couldn't help but change. They knew that Yang Jing was probably not serious about it. Go all out against a new student. Why else? Yang Jing is angry because of that guy. As various words fell, a bright shield of light suddenly rose up, protecting everyone in front of them to prevent them from being affected by this battle. Lin Qingzu, it seems that you are going to guess wrong this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms and smiled softly. Feeling the gravity field erupting from Yang Jing, Zhou Wenyu just smiled faintly. Under such an attack, almost no third-grade warrior could survive. Even if Chen Mo had another trump card, it would be impossible for him to defeat Yang Jing. However, Lin Qingzu did not speak. She was on par with Sheng Tianlei, both looking closely at the ring. Looking at the expressions of Lin Qingzu and Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu frowned. Could it be that these two people think Chen Mo can really win? In the viewing seat above the sky, Xing Tianyi couldn't help but become nervous. You know, what Chen Mo displayed, even if it was gun intention. But facing Yang Jing's attack, there were still some shortcomings. I wonder if Chen Mo can defeat him. This is a problem. If it were some ordinary sophomore talent, Xing Tianyi still thought there would be no problem. Lao Shang, then Yang Jing will take any action, big or small, remember to protect him. At that time, Xing Tianyi spoke out. After all, Yang Jing is from Lingtian Academy, so it is most appropriate for Shang Tianj to take action. And Shang Tianj nodded. I understand. Ji Yu Linghan looked at the nervous look on Lao Xing's face and smiled softly. It seems that Lao Xing is not so confident, right? After all, it is quite remarkable that Chen Mo has been able to reach this level. Able to master half a rifle at the age of 18. This kind of performance is only lower than the best students trained by the two Shengwudao universities for the three-school competition. Next, they could actually take a look at Chen Mo's secret skill and see what it is, right? With many eyes looking towards the ring, Yang Jing revealed a chuckle. Then, all his robes started to rustle. He stretched out his hands, and suddenly there was a chaotic ball of wind and waves in his palms. If you look carefully, it is not a storm. Rather, it is a ball of chaotic gravity. Next, I will kill you with one move. Ouyang Jing felt the pressure of the gravity ball in his palm and smiled softly. Chen Mo smiled slightly and said, maybe, me too. Ouyang Jing was too lazy to say anything more to Chen Mo. There are geniuses who are arrogant, but they just like to talk in their sleep. Next, I'll let you, Senior Ouyang, wake you up. Gravity Lingtian compression of the world. Boom. In an instant, Ouyang Jing's feet suddenly erupted with terrifying energy, and this gravitational energy blasted a huge crater on the ground, and then his entire body suddenly flew out. No, that's not all. Every blood, every muscle fiber, and every meridian in his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. They move, they condense, they transform. Martial arts is a unique skill that explores the mysteries of the human body and can maximize a warrior's ability to control the body. The 4 martial arts methods of Xuanyuan Martial Arts University are to develop this potential to the extreme. Under the dual effects of Lingtian method and gravity field, Ouyang Jing's speed has reached a limit-breaking speed. Buzz. I saw the wind and waves surging all around, and Ouyang Jing's figure suddenly disappeared. Then, under the astonished eyes of many, Ouyang Jing suddenly came to Chen Mo. Cut! Ouyang Jing shouted loudly, and the ball at the center of his palm suddenly released. A huge wave of air surged out, like a spiral pill, and hit Chen Mo's chest. Chen Mo is finished. This was the only thought that passed through everyone's minds. However, what happened in the next moment made everyone's eyes widen. On top of the ring, Chen Mo looked at Ouyang Jing, whose eyes were constantly enlarging, and smiled softly. Too weak. Wrong. It's too slow. Chen Mo gently raised his hand, and then, a hidden thunder spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. The spear was very calm, without any surge of energy. Because, in Chen Mo's opinion, Ouyang Jing does not need to condense a powerful hidden thunder spear. Do you know why you lost to me? Feeling the strange aura surging from Chen Mo's body, Ouyang Jing's expression changed, and he sensed an astonishing sense of crisis. Chen Mo must be killed immediately. Ouyang Jing's right palm suddenly struck towards Chen Mo. As long as Chen Mo was photographed, he would definitely fly out. However, Chen Mo smiled softly and said the next sentence. Because, you are weaker than me. In an instant. The spear is like a dragon, penetrating the heaven and earth. Gun intent. Now, buzz. This spear was like a dragon, and then, an invisible spear intent spurted out. Chen Mo didn't hesitate at all, but exploded with gun intent. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. It's not something he likes. Want to fight? It's going to be an instant kill. Boom. Under the shroud of this spear intent, everyone's expressions suddenly froze. Gun intent. Gun intent. Gun intent. Chen Mo actually realized the intention of the gun. Everyone only felt their scalps numb, and their faces were full of disbelief and shock. You know, the conditions for understanding the intention of the gun require perfect level of marksmanship. This marksmanship is above the true self-level marksmanship. And now, Chen Mo is only 18 years old and a freshman, so he has understood the perfect level of marksmanship. Everyone just felt like they were in a dream. Beside everyone, Zhou Wenyu's eyes were full of disbelief. Chen Mo, this guy, actually understood the meaning of the gun. A look of shock flashed across Zhou Wenyu's eyes. As the top talent in his sophomore year, he naturally knows how difficult it is to comprehend the gun intention. But now, Chen Mo actually realized the intention of the gun. This is probably hard for thousands of people to imagine. No wonder Chen Mo was able to break through the machine canyon and enter the second round of the competition for immortal weapons with the help of a third-grade warrior. It turned out to be this reason. Even now, Zhou Wenyu had to admit that Chen Mo was really qualified to fight with him. Lin Qingzu, who was standing next to Zhou Wenyu, had her beautiful eyes widened. There is nothing wrong with my perception. Chen Mo has really mastered the power of artistic conception. Even Lin Qingzu, who was so talented, was briefly distracted when he saw Chen Mo's gun intention. You know, she has been hailed as a genius girl who practices swords since she was a child. Countless kendo martial arts gym owners are full of praise for it. And Lin Qingzu's goal all along is to understand the sword's meaning before the age of 20. Then, he became the first person to amaze the entire Daxia Federation. However, at this moment, she discovered that Chen Mo's artistic conception had actually reached a complete artistic conception. She hasn't even reached half of the sword intention. Suddenly, a thought suddenly wandered in her mind. Maybe, that's really okay. On the side of Lin Qingzu, looking at Chen Mo, who was exuding an artistic conception that could cover the sky, the corners of Sheng Tianlei's mouth gradually turned up. That's how he likes it. He just likes such geniuses who have the talent of thunder and lightning. Come on, Chen Mo, the stronger you act. Just now, I want to step on you more and more. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms, and in his eyes, thunder snakes lingered, flickering and erupting. Thunder talent, he can only be king. Even though Chen Mo has gun will, in Sheng Tianlei's view, so what? He will personally crush Chen Mo's pride. ... Snap. Swish, swish, swish. Almost the three deans stood up from their seats at the same time, looking at the scene on the ring in disbelief. It was as if a helicopter was buzzing in the brains of the three deans. No, Chen Mo has perfect marksmanship. No, Chen Mo understood the intention of the gun. No, Chen Mo. The eyes of the three deans suddenly looked towards Xing Tianyi, with incredible expressions on their faces. After Xing Tianyi looked at the three people's eyes, he just smiled softly and said through a message. Well, I have already said that Chen Mo's strength is really not as simple as his performance. Why don't you believe me? After realizing the terror after Chen Mo's power of artistic conception exploded, Xing Tianyi's heart couldn't help but drop. Even he didn't expect that Chen Mo's gunfire sweeping across him at this moment would be so terrifying. In this case, Xing Tianyi crossed his arms and sat down with a nonchalant expression. As if he has all the winning tickets. Seeing Xing Tianyi's expression, the corners of the three deans' mouths suddenly twitched. Chen Mo understood the artistic conception. This guy hides it and doesn't say anything. He obviously wanted to wait until this time to slap them in the face. While the three deans wanted to strangle Xing Tianyi to death, they also felt a huge wave of emotions in their hearts. 18 years old, a genius who understands the power of artistic conception. In fact, this genius who understood the power of artistic conception actually mastered 3 talents. For the 3-school competition, the remaining 2 Shengwudao universities worked hard to cultivate 2 monsters. Now, Chen Mo's mastery of artistic conception is at the same level as them. Who dares to believe this? What if the current Chen Mo were sent to a competition among the 3 schools? I'm afraid just showing the intention of the gun is enough to shock the students of the other 2 holy martial arts universities, right? Suddenly, they thought of what the principal said a month ago. This year's 3-school competition seems to require freshmen and sophomores to participate. If you put the current Chen Mo among the freshmen from the other 2 schools, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to kill him with his feet. For some reason, Ji Yu Linghan, Shang Tianj, and Shen Tai suddenly felt a sour feeling in their hearts. Will, Miss Chen Mo, have you really missed hundreds of billions? ... And all this still happened in an instant. On the silver-white arena, Ouyang Jing's eyes widened, and his trembling pupils were full of disbelief. How can it be? How can you understand the meaning of the gun? After shouting violently, the gravity ball in Ouyang Jing's right hand expanded rapidly, reaching a diameter of 1 meter in almost the blink of an eye. Ouyang Jing knew that he could no longer hesitate. If he hesitates any longer, he is afraid that the only one who will lose is himself. This is something Ouyang Jing cannot accept. Gravity Ultimate Compression World. Boom! Huge gravity waves erupted again, and the terrifying gravity field caused the surrounding air to collapse, and countless air waves flew toward the sky as if they were escaping. It is obvious that Ouyang Jing has activated his gravity energy to the extreme. However, all of this is just in vain in front of Chen Mo. I saw a sigh passing through Chen Mo's eyes. Then, the moment Ouyang Jing's gravity racket hit Chen Mo took out his gun. An ordinary shot, a mediocre shot, even an extremely dull shot. However, everyone felt a scalp-numbing and frightening aura on this spear. The dark thunder spear tore through the air with devastating force. The light of the spear's intent that was lingering and destroying the world was all gathered on the tip of the spear. Tear, only the sound of a gunshot was heard. In Ouyang Jing's stunned eyes, Chen Mo's spear completely tore Ouyang Jing's gravity ball apart in an instant. Then, a cold star like a glow broke through the air of heaven and earth. Buzz. In just an instant, Chen Mo's spear tore through the air and stabbed towards Ouyang Jing. Looking at the enlarging spear in his sight, Ouyang Jing's face instantly turned pale. No, don't want. Following this frightened voice, Chen Mo's spear seemed to stop an inch in front of Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing looked at Chen Mo's hidden thunder spear, and sweat like grease fell drop by drop on his forehead. His chest was rising and falling, and the cold sweat on his body completely soaked his robe. Looking at Ouyang Jing, who was still in shock, Chen Mo held his hand, and the dark thunder spear turned into star particles and disappeared in the air. It seems that this guy can't even show his strength. You know, he has not even revealed the artistic conception of the God-killing attribute. What he faced Ouyang Jing was that he had no attributes or artistic conception. I wonder what kind of terrifying power Chen Mo himself can unleash after the God-killing artistic conception is revealed. Even he doesn't know. This may be something to look forward to. After a while, Chen Mo realized that he was still in the ring. Then, Chen Mo smiled softly at Ouyang Jing, who was so scared that his body was wet and weak. Senior. Accepted. Senior, I accept. Chen Mo's whisper was not loud, but it spread throughout the audience. Quiet. The entire arena fell into complete silence. Before this, no one had ever thought that Chen Mo could actually defeat Ouyang Jing. Even, it swept past with such an easy crushing attitude. You know, Ouyang Jing's strength is not weak, otherwise, he would not be ranked 4th in the entire sophomore year. However, the strength shown by Chen Mo was even more terrifying. Even in this battle, before anyone could see clearly what his talents were, Chen Mo defeated Ouyang Jing with a spear. There is no final law. No talents. Some, just a pure gun will. This is really terrifying. You know, in the previous years, there was no demon who could appear as a freshman and challenge the top 10 talented sophomores. Never before. But now, Chen Mo actually did it. This guy's talent is really amazing. Now everyone has only one thought left. It seems that Chen Mo can only be solved by Lin Qingzu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei. Only. A kind of expectation flickered in everyone's hearts. What if Chen Mo defeated all 3 of them? How glorious would that situation be? Outside of the crowd, the 3 geniuses each had their own expressions. Perhaps, we really have to rely on him. Lin Qingzu looked at Chen Mo's face, but there was a hint of indescribable emotion. This is a complex emotion that combines frustration and curiosity. Even Lin Qingzu didn't expect that there would be someone younger than her who could surpass him in terms of artistic conception. If you just start from the gun intention, my defense will resist it without any problem. Looking at Chen Mo, who was calm and composed, a solemn look passed between Zhou Wenyu's brows. But there wasn't much of a dignified look. You must know that there is a huge gap between Chen Mo and him in terms of realm and martial arts training. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu can naturally boldly believe that Chen Mo is still no match for him. The focus of this competition should still be on Sheng Tianlei. He wants revenge. On the other hand, Sheng Tianlei still crossed his arms with his hands on his chest, his eyes flashed slightly with thunder, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Now, we should be able to announce the results, right? Principal Huo. Looking at the still astonished people in the sky, Chen Mo smiled softly. In the sky, a smile flashed across Huo Shu's face. The winner of this battle is Chen Mo. After hearing this, Chen Mo smiled softly, and when he was about to turn around and step off the stage, a voice suddenly sounded. Why are you so strong? Ouyang Jing looked at Chen Mo, his trembling pupils still showed an incredible look. He still can't figure out why a freshman, a warrior in the middle of 3rd grade, can be so strong. He has been practicing hard for so long. He even practiced the Lingtian method to a basic level. Why is he not Chen Mo's opponent yet? After Chen Mo heard this, he smiled softly and turned around. Sometimes, true genius cannot be measured by age or age. After saying that, Chen Mo jumped down, and the breeze blew, making his robe and black hair dance wildly. Real genius. After Ouyang Jing muttered these words carefully, a wry smile finally appeared on his face. I am not as good as him. All the geniuses were in an uproar. However, no one spoke out to refute Chen Mo. Because these 5 words, true genius, are suitable to describe Chen Mo. Everyone seems to know that Chen Mo may be one of the winners of the immortal weapon this time. There was only envy in their eyes, without any jealousy. After all, Chen Mo really conquered them. It seems that now only Lin Qingzu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei can fight against Chen Mo. What a crazy boy. Zhou Wenyu frowned slightly. If he met Chen Mo, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chen Mo, Lin Qingzu murmured to himself, the artistic conception. And Sheng Tianlei murmured at the corner of his mouth, not knowing what he was talking about. The other side. The auditorium in the sky. Ji Yu Linghan, Shang Tianj, and Shen Tai were undoubtedly caught in the shocking aftermath. Ji Yu Linghan was the first to react. His grandma, Xing Tianyi, did you know that Chen Mo had understood the gun intention? Xing Tianyi looked calm. I definitely don't know. How can I know? I trust my students. Shen Tai rolled his eyes at Xing Tianyi. I think you just want to slap us in the face. Shang Tianj raised his hand. Yes, I think so too. Seeing the rare common enemy among the three deans, Xing Tianyi couldn't help but laugh, and burst into laughter. The hearty laughter reached the ears of every dean. At this moment, Ji Yu Linghan, Shang Tianj, and Shen Tai felt a look of regret in their hearts. If they knew that Chen Mo had an extremely powerful understanding and could comprehend the meaning of the gun at the age of 18, they would do anything to capture Chen Mo. However, it seems that all this is too late at this moment. Huo Shu smiled softly. You three don't have to regret too much. After all, there are a lot of regrets in this world, not least of which is this one. Three deans. Ji Yu Linghan suddenly laughed and said, it seems that this time, Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Kangchong Martial Arts University's attempt to suppress our dreams will be completely shattered. The remaining deans and Huo Shu nodded at the same time. This year, the military department of the Daxia Federation specially asked both freshmen and sophomores to participate in the three-school competition. It is estimated that the two neighboring universities specially applied to highlight their students. You know, Xuanyuan Martial Arts University's performance has not been good in recent years, and it has even been ranked at the bottom for 4 consecutive years. As a result, in provinces with better resources, they cannot recruit good students at all. But this time, Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Kangchong Martial Arts University did this. Maybe they didn't want to completely destroy their brands. His heart is terrible. If it had been before, they might have been a little nervous. But this year, a Chen Mo appeared. When I think of Chen Mo showing off his gun skills in the competition between the three schools, he shocked everyone. Tisk tisk. An expectant smile appeared on the faces of all the deans. Externally, their school is united. By the way, Lao Sheng, have you helped Chen Mo understand the attributes of the gun? Shen Tai asked. No, Xing Tianyi said honestly. I also found out about Chen Mo's understanding of the gun intention in the morning. If it has the attribute of spear intent, how can it be possible for him to realize it? However, according to Chen Mo's talent, he should be able to comprehend the attribute gun intention very quickly. The so-called attribute gun intention indicates the change of artistic conception. What Chen Mo showed before was an ordinary artistic conception without any attributes. If you have the artistic conception of attributes, various changes will occur. Just like the artistic conception of killing, when used, it can give the warrior himself a terrifying origin of killing. Just like the artistic conception of selflessness, when it is used, it can be fully used in the artistic conception, and the combat power exploded as several times more than usual. And these artistic conceptions need to be improved and connected on the basis of attribute-free artistic conception. Hearing Xing Tianyi say no, Shang Tianj nodded. Old Xing, the understanding of his attributes and artistic conception falls on you. Xing Tianyi smiled and said, of course, he is a student of my college after all. Hearing the words, my college, everyone's teeth started to feel a little sore again. At this moment, Shen Tai suddenly said, you guys think, shouldn't Chen Mo have understood the attribute gun intention? Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened and they looked towards Shen Tai. And Shen Tai's face turned red at the sight of them, and he smiled softly and said, I'm just talking, it's impossible for Chen Mo to be such a genius, right? You must know that it is extremely difficult to comprehend the artistic conception of each attribute. Almost all of them require guidance from seniors who have mastered the artistic conception of attributes before they can do it. This has been the case for thousands of years. Unless you are the kind of talented person with a truly evil talent, you will be able to understand it on your own. Although they think Chen Mo may. But, it can't be such a monster, right? In an instant, everyone fell into silence. If you want to know. Huo Shu smiled softly. Then let's quickly start the next round of the ring battle. There are still 6 people left. At this speed, Chen Mo will be able to meet the top 3 little guys soon. When the time comes, if you push hard, you may be able to inspire Chen Mo's hidden things. The 4 deans looked at each other and nodded. ... The next battle is a 6-3 battle, and the 3 students who win will be qualified to select immortal weapons. The 3 losers will compete in the losers group finals, and the one who wins first place can also choose an immortal weapon. It can be said that this is the fairest competition system. With Chen Mo's gaze, the virtual screen on the sky continued to draw lots. First round, Sheng Tianlei vs. Obviously, Sheng Tianlei was not fighting against the other 2 geniuses, but just an unlucky sophomore classmate. Are you going down by yourself, or should I take you down? The sophomore student thought for a moment and immediately raised his hands. Suddenly, terrifying flames suddenly burned in his palms, and then, the 2 flames quickly turned into 2 huge fire dragons. Boom! 2 fire dragons were leaning towards Sheng Tianlei. However, Sheng Tianlei's expression still did not change at all. At this moment, his voice suddenly spread throughout the audience. Chen Mo, I hope that when I face you, you can use your thunder to fight against me. Everyone's brains were suddenly confused. Even the opponent standing opposite Sheng Tianlei was a little confused. Is he still fighting with Sheng Tianlei? As a result, Sheng Tianlei actually said that he wanted to fight Chen Mo. Isn't this too insulting? Suddenly, Sheng Tianlei's opponent suddenly pushed the pressure of the fire dragon to the extreme. The terrifying fire dragon became more and more overwhelming, and exploded towards Sheng Tianlei with a destructive attitude. However, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Sheng Tianlei's mouth. He raised it casually. A blue thunder knife suddenly appeared. Hands up and swords down. Heaven and earth become silent. Swallowing thunder breaking heaven destroying heaven. A dazzling thunder wave suddenly went towards the face, and the fiery energy completely broke through the air, destroying everything, and the 2 fire dragons suddenly turned into flames and light particles all over the sky, and disappeared. Then, this faint blue wave smashed into the ground in front of the opponent like a devastating wave. There was a roar, and a figure flew out, leaving a huge crater about 10 feet in front of him. One move, instant kill. Everyone's mouths went dry for a moment. They didn't expect that the pressure that Sheng Tianlei unleashed would be so terrifying. It brought an almost devastating blow. Wait, he seems to be saying, Chen Mo, right? In an instant, everyone looked at Chen Mo, the freshman. Chen Mo's face remained calm, as if nothing could affect his heart. Or perhaps after hearing Sheng Tianlei's words, Chen Mo slowly raised his eyes. Then, he smiled softly. Since Senior Sheng wants to fight me with thunder and lightning, naturally, I will also fight you with thunder. Hearing this, Sheng Tianlei smiled slightly. Okay. Suddenly, Sheng Tianlei turned into a thunder and lightning phantom and suddenly disappeared from the place. But everyone's minds are still a little confused. Sheng Tianlei just issued a challenge to Chen Mo. Moreover, Chen Mo agreed just like that. They had heard that Chen Mo had 2 powers, but it was the dark power that was the real big deal. If you focus on using thunder and lightning, isn't this a dead end? No less than cutting off an arm. It's so unwise. Zhou Wenyu shook his head. The freshman is really having a smooth life, but he dares to accept Sheng Tianlei's challenge like this. You know, after Sheng Tianlei challenged the superpowers with thunder talent, I heard that the person with the thunder talent on the other side usually stays in bed for 2 or 3 months. After listening to the family's investigation, Zhou Wenyu knew. Sheng Tianlei's innate ability is an extremely rare SS-level devouring thunder. This kind of thunder talent is enough to swallow up the thunder talents of warriors of the same level or lower than him to supplement his own talents. That's why Sheng Tianlei is so keen on fighting against thunder talents. But now, Chen Mo actually dared to make another bet with Sheng Tianlei. For a moment, the bottom of Zhou Wenyu's eyes couldn't help but be filled with a little pity. I'm afraid that Chen Mo's talent for thunder will have to be absorbed by Sheng Tianlei. After all, it's impossible for Chen Mo's talents to be above the SSS level, right? Among the crowd, Chen Mo remained as calm as water. Since Shang Tianlei wants to fight like this, then he can do whatever he wants. The Nine Heavens Dark Thunder Divine Body will not weaken its combat power because of its scattered focus on darkness and thunder. Moreover, Chen Mo also knew one thing. No matter what method Shang Tianlei will use, you will only be invincible. From the viewing seats in the sky, Xing Tianyi snorted coldly. Ji Yu Linghan, if you let that kid of yours hurt my Chen Mo, I will hack you to death with all my strength. To swallow other people's abilities, then let him devour other people's abilities. Don't swallow Chen Mo. You know, in a few days, there will be a competition between the three schools. He will represent our freshmen. Ji Yu Linghan quickly smiled bitterly and said, Chen Mo is a genius who has been hard to meet for so many years, how can I not let him get hurt? In terms of teaching level, Ji Yu Linghan is many times ahead of Xing Tianyi. But in terms of actual combat level, among the four of them, Xing Tianyi is the strongest. After all, Xing Tianyi really practiced the Zongtian technique. Okay, when something goes wrong, I will take action. Huo Shu said with a smile. After all, he is the school's monster, so Huo Shu will not let Chen Mo get hurt. Then, it was the next round of testing, with Zhou Wenyu facing off against another sophomore talent, and the former naturally won without a doubt. The quota for the final battle has undoubtedly aroused everyone's expectations once again. Good, exactly. Freshman Chen Mo versus sophomore Lin Qingzu. Chen Mo versus Lin Qingzu. Suddenly, everyone's eyes suddenly turned towards the ring, and they saw two figures jumping onto the ring under the rippling breeze. A figure is holding a soft sword, and its graceful appearance is very touching. The figure is extremely thin, but there is a faint feeling of overwhelming pressure. The former is Lin Qingzu, and the latter is the most terrifying dark horse in this competition for the immortal weapon, Chen Mo. Holy crap, the showdown between Chen Mo and Lin Qingzu is coming. I really didn't expect that. One has mastered half-step sword intent, and the other has mastered spear intent. Both of them are martial arts wizards. I don't know who can win. Lin Qingzu's probability of winning is relatively high. Proficient Lingtian method, shadowless talent, half-step sword intention, 4th grade high level, these conditions are superimposed, it is very scary. Tisk, even if Chen Mo uses his spear spirit, he can't do it, right? I don't think so. You have to know that in the previous battle with Ouyang Jing, Chen Mo didn't use his natural ability. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Both of them are extremely popular players in this competition for immortal weapons, which naturally surprised countless people. It seems that we won't meet Chen Mo this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms and said, Chen Mo will definitely die if he meets Lin Qingzu. You know, Lin Qingzu's swordsmanship makes him feel troublesome. And the most important thing is that Lin Qingzu's martial arts and talents are all related to speed. Under the ultimate superposition of the two speeds, it is difficult for a martial artist of the same level to catch his sword skills. Not to mention Chen Mo, a freshman. And above the sky, Shang Tianj touched his beard. It seems that this time our Shaolin is fighting Chen Mo. Shang Tianj smiled softly. He was extremely confident about Lin Qingzu. You must know that Lin Qingzu was brought to Xuanyuan Martial Arts University by himself, with the purpose of letting him practice swordsmanship and Lingtian law to the peak level. In this world, natural abilities are extremely important, but martial arts talents are equally important. Shen Tai smiled and said, Lao Shang, who do you think can win? The question was thrown to Shang Tianj and Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi looked at Lin Qingzu on the stage, not daring to make any judgment at this moment. You know, Lin Qingzu is one of the most outstanding geniuses among this sophomore class, and his speed is almost extremely fast in the same realm. And Chen Mo's actual combat ability is indeed very strong. However, facing Lin Qingzu, I'm afraid he will still be a little powerless. Of course, Shang Tianj didn't dare to raise the flag. Ji Yu Linghan, who had raised the flag earlier, was so glorious at that time, and how desolate he was when he fell off the altar. It's better for these two juniors to fight first. Practice will lead to true knowledge. Shang Tianj narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yeah, I agree with what Lao Shang said. Xing Tianyi also nodded. Seeing the two of them like this, everyone had no choice but to focus on the ring. Faintly, everyone started to look forward to it. I wonder how many surprises Chen Mo will give them in this arena battle. ... And on the stage, Lin Qingzu looked at Chen Mo and smiled softly. How do you want to fight? Chen Mo responded, follow your senior sister's heart. A snort. A soft sword stood in the air, and the majestic half-sword intent spread out, like thousands of wind blades, tearing the surrounding air apart. Countless winds and waves swept in, causing countless people to feel pain in their cheeks. I want to learn how to use your gun. Mixed with the gun intent of the innate abilities, Lin Qingzu stood with her sword in hand, and a rapidly wandering light energy surged around her, making people feel extremely powerful. Okay, Chen Mo nodded and responded. He didn't care. After all, Chen Mo also hopes that Lin Qingzu can force out his true strength. Otherwise, being invincible would really make people feel lonely. And in the next moment, a mottled half-sword intention completely erupted from Lin Qingzu's soft sword. She closed her eyes, and then opened them again. In her clear pupils, there was already a sword intent that could destroy all things in the world. Wying Lingtian thousands of swords. Suddenly, Lin Qingzu's figure suddenly rushed out, as fast as a leaping thunder snake. And this thunder snake arrived in front of Chen Mo almost in an instant. What a fast speed! Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. If Lin Qingzu's speed was only 1 during the final exam a month ago, then now, I'm afraid it has reached the level of 2. And then, the soft sword in Lin Qingzu's hand suddenly thrust out. In an instant, it was as if thousands of sword shadows appeared at the same time, stabbing towards Chen Mo's life gate. The speed of each sword is extremely fierce. And among those thousands of sword shadows, only the 10 swords among them are the most terrifying. And that is Lin Qingzu's killer move. However, looking at the enlarging eyes in his sight, Chen Mo's expression still did not change at all. Even in the eyes of other geniuses, when Chen Mo was frightened, a vast amount of dark thunder energy suddenly exploded. Boom! In an instant, 4 streaks of dark thunder liquid suddenly appeared around Chen Mo's body. These dark thunder liquids instantly flew behind Chen Mo, and then, 4 dragon-like dark thunder arms formed again. The terrifying pressure was like a storm, sweeping away. Then, amid countless stunned glances, the 4 arms behind Chen Mo all held a terrifying 5-meter giant gun. Boom! And Lei's arm changed rapidly, and the 4 giant spears also intertwined into a rain of spears that filled the sky, colliding with Lin Qingzu's sword moves. Gun and sword clash. A bright light suddenly burst out. The huge energy caused ripples in large areas of the air, making countless people feel their scalps numb. Bang! 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 And as the light rain in the sky disappeared, the 2 figures stood facing each other again. You are so strong. A solemn look completely appeared on Lin Qingzu's face. She actually couldn't solve Chen Mo with 1 move. In fact, under the attack of this move, Chen Mo was able to block it without even using his spear intention. Go to all lengths. The next moment, endless energy surged behind Lin Qingzu, and green energy lingered behind him, forming a pair of huge wings in an instant. In an instant, a pair of green wings and 2 pairs of dark thunder giant hands stood facing each other, and there was a strange beauty of the confrontation. Finally, it's interesting. Chen Mo smiled softly. My move is more than a little interesting. Lin Qingzu raised her eyes. At this moment, her eyes seemed to burst into green light. Looking at Chen Mo's figure, Lin Qingzu let out a breath. I have a sword. Can kill everything. Lingtian Shadow Destroying Sword. I have a sword. Can kill everything. Lingtian Shadow Destroying Sword. Suddenly, the wings behind Lin Qingzu vibrated and spread out, and the huge wings suddenly flapped the ground. A buzzing sound. Amid dozens of stunned gazes, Lin Qingzu seemed to be floating in the sky. Looking at Chen Mo standing on the ground, Lin Qingzu suddenly raised the soft sword in his hand, and then quietly dropped it. A sword fell. Everything is shadowed. A huge green energy mist suddenly fell down. However, if you take a closer look, you will see that in this green energy mist, hundreds of green sword energies collide and condense. And these hundreds of green sword energy are by no means an illusion of any sword moves, but real sword moves. Because Lin Qingzu was so fast, in just an instant, she struck out hundreds of sword lights. And in these sword lights, there are countless mottled half-sword intentions. Good. Under Chen Mo's perception, it was the modeled half-sword spirit. Is it any wonder that you can make such rapid progress? So that's what it looks like. Feeling the sword intent falling from the sky, Chen Mo sighed softly. At this moment, a sound transmission suddenly entered Lin Qingzu's ears. In Lin Qingzu's stunned eyes, Chen Mo's voice echoed in her mind. There is only one reason why your sword intent cannot make progress. That is, not very pure. In an instant, Lin Qingzu suddenly looked at Chen Mo, and the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. I saw the giant dark thunder hand on Chen Mo's body collapsing rapidly, and then turned into dozens of dark thunder air dragons, wandering in Chen Mo's palm. Then, a 6-meter-long hidden thunder spear suddenly appeared. Countless dark thunder and lightning lingered on the giant dark thunder gun, which was terrifying. At this moment, a bright dark spear intent suddenly surged from the tip of Chen Mo's spear. In an instant, a vacuum zone completely condensed into the space with a radius of 1 meter from Chen Mo's side. And within this vacuum zone, it was only filled with Chen Mo's soaring spear intent. Is this the intention of the gun? Holy shit. Too horrible. Cold sweat suddenly flowed down the foreheads of more than a dozen geniuses. Even Ouyang Jing took a breath of cold air. At this moment, the spear intent that Chen Mo unleashed was not at all the same type of attack as the spear intent when he was fighting him. The past and the present are as different as clouds and mud. You're so young, and you have this kind of gunfire. What a monster. In the sky, the 4 deans simultaneously exclaimed in their hearts. Under countless astonished glances, the spear held in Chen Mo's palm once again burst into brilliant darkness. This burst of darkness seemed to absorb all the thousands of lights between heaven and earth. Dark thunder, gun intent, and destruction. Chen Mo stretched out his arm. Like a spring, thousands of muscle fibers and bones acted on his body, and then, the majestic spear intention condensed on the dark thunder spear. Chen Mo's right arm suddenly shot away, and his knotted muscles carried a giant dark thunder spear, thrusting out a spear that would destroy the world. Boom! This spear intent pierced the sky like a beast, as if entering a deserted place, and completely wiped out Lin Qingzu's sword intent. Even the hundreds of sword energy shattered and turned into thousands of light particles raining down one after another. Buzz! The spear intent was still unabated, stabbing Lin Qingzu's face with even more terrifying pressure. Lin Qingzu, on the other hand, had always been possessed, so stunned that it seemed as if he had not even resisted. Not good. Shang Tianj's pupils shrank, about to turn into flowing light. At this moment, the 3 deans suddenly stopped him. Shang Tianj was about to question, but when he saw Lin Qingzu's appearance, he froze on the spot. Tisk! The bright spear intention did not hit Lin Qingzu, but instead passed by Lin Qingzu's face. The marks of the gunshot still left a little blood stain on Lin Qingzu's face. But Lin Qingzu remained motionless. With the flapping of her wings, she was still suspended in the sky. However, everyone below was in shock. Shock, stunned. Unbelievable. From the moment Chen Mo's spear intent completely wiped out Lin Qingzu's sword intent, it foreshadowed that the final winner of this duel was Chen Mo. Some people thought about winning this battle, but no one thought it would be so easy. You know, from beginning to end, Chen Mo never left the same place. The number 1 in this freshman class is really a monster. Not even Lin Qingzu can beat him. It seems we can only rely on Zhou Wenyu and Sheng Tianlei. I think Zhou Wenyu is quite worried. Holy crap, only Sheng Tianlei can suppress him. No matter what, Chen Mo is too strong. You're a freshman, and you got an immortal weapon. I'm so envious. That's right, I can't do anything except envy. This is true genius. There was an uproar among the crowd, and a rare and solemn look appeared on Zhou Wenyu's face. He knew that maybe Sheng Tianlei was not the only opponent he had to fight with all his strength this time. There is another Chen Mo. However, he didn't understand why Lin Qingzu was still standing on the ring and couldn't get down. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Qingzu seems to have understood the meaning of the sword. A voice suddenly spread. Countless eyes looked towards the sky of the arena again, only to see a mysterious power of artistic conception suddenly surge out of Lin Qingzu's body. This power of artistic conception is different from Lin Qingzu's previous modeled looks, but an extremely pure sword intention. And it was the emergence of this sword intention that made Lin Qingzu's momentum reach a new peak again. Everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that Lin Qingzu would realize the meaning of the sword during the fight with Chen Mo. A sudden breakthrough. Should this battle continue? However, at this moment, amid the astonished eyes of thousands of people, the green wings behind Lin Qingzu suddenly disappeared. And she fell from the sky like a butterfly, and then stood in front of Chen Mo. Looking at the thin young man in front of him, Lin Qingzu knew that it was this young man who made her understand the meaning of the sword. Without Chen Mo's power of artistic conception, she didn't know how long it would take before she could comprehend the true meaning of the sword. She doesn't know either. Looking at this handsome young man, Lin Qingzu solemnly bowed his hands. Chen Mo, thank you. Chen Mo shrugged. You're just naturally talented. After hearing this, Lin Qingzu showed a wry smile. Talented. In front of others, her talent may be very strong. However, she knew that her talent was worthless in front of Chen Mo. Only a genius like Chen Mo could feel a huge sense of powerlessness in her heart. Chen Mo is too strong. I, Lin Qingzu, admit defeat. Lin Qingzu smiled softly. Quiet, quiet. Everyone fell into silence. What made them quiet was not that Lin Qingzu took the initiative to admit defeat, nor was it that Chen Mo defeated Lin Qingzu. But, Chen Mo actually let Lin Qingzu succeed in sword intention. A moment. Everyone felt extremely shocked. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.